What up, Lan?
What's up, man?
Yeah.
What we doing?
Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcasting live and they love it, but don't judge us.
Got it off the block, giving it back. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Excuse me. To all my brothers and sisters, man, overseas, and all my in-state melanated brothers and sisters, man, welcome to another episode of Bearded Conversation, man. Today is Toxiq Tuesday. We are in the building, man. First and foremost, big ups to all my followers, fans, viewers, and subscribers. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and thumb up the video, y'all. Hey, and secondly, big up to the best moderators in the world. Y'all know who y'all are. Young boy, Maya Bucks, Master Teacher, Fox Dog, TL, Last Person, McKenzie, a.k.a. P-Mac Club, Can't Get In, Coach Ricky, Gambia, Big Frank, Dave, Diablo, and my big bro, Professor Remo, bringing up the rear for sure. And we can't forget about the queens. We got the first lady, Miss Gigi Gaming Palace. We got Miss Star Wars Markets LLC. We got the beautiful Miss Archer Brooks. And last but not least, we got Miss Cece Craven Carefully. Hey, and for the moderators that I forgot, man, big ups to y'all too, man. I love y'all. Peace and blessings to y'all as well. Hey, man. Don't forget, y'all, to check out Lynn Chicago Pizza 501 East 61st Street right here in Chicago, Illinois. Also, Dan Soul Food and Bakery 2523 West 79th Street, also located in Chicago, Illinois. And if you're over East my way, 2911 East 79th Street, the Urban Lust Cafe, and the Cafe where grown folks play 17553 South Kensington, located in Hazelcrest. Hey, I got an update for y'all. The dock is no longer House of Wellness is no longer at 1400 Torrance Avenue, Suite 213. So when we get an update about where it's gonna be at, we will let y'all know. But until then, man, those other excuse me, for melanated businesses, make sure y'all go patronize if y'all in Chicago, man, and let them know Bearded Conversation sent you. But while I get my notes together, man, I'm gonna let y'all replay this song while I get my shit together, man. And Roscoe should be up in here. Yeah, hey, Diablo. I had Ben Wilson up yesterday, Diablo. Hey, big ups to you and Roscoe for talking about that, man. So, you know, I'm trying.
Yeah, we coming off the block with this one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What up, Lan?
What's up, man?
Yeah.
What we doing?
Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcasting live and they love it, but don't judge us.
Got it off the block, giving it back. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcasting live and they love it, but don't judge us. Damn. Got it off the block, forming a dynasty from a rock. Laid back in the cut, press play, can't get enough. Yo, let's chop it up in every location. A bearded conversation, opportunity keep knocking like child support payments. Started from the bottom like basements, now we famous. Podcast official, the topic will probably hit you from a distance like a pistol. Subscribe so you can listen to survival of the fittest. We talking it how we living it. Rolling like a dealership, managing several businesses. T-shirts, podcast, no you don't need a membership. Just follow us on YouTube, Knowledge Supreme Infinite. Chicago got a zipping exotic, let's talk about it. Going live, check your notifications so you can holler. Or leaving in the comments, debate it, just being honest. Chicago topics, worldwide views, we supersonic. Big Genghis Khan can circle back round like every week. Tell a friend off the block, it's where we meet. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcasting live and they love it, but don't judge us. Got it off the block, giving it back to hood lovers. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcasting live and they love it, but don't judge us. Got it off the block, giving it back. Come on. The hood lovers, off the block, giving it back. The hood lovers, broadcasting live. Bearded conversation off the block, giving it back. Bearded conversation off the block, giving it back. Bearded conversation
Off the block, giving it back.
Bearded conversation, got it off the block, giving it back. Bearded conversation.
Yo. Welcome to another episode of Bearded Conversation, man. I am your host, Beard Genghis Khan, a.k.a. the Khan Man, BKA, Mr. BGK, hey, also known as Khan the Don. Hey, Big ups to everybody out there tonight, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Appreciate everybody for tuning in, man. Hey, while y'all in the building, man, don't forget to pull them phones out, man. Share with 3 more people. Tell them 3 more people to share with 3 more people, man. Let's get them in the building tonight. And while you doing that, don't forget.
Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Yes, like he said. Also, man, let's get to it. Let's get to it, man. First and foremost, before we do any of that's on the screen, man, y'all know how I like to give it to y'all, man, when we start these things here, man. Let's keep everyone in our thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. Let's keep everyone in our thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. One last time. Let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. That's people we record you with, people we come in contact with on a daily basis, our families, our extended families, more especially our Bearded Conversation, our Bearded Studios, and our Bad TV family, man. It's a lot that go on out here. Excuse me. In the world, whether it's local, whether it's communal, what I'm saying, whether it's overseas, whatever the case may be, man, there's a lot that's going on. And and listen, this ain't Kumbaya time. This is just real shit, I'm sorry. I'm trying. Listen, I do apologize, y'all. I'm trying to ease my way out of the profanity, but it's a lot of things going on. So we want to try to just like I say, we don't want to be into that kumbaya phase, but we just want to let the ones know that everybody's appreciated, everybody is needed. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is a resource. We just need to find out how to use those people as resources so that they can be useful. You know what I'm saying? That's how you got to look at it. We got to take those negatives and turn them into positives, man. That's just the way it's got to be. Again, like I say, it's not just with people getting sick, people just suddenly becoming unalive, or if you became unalive through some type of violence, or just the political, or just the spiritual, or just the mental, you know what I'm saying, or just societal aspects of our lives. All of it is under attack. You know what I'm saying? In some way, shape, form, or fashion, whether it hits you directly or indirectly, and I just want us to know that. And like Roscoe always say, man, if ain't nobody that told you today that they love you, you know what I'm saying? I just want to let y'all know that Bearded Conversation. And of course, Roscoe, love you, baby. We love you. So just want to let the people know, man, the support system out there is a team out here. You know what I'm saying? We a team. Also, don't forget those 5 key components of life, man. That's love, peace, motivation, and inspiration. Again, those are love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. One more time, that's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's what we live and go by here on Bearded Conversation. Those are 5 key components. Those are 5 key things that, within inside of you, you know what I'm saying? If you can resonate and create and construct those things, I believe that, excuse me, the things that you speak out, the things that you project out, your energy, your movement, your day-to-day activities. You know what I'm saying? With those things, if you learn how to, I don't want to necessarily say conquer or master, but just embrace, you know what I'm saying? Because it takes a while. And when I say conquer, maybe conquer, just in the mindset, in the mindset of knowing that these are things that you need to do, these are things that you need to accomplish, and these are goals that you're trying to obtain. So if you can change your mindset, that's conquering that way. But master, it takes a while to master these things. We all, it's a journey, it's a process, it's a struggle, it's a fight. You know what I'm saying? And for others, it's something. And guess what? And for some, it's easy. And for a lot, it's not. You know what I'm saying? But again, love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration, man. These are some of the 5 key components of life that I think that we all should be adhering to so we can move on in our process. You know what I'm saying? But let's move right along, man. Before we get into anything major, deep, dope, or have anybody come up on the panel, man, first and foremost, man, big ups to my co-host, man, Roscoe P and L Boogie, man. Roscoe's supposed to be coming into the building, y'all. So hopefully he bless us with his presence. Hey, and also, man, big ups to my co-host, is my little one, AJ. You know what I'm saying? My co-host is with the mostest. You know what I'm saying? Love you, son. And big ups to everybody, family. Once again, man. All the mothers, the fathers, the sons, the daughters, the nieces, the nephew, aunties, uncles, grandma, grandfather, and everybody like that. But yeah, the thoughts, views, and opinions of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. The thoughts, views, and opinion of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. I don't mean to hurt, harm, or to offend. I don't mean to hurt, harm, or to offend. This video stream is for informational, educational, and edutainment purposes only. Again, this video stream is for informational, educational, and edutainment purposes only, with the underlying and undertone on edutainment. We don't want you to take any advice given or anything shown on this video stream for face value without consulting the proper professional that suits your specific needs. Please do your due diligence. Again, please do your due diligence. Please do your due diligence. Please do your proper vet work and research. And don't forget to get that second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth opinion. And goddamn, I mean, and sure enough, if you think you need 7, 8, and a 9th, I encourage you to do so as well, and continue until you can get it right. Because we don't want you going out here robbing no banks, you know what I'm saying, starting no revotes, telling your boss what he can take, how you turn it sideways, and where to put it. Because you can't get no money out of me. And as you can see, man, I already shouted out my co-hosts, and I'm in the building right now, solo dolo, but one of them should be on the way. And even if you don't, we gonna rock it tonight, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. We in the building, chat. We in the building. But yeah, man. So that's what it is. So, don't nobody get mad about the conversation or discussion tonight. Hey, let me say this, man. This is an open platform. This is an open forum. If you want to come in and join the conversation, you're more than welcome, man. The link is in the chat. If you're comfortable with just being in the chat, that's okay too. But I will be posting the link inside of the chat periodically throughout the publication, which is a 2-hour publication. And if it lingers on or over, I mean, that's cool as well. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes, conversations get good. But yeah, man, like I say, if you want to add something, if you got something to say, come on up. Come on up. We encourage you to come on up. You know what I'm saying? And man, because listen, and don't get me wrong, I love and enjoy talking to you guys, man. Just giving my viewpoint or just ranting off whatever the hell, I got going on. I'm saying, or if I'm, article reading, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Hey man, big ups to Prometheus, man. Big ups to Prometheus for coming back. Hey man, Prometheus, man, you part of the family now, man. I appreciate you for coming back. Diablo, big ups to you, my boy, man. I got some of the best moderators in the game. So Diablo, yeah, Ronnie Fields, man. For y'all that don't know, the background, Ronnie Fields, man. This brother played for Farragut High School. He played with Kevin Garnett when Kevin Garnett came up here from South Carolina. Kevin Garnett was played high school basketball at Farragut for a couple of years. They say this guy in the back, man, Ronnie Fields, man. They say he was supposed to go. They say he was supposed to be the next. You know what I'm saying, man? And y'all see me back turning gray. Don't worry about it, man. I'm gonna touch that up, man. Touch that up. The old man coming back. But yeah, man. They say Ronnie Fields, man, was the next to go, man. And he got into that accident, messed up his neck, man. He did a little CBA stint. I forgot if he did a little overseas stint. I'm not sure, but yeah, man. But this brother here, man, he was a baller. You know what I'm saying? And then I think he got into a little trouble with the law as well. But man, yeah, he was a high flyer, man. You know what I'm saying? Had a nice little jump, a little mid-range game as well. You know what I'm saying? Could pass the ball. He was strong. You know what I'm saying? Quick up the court. Defense was okay. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, man. Ronnie, man, with Farragut, man. Hey, they was a powerhouse. Once upon a time in the city, man. Once upon a time in the city, they was a powerhouse. Big ups to Ronnie Fields, man. You know what I'm saying? I believe he's a coach now, somewhere in the city. I'm not. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not exactly sure where he's coaching at, but I think he's a coach right now somewhere in the city. So big ups to Ronnie Fields, man. For turning his life around. Or I don't necessarily want to say turning his life around. Everybody make mistakes, but big ups to Ronnie Fields for giving back to the community, and coaching the kids and stuff like that. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me see where he coaching at real quick, y'all. Speaking of since we talking about Ronnie Fields, and again, man, I want to give a big up to Diablo, man, one of my moderators. He was talking to Roscoe, man, and they was talking about putting up, high school ball players. I had what you call it? What's my man name? Ben Wilson up yesterday, Diablo. I had Ben Wilson up yesterday. Ben Wilson was up yesterday. No, he didn't. Let's see. Let's see where he at right now. I do want to know. Okay. No. Yeah, he did play for the CBA. It ain't really okay. Okay, 2023, he is the founder and coach of Ronnie Field's Elite, okay, which organized basketball programs for middle and high school students. Additionally, he is the head boys varsity coach of Chicago Hope Academy. So he coached at Chicago Hope. He the varsity coach at Chicago Hope Academy. And he got his own basketball organization, Ronnie Field's Elite. You know what I'm saying? So in 2023, he opened up Ronnie Field's Elite, and he's the Chicago Hope Academy varsity basketball captain. That's a Christian high school in Chicago. I didn't know Hope was a Christian high school. That I didn't know. I thought Hope was a regular school. Okay, Fields is also a head basketball trainer at the Lifetime Gym in Oak Brook, Illinois. Okay, but big ups to Fields, man. That's what he doing, man. He getting himself together. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. I was listening to you had to get some proposal out about a day. Yeah, man. You know, I be trying to do my thing. Hey man, but today is Toxic Tuesday, man. You know, I've been getting a lot of flack, man, from a lot of people, man. You know, y'all be saying that my Tuesdays don't be toxic, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, I try to be smooth, man, and I try to be cool, and I try to really, and you know what I'm saying? I don't really be wanting to, go get down into it. But guess what? Man, let's get toxic. Well, I don't know if this gonna be, but fuck it. You know what I'm saying, y'all see the title of the discussion, man. So men and women alike, man. Hopefully, I can get some women to come up on the panel. I would love for some women to join us tonight and come up on the panel because, you know, usually when women don't come up on the panel, it seems like we women bashing because we don't get their point of view and they don't come in fighting and swinging and throwing hands as they should. You know what I'm saying? So the topic of the day is do women have low standards? You know, I could have said why do women have low standards, but I'm going to ask the question: do women have low, or why do women have low standards today? Today's woman. Why do today's women have low standards? And I wanna I wanna gauge this question to all women, but to my primary audience, which is but again, we're gonna gauge this to all women. But to my brothers out there, why do we think, you know what I'm saying, women have low standards today? Why do women have such low standards? And women, I want you guys to come and chime in as well. I want you to come in and tell us, why do you guys have such low standards? I mean, and when I say this again, I was listening to some shit about this lady, man. She was talking about you know, she dated somebody, right? And now she can't date nobody unless they make $5 million a year or better. Now, mind you, what the hell are you talking about? How much do you make a year? How much income do you actually physically, logically, I mean, realistically bring in? We're not talking about, and don't get me wrong, man. You can do that OnlyFans shit, but that's not. Come on, we. Then don't get me wrong. It can be lucrative, but for a lot of that, it's not. It's not. Everybody not getting on OnlyFans pulling in $100,000 a week. You know what I'm saying? That's not happening. You know what I'm saying? But you really expect to pull in or bring in this type of individual. Like I don't understand. But we not gonna go there. We talking about the women we deal with. And why do we think women, I want to know, why do women have such low standards in life? You know what I'm saying? They do all this fucking complaining about what they want, what they need, and then when they get it, they don't want it, but they choose the motherfucker that beat on them. They choose the one that mistreat them. You know what I'm saying? They choose the one that wants to cheat on them. You know what I'm saying? And I see this a lot. You know, and again, fuck it, man. It's Toxic Tuesday. I want to know. Curious minds want to know. Us brothers here on Bearded Conversation, we want to know. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm gauging this question to all women. You know what I'm saying? So if we got any women out there that want to come in and talk about this, brothers, hey, y'all can come in and hit the panel too and talk about it, man. Y'all can tell me why y'all think these women out here got low standards. Y'all can, you know what I'm saying? Listen, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it tonight. You know what I'm saying? I see this shit about these red pill sectors and all this. I wanna get down to the truth. I wanna understand the nitty gritty part of it. I wanna know why relationships are so fucked up and why we can't get it together. You know what I'm saying? I really want to know. Like I want to know. I want to know why are we attracted to such toxic things. When it comes to relationship when we dealing with each other. You know what I'm saying? I want to know like what type of bond does that build? Like what type of energy does that create? Like why do we have to be that way? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean, and don't get me wrong, we get on the guys, but right now we talking about the ladies. Like why do women have, what I'm saying, such low standards, what I'm saying, when it comes to picking a quality man in today's society. And I don't want to hear that shit about it ain't enough men out here to do this, that, and the third, because that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. And I'm gonna tell the brothers the same thing when it's their turn. That's a lie. That's a lot. Now I get it, women outnumber, what I'm saying, the men right now. But so men, I definitely don't want to hear that when it comes to when it's the men's turn. But ladies, I give you that. You know what I'm saying? Then you gonna say, well, the DL, okay, but what about the ones you pass up? What about the good guy? You know what I'm saying? Why he get treated like shit? You know what I'm saying? Why the good guy get treated like shit? Why the guy with the glasses that you think ain't doing nothing? Why you think he got to be the sucker of the trick? You feel me? Why you think he got to be the one that you trying to get when he genuinely, what I'm saying, want to do it, genuinely, what I'm saying, care for you. You don't want that guy. You know what I'm saying? You don't want that. You overlook and you pass him up. Come on, ladies, where y'all at? Come speak up for yourselves. I really want to know. You know what I'm saying? Inquiring how I go, inquiring minds want to know. You know what I'm saying? Fellas, we gotta figure out how to get the ladies to come in and respond to these type of things. You know what I'm saying? And fellas, hey, don't be lazy with your fingers, fellas. You know what I'm saying? And why y'all think the women got such low standards and low self esteem nowadays, man? What y'all think going on? Why you think or do you think their standards are low because they have low self esteem, or because they can't get, or they got daddy issues? Like what do y'all think it is, fellas? Y'all can chime in as well. Let me know. Let me know. That's what I want to know. Hey man, and why y'all in the process of trying to figure it out? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't.
Like the video, man. Thumb up the video,
Oh
man.
my
Like the
goodness.
video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Oh my goodness, brother DC. Well, oh my goodness, brother DC. That's Hey man, one of the brothers in the chat, man, I ain't gonna even put it up. But one of the one of the brothers in the chat say because they 304s, man. Because they 304s. Um, uh, 304s. Um, not all. Not all. I wouldn't say all. You know what I'm saying? I have to put that on the scale and give it a percentage and give it a number. I wouldn't say all, brother D. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say all. I wouldn't say all. But women, what y'all think about that? And don't get me wrong, man. Please feel free to chime in, women. This ain't a bashing session, man. This is just a self reflection. We self reflecting right now. We trying to figure this shit out. If it turn, it turned, because everybody got their opinion, but we just want to keep it respectful. You know what I'm saying? I'm inviting people to come up. Please come up, hit the panel and let me know. You say 98%. Hey, that's a high percentage, brother. I wouldn't necessarily say that, man. I wouldn't go that high. 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 Now I push it past 60, but I wouldn't go that high, brother. That's a high percentage, brother. Hey, this brother say 98%. No, man. We can't. We ain't gonna say 98%, man. We ain't gonna do that, man. We ain't gonna do that to him. Okay, Professor Remo say humans in general are insufferable, and rarely satisfied. People are always searching for the next best thing to increase their station in society. It's not necessarily their fault either. Um, so, is that into in response of um the women, and you just saying people in general have low standards, but we don't want to. So Remo, I want to keep it towards geared towards the women in society. We gonna keep men, we gonna keep the human race as a whole out of it. You know what I'm saying? We trying to gear this towards one particular group. So change that answer just towards one particular group, towards the women. You know what I'm saying? Why do you think women in today's society have such low standards in the men that they deal with? You know what I'm saying? Hey, brother DC say you being nice, so you think it's 100%. I don't believe it's 100% of women out here. Now I'm not gonna say, but you do have your fair share. And again, to Professor Remos, I do understand your statement, and I get it because again, humans in general. Because like I say, I did speak on the men, but I said we gonna get the men. We gonna do them, but today we getting on the women. I want to know why the women got such low standards for themselves nowadays, man. Especially with the men that they deal with. You know what I'm saying, and the choices that they choose to make with the men that they deal with. You know what I'm saying? And because I you'll be amazed at some of the responses you get. And again, this is not a deep dive into anybody's life or personal life. I mean, it is in a way, but if you're willing to come up and share some experience or talk about it as a woman, and give your personal insight on the subject, or if you disagree, please feel free to hit the link in the chat, man. The link is in the chat. It's pinned in the chat. Fellas, you guys as well, man. Please feel free to hit the link in the chat, and let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to it, man. It's Toxic Tuesday, man. We want to try to, you know what I'm saying, turn it up a little bit. You feel me? And let's see what we can get up out of the night, Hey, this conversation might go on for 4 hours if we get the right women up here, you know? You know what I'm saying? Where my sisters at? Where my beautiful sisters at, man? I know you strong queens is in the building, man. Uh, um, he said a lot of these women don't have father figures in their life. I said that too. I also stated that as well. I said that could be a reason. You know what I'm saying? And that can contribute to the low self esteem, or the lack of motivation, and being self driven. It could be a number of things. But again, I would like for the women to come up here and give their opinion and give their experiences, if they don't mind. Now listen, this ain't no damn Dr. Phil session either. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that, but we just trying to have grown folks conversation and discussion. This is what helps. Well, for me, I believe this is what helps the community get better. Having these type of the disagreements, or conversations to get understanding. About the opposite sex. You know what I'm saying? This is what we need. He say they have low standards because of their upbringing. He say, how can women be expected to behave differently when their mother set the example? I hear a lot of that too. I hear a lot of that too. I hear a lot of that too. He saying their mothers are bro, they ain't gonna say it. Their mothers are 304s too. Oh my God. So again, I actually heard this from another guy. And he was saying that, you know, um, how could you be a wife when you haven't been shown to be a wife? Your mother, you know what I'm saying, like to the girls, like your mothers didn't teach y'all how to be wives. Your friends don't teach you how to be wise. I was like, wow, that's like, you know what I'm saying, that's crazy. But a woman wants to be a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that she's aspired to. That's something that she grows up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that shit is today. I don't think those things or those thoughts are privy to today. I really don't think that any woman today gets into a relationship. Don't get me wrong, it's a few, but I think more today is more about independence. It's more about what she or that person can do for themselves. I really don't think people of today are really into marriage. You know what I'm saying, per se, like back in the day. And then I think the efficiency rate on divorces is what, 50/50 or some shit like that. Like so, and that's high. Well, I ain't gonna say it's high, but that's enough to be like, why even do it? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, upbringing. You know what I'm saying? When you ain't had the right person in your life, or your mother ain't show you, and again, to the mom's point, but see now, but here we go. And I know I wanted to say that this shit for the men, but fellas, I'm finna ask y'all: is it our fault? Because now a lot of times you got to think about it. The people that's bringing them up, or the people that's raising them, because like Professor said, when you speak about this upbringing, Professor, like if the man then left the household and he ain't in the household to be a father and to raise this young girl up to know what she's supposed to be doing, like, well, damn, man, that means it's our fault because we ain't in the household. So now you done left her to be with this damn woman, and now this woman ain't got no choice but to show this young lady how to be strong and independent, because and say you don't need no damn man, because guess what, she looking at her mom do it. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, because then you gonna say, well, no, her mom ain't doing it. Because I guarantee you, some motherfucker coming in and out of the house, he's doing this, that, and the third, whatever the case may be, could be or could, well, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? That's why I want the ladies to come up here and share their fucking experience and tell us why the women have such low standards. And I mean low standards, like look at the fucking Sexy Red, all the media and propaganda that you afforded and that you privy to and have the resources to, you choose to come out. And don't get me wrong, man. And I don't want to keep using her as the motherfucking. Excuse me. I don't want to keep using her as a punching bag. You know what I'm saying? But you talking about some my booty hole brown and my pussy hole pink. You're my coochie. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think that's a message that should be empowering for women? You know what I'm saying? And then y'all running around here singing this damn song, like, and don't get me wrong, man. I ain't saying that the rap songs or what, but we talking about the women, the ones that's supposed to be little princesses and raised up to be queens and all this old extra shit. You know what I'm saying? What is it? Talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, brother, see. So you saying she kicked the man out? So if in the case that she kicked the man out, you know what I'm saying? Now she kicked the man out. That's one thing. But if the man just ain't there, that's another thing. So that's why I say, brother DC, that it be our fault. You know what I'm saying? This whole thing that we talking about of low standards, low self esteem, and being toxic. Is it ultimately the fate of the man or the fault of the man for the toxicity that's being created? You see what I'm saying? I mean, now I get it. We want to say, well, she kicked the man out, or she did this and she did that. Well, I mean, we got to take accountability somewhere. So where do it start? I mean, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Or do we have some independent women that don't even agree with what the hell I'm talking about and say, no, it ain't got nothing to do with the man? Yeah, we kick them out. You know what I'm saying? Women, where y'all at? All these the ladies. He say, but how many of those men didn't want kids? See what I'm saying? So, and again, like, see, so, oh shit. So that's like with Anthony Davis. So, brother D, just like with Anthony Davis. So what he did was, shit, he paid the lady, he paid Aisha Howard, he paid, you know what I'm saying, the 18 years of child support. He paid it up front all at one time. Bam, here you go. I don't want nothing to do with you. I don't want to do with this little girl. Here go all your money that I'd have paid you through the course of 18 years. Here go up front. You keep her away from me. I don't see y'all. I don't need nothing from y'all, and y'all don't need nothing from me. You know what I'm saying? So he don't want the kid, but again, okay, he got the resources to pay that shit off and be done with it. You feel me? Now for the brothers that don't, you know, I mean, do y'all believe in this shit? So, brother DC, do you believe in? You know what I'm saying? It's the woman's body, and a woman's body is ultimately her body, and she can make a choice and decision to do what the hell she want to do with it. So, if she want to keep the baby or she want to abort the baby due to the fact that she laid down with you, it's inside of her. So, do you think? Uh, uh, so what do you think about that though? You know what I'm saying? Is that her right? You know what I'm saying? And then what about the cognitive understanding that when you lay down with her, it's a possibility that you could have impregnated her. You know what I'm saying? And especially if you didn't wear a contraceptive. I'm just saying, if you ain't wearing condoms, bro. He say, see, he didn't want a baby in the first place. Yeah, but again, he laid down with her, bro. And when he laid down with her, he knew it was a chance if he didn't wear protection that this could happen. Hmm. But again, but if you didn't want the child, and because now you got to think about this other person, they women are humans and they got feelings too. So if something is growing inside of it, like he said it's her body, but don't be saying. Oh man, you was crazy. And and when, and when our woman gets pregnant, it's more her fault than his. Oh wow, wow, ladies, what you think about that, ladies? When a woman gets pregnant, it's more her fault than his. What the ladies think about that, man? I don't know, man. Where the women at, man? I just shared it to a few women, man. The women, y'all scared to come into the chat tonight. What's going on, man? What's going on? But I don't know, brother D. I would say it's both parties' fault. I wouldn't necessarily just put that on the woman. You know what I'm saying? I'll put that on both parties, man. Now, don't get me wrong. I get it because, you know what I'm saying, she the person that's got to carry it. So I guess, me being that person, if I was that person, of course, you know what I'm saying, I get what you saying. Like the responsibility part of it, like, shit, this motherfucker, I got to carry this motherfucker if anything go wrong. Or if, you know what I'm saying, or if he act a fool or whatever the case may be, I still got to be the recipient of being the, you know what I'm saying, the vessel to bring this person through. So, I mean, if you look at it like that, I guess you could say, you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna say more her fault, but you know what I'm saying, more of a responsibility on the woman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So who carrying the baby? Who going to take care of the child? She is. So she had better think 6 times before making that decision. You're right, most definitely. He says that's like blaming a human for a mosquito bite. I but nope, nope, nope. Cause I mean mosquitoes exist and humans exist, and now we know we can think, we know why mosquitoes exist, so we can't, we can blame them. But that's only if you're a certain blood type too, or if you eat certain things. See, a lot of people don't know that. When it comes to those mosquito bites, mosquitoes are attracted to a certain blood type, and you know what I'm saying, and attracted to a lot of people that eat sugary things or diabetic people and shit like that. People with like sugar deficiency, um, mosquitoes. You know what I'm saying? But he say, "No, professor, you got off." uh, see, but again, though, man. So, but, brother DC, what's stopping the brothers from putting on a condom? And listen, and you still can live that way, and you still can do what you want to do, and you can still have that type of lifestyle, and you can still be this individual, this person, right? But shit, and I get it, condoms break, yada yada yada. I got, but that's rare. You know what I'm saying? That's not an everyday event. That's not an everyday thing. You know what I'm saying? But again, you can prevent a child from coming. You know what I'm saying? Or again, if you're a lady, shit, if you know you ain't trying to, it's, but But when you celebrities, man, like, do you really think about that when you're a celebrity? See, now when you celebrities, come on, man, $1 million, come on, brother. You know what I'm saying? And she looking like she looking, and already got a baby by somebody. Come on, man. We know what this is already, though. You feel me? So you as the man, you got to go into this situation knowing that. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I'm not trying to say that the ladies creating entrapment, but shit, you got to look at it as like shit. Is she trying to trap me? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? Is she trying to get a little piece of my change? Or, you know what I'm saying? What is she really around for? You feel me? You know? And shit, same thing with the homies. Shit, what the fuck is you around me for? I call you, you don't even pick up the phone. Now you around me. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you got to watch out for the back door. You know what I'm saying? From Big Bro, and you got to watch out from the back door from your 304. You feel me? It's just how it is, man. That's how it is. So, just life lessons you got to go through. He should wear a condom. Brother DC said he should wear a condom. and he is not without blame. I'm saying it's more her fault. And I do agree. At the end of the day, I do agree. I would agree. I would agree. I would agree. Again, being a person that has to, you know what I'm saying, carry and be the vessel for this human that's coming in. Yeah, I would agree. 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 And then again, that logically makes, I mean, for me, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna say I'm being chauvinistic or just from a male's perspective of understanding. Just logically speaking, because now, again, as I stated, I put myself in the position of a woman. Even though I'm not a woman, don't want to be a woman, that has nothing to do. But it just the mind state for a minute, if we can just switch and just really think about it. You know, if I'm a person that has to lay down and has to have something be inserted inside of me in order for this thing to be created, and knowing that I'm going to have to carry this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? And this little being is going to live off of me and what I put inside of me, you know? So I guess I would think about, you know what I'm saying, who I lay down with, who I create another being with, because you got to think about this too, man. That entrapment shit, I don't, y'all fuck that because somebody got some money, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit's real out here, man. Energies, bad spirits is real. So you gotta be careful who you lay down and who you make kids with. And a lot of people don't take that in, and I guess because they don't believe in that, because of this lust thing that they got going on. Again, brother DC, because I believe that's what took over. Lust. You know what I'm saying? Lust. They weren't really trying to build no relationship. So I get it about him not wanting a kid. You know what I'm saying? But she took that as an advantage or opportunity. And I'm not gonna say she did or she didn't. But you know, ones would say that she took that as an advantage or opportunity to get over, and apparently she did. Cause shit, she got a cool million and something out of it, or a couple million or something out of it upfront. That's crazy for some pussy. I mean, for some coochie, for some cootie cat. Hmm. That's a lot of money for some cootie cat, man. Since the women don't want to come up here and talk about these low standards, brother DC, that's a lot of money for some cootie cat. So now, everybody ain't got that, brother DC. All brothers ain't got that type of money to be giving up for some cootie cat. Well, so now how that work? You know, I mean, you real vocal in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And I get it, but see, that brother just happened to have some money, but all brothers ain't got that. You know what I'm saying? It's brothers that been up on this battle, man, that talk about child support and be pissed off that they got to pay that child support. You know what I'm saying? And hey, and now, and now, if brothers was paying child support, you know what I'm saying? I think Trump letting them file their kids on their taxes to get some of that money back. And which they ain't gonna really get back, because you still gotta pay child support. So you know, child support, once you file taxes, is gonna hit it. You know what I'm saying? Of course. If y'all didn't know that, for brothers that thinking that's a good thing and y'all going out here pushing and promoting that, y'all do know if you owe child support, once you file your taxes, you know child support gonna instantly hit that shit. Bam, you out of there. So I mean, that's just reality, don't know. So Professor Remo says, I get it. A woman tried to trap me before, but I was too smart for her. He says some just leave and never go back and can't be found. Uh, so you say he is not, you say Trump ain't doing that? I thought Trump was saying that you know what I'm saying, if you pay child support, you can file the kids, brother Dave. I thought that he was letting the guys file the kids. Oh, he is not. Oh, okay. Well, y'all, that was some misinformation that was going around. Where the hell did that even come from? Where the hell did that even come from? Ah, he say you can't claim a child that doesn't live with you. So where did that even come from about him saying? Because I could have sworn I read an article on that though. I read an article on that, and if you paying child support, of course the child don't stay with you. So I thought that was a way of him, you know what I'm saying, trying to. He said the child won't make it past the residency test. Um, he said Facebook or X. Actually, I don't be on Facebook, so I didn't see it on Facebook. I don't even be on. Matter of fact, I read an article. I read it off of. Actually, I read it. It was a news article that I read. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, I think I read it. I read it live. I read it live. He said, "Well, some woman." Nah, I ain't. See, no, because women, women wouldn't be for that. You know, women will be like, "Shit, why the hell he get to file my kids on his taxes? My kids ain't with him." You know what I'm saying? So I definitely did hear from the woman. I believe I read an article on it, man. Yeah, and said that's what he was gonna do. I read an article. Yeah, I read an article on it, but again, I don't know if he's going. I don't know if it's being done, gonna be done, can be done, or whatever the case may be. But if you make it happen, again, fellas, it still ain't helping y'all because if you owe child support, guess what? If that's a state agency, a state entity that you owe money to, and they instantly going start cutting that shit down and down and down, and you're gonna be mad, and you're gonna be mad. Facts. Hey man, I thought I was gonna have some ladies in the building, man. The ladies didn't want to get toxic, man, brother Day. And they ain't want to get toxic with us tonight, man. We done been on for a whole hour. We ain't had no ladies come up here and respond. I know y'all see the title coming in the building, man. Do women have low self-standards, man? Or why do women have low standards? I said self-standards. Do women have low standards, or why do women have low standards? And particularly our women. He said they can't handle the truth. Oh man. Hey, brother DC throwing these challenges out there, man. He said y'all can't handle the truth, ladies. He said y'all can't handle the truth, ladies. Bootsy Badass was in a car accident, huh? Well, I heard he say somebody else was driving this car. He say he wasn't driving. He said he don't ever wreck his cars and nothing like this. Hey man, this is crazy. It's hell though. This is now. This is some toxic shit. Since the women don't want to come in, DEI is blamed for Duke's. Oh my fucking god! Y'all got to be kidding me. DEI blamed for brutal Duke Final Four loss. What the hell does DEI have to do with a basketball game that's played by men? What the hell does DEI have to do with a basketball game that's played by men? And in the last little minute or two that I watched of the game, it was sloppy. And again, I just recently heard some things about Houston. Houston barely got past the first couple of games that they played with sloppy play and messy play. So their performance in the Duke game, which they overcame a lot of their faults and moved on to Florida State, which again they continue more sloppy play and bad decision basketball making decisions. So I don't know. I don't know. But DEI, they blaming DEI, y'all, for the Duke loss. Let's see what the article talking about. And women, we still on y'all, man. We still on y'all. We still want y'all to come in the building. So the Duke Blue Devils were favored to win the national championship this year edition's men's NCAA basketball tournament. However, the Blue Devils were stunned by a miraculous comeback from the Houston Cougars in the Final Four, which is true. I watched it. It was crazy. You know what I'm saying? And I only tuned in when it was like I believe it was like 61-66 when I tuned in. And what's crazy is the only point that was scored by Duke was the technical shot that old boy had to take when he knocked the ball out of his hand on the inbound pass. After that, they didn't score again. That's crazy. Houston ended the game on a 9-0 run to win the game 70-67. Right. Because again, I told you it was 61-66. They only scored that technical shot. You know what I'm saying? It says, but the ending wasn't without controversy. Duke Star was called for an extremely questionable over-the-back foul that proved costly. It says, now one prominent member of the sports media sphere is wondering if DEI may be the reason for the call. Here we go. Here's the intended consequence of the diversity, equity, and inclusion. Typically, bad call by a ref, I see it chalk it up to bad officiating. I'm sorry. Because of the DEI and constant race focus, I see it and wonder about the black ref who made the bogus call on the white kid. Wonder Jason Whitlock on Twitter. Oh, get the fuck out of here, man. Oh my God. So you mean to tell me I did all this reading and shit for me to come to a black ref made a fucking bad call against a white kid? They always make fucking bad calls. What the? See, the toxic shit. You know what? This toxic shit. Women, I need y'all to come in the building too, because I still want y'all to answer this damn question about this low standard thing. But come on, man. DEI, a black ref made a bad call on a white kid. Y'all gonna make this a race thing. This ain't even a DEI thing. Y'all gonna make this a race thing, but put it under the diversity. What is that shit? The Equity and Inclusion Act. Y'all gonna throw it up under that act for real? Come on, man. Duke lost the damn game. You feel me? They tried to put the ball in the hands of that boy Cooper Flag. And God damn it, I think he got nervous and he was on the most grandiose scale he has ever been on in his basketball career. You know what I'm saying? As a player. You know what I'm saying? And his mind wasn't mentally developed yet and to handle the pressure. You know what I'm saying? And before he went out there, and I know the coach told him, it clicked in my mind because I thought they was gonna give him the ball. I knew they was gonna give him the ball, and everybody that. And in fact, of the matter is, I don't think. But you know what? But that's how you make them a killer, and that's how you make them. You know what I'm saying? Know what regret is, and know what a comeback is, and that's how you teach them. You know what I'm saying? That's how you make these killers, man. Show them what these losses is early. You know what I'm saying? And, show your kids what these losses is early. Understand, man. A lot of parents, man, bring your kids in. I talk to my kids, man. When I can't do this and I can't do that, I let them know, shit, daddy can't get this, I can't get that, man. Shit is hard right now. It's tight right now. You know what I'm saying? Let them know. Let them know what that is, so they'll know how to come back and not be that. You know what I'm saying? They'll know how to come back and stay away from that, or do things that don't lead them down the roads that's gonna have them saying, well, I can't get this or I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So when that man he pulled up to Cooper, I know he told Cooper, look, man, this your time. Again, like I said yesterday, man, you're gonna get this ball, go do your motherfucking thing. I just don't think he was, you know what I'm saying, he was ready for that. You know what I'm saying? He was ready for that. But to say that the ref called from a call but early in the game or over the back call, like, come on, man. DEI, come on, man. Let's not turn this into a race thing, man. Duke fucking lost because they lost. If anything, say the game was fixed and rigged like I was finna start doing. I was gonna say, oh shit, this fixed, man. This is set up because ain't nowhere in the hell Houston was supposed to be Duke. You know what I'm saying? Period. I don't think so. And then I thought they was gonna beat damn Florida State, but Florida State came back. I don't know, man. Maybe this was just a shot or a knock at Duke because honestly, Duke should be the national champions right now. But they not because that ain't how it went. So I do understand. But again, man, I don't like this. I don't like this DEI blame on no damn black ref for a bad call. That's just insane. That's just insane. So what are you talking about, man? This take is crazy on so many levels. Refs make bad calls every day. But how somebody but somehow you are blaming DEI for missed calls. Really, anytime something happens involving the people of color or women, it's because of diversity, equity, and inclusion. One person wrote on Twitter, and I agree with that. I agree. That's the same shit. Same things I was just saying. This might be the dumbest comment of all time. Amazing, you have a platform as big as you do. Someone else added. I'm sorry. I don't talk down on here, but you you all are just bad call possibly. But that happens. Stop trying to race bait against your own kind. DEI has nothing to do with a missed call. Duke could not score in the last 3 minutes. That's why they lost. Another person wrote, which is true. It's certainly one of Whitlock's most bizarre takes. So Whitlock, I don't even know why you came with that one. I don't even know why you came with that. And for them to even allow you to speak on that's fucking insane because DEI again, Don't have nothing to do with that. That's a bad call. You know how many games I watch all that the refs make so many fucking horrible calls in the game. Shit, even the Florida game, the game that the Florida won by 2, like that game had so many fucking bad calls. And again, a lot of times though, but in them type games, I really like for the refs to chill out, sit back. Like if it ain't if it ain't a damn flagrant foul or a hard foul or a charge, you know what I'm saying, or a kickball or nothing like that, man, or a real tie up, I let them play, man. If they gonna bump it, get a little physical, we let them do it. Shit, that's what I say. Because all that stopping shit. Now, unless hey, listen, we ain't finna have none of that at the beginning of the game because all that stopping slow the game down and slow the progress of the game. You know, and some guys are big, some guys are physical, man. Let them get out there and play. They grown ass men. They get all this money to do it. Let them do it. You feel me? That's just my opinion. But DEI, damn, y'all. Well, this ain't toxic. This little messed up. At least 79 dead, including former NLB pitcher in a rooftop collapse at a nightclub. Damn. Fucked up their night, didn't it? The death tolls has continued to rise at the rooftop of the Dominican of a Dominican Republic nightclub collapsing. Reported during a concert. Hey man, speaking of motherfucking, I'm sorry y'all. Speaking of the Dominican Republic, man, where's my residential Dominican from the Dominican Republic, man? My boy, your boy, Cito boy, Cito, what's to this, Cito? What y'all do, man? You know what I'm saying? My peoples was out there, man, and y'all decided to, you know what I'm saying, cave in the play. All right, let me find out, Cito. You know what I'm saying? Let me find out that's why you ain't been on in a while, a couple of days, man. Let me find out. Let me find out. No, I'm just messing with you, Cito. Yeah, man. See, and another thing, man, we go to these, listen, y'all. Listen, y'all. Stop going, man, listen. When y'all go to these places, man, just stick to the shit that's on the brochure, man. Stop venturing out and doing all this crazy shit, especially in these places that you know you shouldn't be venturing out. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Stop doing all this crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? So at least 79 people was killed and another 155 injured in the roof collapse. Oh my God. In the roof collapse as the Jet Set nightclub, General Ron, listen, General, not the police, not authorities, not a news outlet. That was my point of saying stick to the things that's on the brochure. General Ron Manuel Mendez, the director of the county's Emergency Operations Center, said during the press briefing Tuesday evening. But the general is the director of the county's emergency operations. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all like that fancy name they gave to the general? That's wild. So it says the search and rescue operation was underway in the rubble following the collapse at the venue located in the capital of Santo Domingo. National Police said the incident happened at 12:34 a.m. Tuesday during a concert. What's today? Today is Tuesday. Yeah. Well, but you know they time a little different over there. During a concert by the Dominican merengue singer Ruby Perez. According to the police, the roof collapsed within seconds. Police said that's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. Now you mean to tell me all this time you got these motherfuckers over here doing these shows and y'all ain't know about this damn roof being unstable? Come on, man. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then these places be so damn small too, y'all. They be so small, man. Like you can't even really move around in these motherfuckers for real. I don't even see how people. I don't see shit. I don't even like going to clubs here in the city. I just can't. Anyway, we deeply regret the tragedy that occurred at the Jet Set nightclub, Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic President Luis Abinader said. Yeah, Abinader said in a post on social media. We have been following the incident minute by minute since it occurred. Our relief agencies have provided the necessary assistance and are working tirelessly in the rescue efforts. Our prayers are with the affected family. So condolences to those people, man. So more It said at least 59 people killed in the catastrophic fire at illegal night. Oh, dog, this is something else. I'm sorry. So damn, so that's another something. That's something else. Jeez, this was a fire at a nightclub in North Macedonia, somewhere else where y'all shouldn't be at. You know what I'm saying? But the deceased included former Major League ball player Octavio Dodo, 51. I never heard of him. According to the Dominican Republic's Minister of Interior and Police, Farid Raful, Dotel was pulled from the rubble by rescue crews, but died in the ambulance en route to the hospital, according to Colonel Rodolfo Rojo Gomez. Rijo Gomez, again, Colonel Randolfo Rijo Gomez. In general, you know what I'm saying? See, and Gomez is head of the country's 911 emergency services. You feel me? Generals, colonels, military, ahead of these. Yeah, okay. All right. So the Dominican pitcher played for 13 MLB teams. I never heard of them, including the Mets, which held a moment of silence for Dodo before the game on Tuesday. Wow, it sounds familiar, but I ain't really heard of. Okay, I do know who he is. Now that I'm seeing the picture, I do know who he is. Okay. So we mourn the passing of Octavio Dotel. Um, I said Dotel. The Met said in a social media post, our thoughts are with everyone affected by the tragedy in the Dominican Republic. Dodo was part of a combined no-hitter against the Yankees in June of 2003, a team he played for 3 years later. That's dope. That's dope. You know what I'm saying? Another former MLB player, 44-year-old Tony Blanco, was also killed in the roof collapse. According to the Dominican Republic Ministry of Sports Recreation, the Dominican baseball player played for the Washington Nationals as well as professionally in Japan and the Dominican Republic. His legacy lives on in the history of national baseball. The ministry said in a statement on social media, we shared the grief with their families, friends, and colleagues, and we offer our prayers for their eternal rest. So, also, man, I just want to send condolences and prayers to the family of Octavio Dodo and Tony Blanco, the Major League Baseball player. So, most definitely, man, send prayers to their family. That's crazy, man. Monte Cristi Governor Nelson Milagros Cruz Martinez was also among those killed, according to National Police and Abernather's office. She was the sister of former MLB star Nelson Cruz. Wow. Who shared a statement from Cruz Martinez family on social media that said her legacy of service and love for others will forever in our hearts. Well, I'm sorry, for others will live forever in our hearts. Major League Baseball is deeply saddened by the passing of Octavio Dodo, Tony Blanco, Nelson Cruz, and the victims of last night's tragedy in Santo Domingo. Man, that's crazy, man. Yeah, but again, man, that's crazy. That ain't toxic. That's like, God damn. Yeah, man. But you know, partying in them small ass places, man. Mm-mm. All them partying in them small ass spaces, man. That's crazy. Mm, mm, mm. Well, y'all, that's the day of life, man. Where my ladies at? Where my ladies at? Where my ladies at, man? Come in the building, man. Talk y'all shit, man. Let us know. Let us know. Tell us, man. You ain't got no damn low standards. Y'all standards is high. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all. Well, we can't get excuse me. Can't get no more toxic than our boy, man. With this bullshit. Tariffs on China is set to rise to at least 104% on Wednesday, White House says. What the fuck, man? Why? Why? In a minute, in a minute, I don't listen. In a minute, man. I don't think we're gonna be. Listen, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I would like to think that Trump got a plan and that he's on to something and that he got it figured out. But honestly, I don't know. I think see he got me stuttering over here. I don't know. I don't know. He say them ladies is out on the street. And I don't know, man. See, some of them could be now the ladies, they could be, some of them could be cooking dinner or putting the kids to bed or reading to their kids, Brother DC. Some of these ladies could be doing the actual right thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know. Ladies might be, the ladies might not want to have this discussion with us, man. Brother Mike Tyler, what's going on, brother? What's going on? Hey, brother Mike, you know, you always more than welcome to add your 2 cents in the chat, man. Why do you why do you think women have low standards nowadays? You know what I'm saying? He said they probably are. He said they didn't have a baby. He said, see, that's why they not in these streets, man, because they had no babysitter. So they like, damn, I gotta be in the crib. Yeah. Yeah. But back to my boy Trump, man. So tariffs on China is set to rise to at least 104% Wednesday, man. I hope Trump got a plan. I hope he can make some shit happen. I hope he can make some shit happen, man. So President Donald Trump is set to impose an outstanding 104% in levies across all Chinese imports on Wednesday. Chinese House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced on Tuesday. This comes on the top of Chinese tariffs that were prior to Trump's second term. This shit is crazy. We not gonna have nothing. We not gonna have an ally. We not gonna have nothing. The Department of Justice, Congress, and the House of Representatives, you guys need to hurry up and do something and fix this damn problem. Them electives that help elect, y'all need to hurry up and fix this damn problem. Because you're gonna listen, because you want to create things internally, which I have I don't disagree with. But if you don't have the resources to internally make these fucking things and create these things so that these tariffs that we raise on these countries and that we raising on our allies wouldn't matter to us, I wouldn't mind. But again, we don't live and we don't survive without fucking outsourcing, without bartering, without some type of trade system. Period. Even if we do get most of the things that we got from here, we still don't survive without a trade system. Or do we? Fucking with Trump, we gonna find out. China was already set to see tariffs increase by 34% on Wednesday as part of Trump's reciprocal tariff package, but the president tacked on another 50 after Beijing didn't back off on its promise to impose 34% retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. goods by noon Tuesday, adding an 84. Oh my goodness, adding an additional 84% in duties. So earlier Tuesday, China Commerce Ministry said it firmly opposes the additional 50% tariffs on Chinese imports, calling it a mistake upon a mistake. The ministry vowed to escalate its retaliation on U.S. exports. U.S. stocks, which soared Tuesday morning, began moving lower following Leavitt's comment. Markets ultimately ended the day marketed lower. The Dow fell 320 points or 0.84%. The broader SP 500 fell 1.57%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ composite slid 2.115%. I mean, 2.15%. I'm sorry, I said 15. Countries like China, who have chosen to retaliate and tried to double down on their mistreatment of American workers, are making a mistake, Leavitt told reporters on Tuesday. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he won't break. But let me read this again, though. The Dow fell 320 points, or 0.84%. The broader SP 500 fell 1.57%, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite slid to 2.15%. You know, so for you guys that's into your stocks and your bonds and these numbers, so you know, and remember they said it had reached a peak or it had spiked higher than it ever had spiked when they voted him in and when he created that Bitcoin. Talking about Trump. hmm hmm And then his wife, she come back and created Bitcoin, and they damn near knocked out and null and voided Trump's Bitcoin. It's a fucking game, man. Listen, and I know a lot of people don't want to play that stock game. Play that stock game. Invest your money in small increments. Don't put all your money into one thing. Take $10 here, $30 there, $20 here, $50 there. You know what I'm saying? And spread it out. You know? Watch it. Sit at home, man. You know, just like how you like to sit at home and smoke and play the gong. Play the gong. Play the game. Sit at home and smoke and turn on your damn laptops and get on your screen and watch your markets and watch the fluctuation. Watch the number change. Watch what's moving from here to there. You know what I'm saying? And if you study in this chart, but just like with anything, man, you do it enough, you study the chart, you can find certain patterns and algorithms, even if you don't have a professional trained eye or mind for this thing. But if you self taught along the way, you're gonna see patterns, man. You follow patterns. I mean, even the fucking computer's logic is a creation. Even the computer's logic of programming and binary is still a creature of habit. Even AI, you know what I'm saying, as unsentient as they might say they not, when I believe they are sentient. Well, I see why they say not sentient. But even AI, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And don't get me, yeah, we know China ain't gonna, we know Trump ain't gonna break. We know he got a spine of steel. But at what cost, man? Do you really want the American people to suffer because you want to be a jerk, because you want to be a dickhead? Yeah. Yeah, you really want the American people? Come on, man. A fucking 100% tech. Come on, man. You gotta be fucking for real. Everything you get, everything we got is made in fucking China. The sign that say the shit made in China is made in China. I guarantee you can pick up anything in your surroundings that within your arm's length and reach. I guarantee you it was probably made in China. And if you want to be this leader of the free world, take your ass over there to China and tell China, listen, I'm gonna knock off these tariffs. Or you figure out a way for us to survive so that we ain't gotta fuck with China. But now you fucking up our trade routes because other people that we trade with don't even want to fuck with us. And now, don't even want to mess with us. And now they're gonna mess with these other countries that we're outsourcing to for other resources or for the resources that we once had. So now about time we come back and try to get what we gonna need, it ain't there no more. Just like we buy a lot of oil from Canada. And they was talking about cutting our lights off. You know what I'm saying? We have no jurisdictions or no provinces inside of Canada, to be for real with you. So they could do whatever the hell they want. A lot of people know that. Brownsburg, what's going on? What's going on? A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that, man. Big ups to my boy L Boogie. A lot of people don't know that, man. So yeah, man. So but he might get it together. So the Chinese want to make a deal. They just don't know how to do it, she added. She just declined to share what, if any, terms Trump would consider to lower tariffs on China. Asian markets largely track Wall Street losses, with Japan's what is that, Nikkei or Nikkei 225 opening at 3% lower on Wednesday. Hong Kong's Hang Seng also fell 3%. South Korea Kopsai, an Australian benchmark ASX 200 index, were each down about 1%. In February, Trump had initially imposed a 10% tariff on all Chinese goods, with no exceptions. Trying into the country's alleged role in aiding illegal immigration and getting fentanyl into the U.S. last month, he doubled those rates. China was America's second largest source of imports last year, shipping a total of $439 billion worth of goods into the U.S., while the United States exported $144 billion worth of goods to China. The mutual tariffs threatened to hurt domestic industries and poise results in layoffs. So yeah, because if yeah, like now we gonna have to fire motherfuckers. We putting them tariffs. We ain't got no money to. Come on, Trump. And then listen, don't get me wrong. 439 billion. That's what they get, but we only 144. That's less than a third, or almost a third of what what I'm saying. The business we did with them. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? The second largest source of imported goods, meaning that we got our shit from them. Again, an arm's length. Like I said, reach out, pick up something, and see where the hell it's made at. Now, if you can get these factories over here, like you say you go, which you ain't, which you can't, which I don't think is going to happen, because now you got to get all these American companies. See, and that's what I think gonna happen. A lot of these companies gonna have to fucking fold or go under before they realize this Trump is a dingbat. You feel me? Because honestly, like if I can't get what I need to get to keep my company going and off the ground, then I'm not finna continue to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause it ain't enough tax cuts in the world to stop my money from flowing. And that's the thing with Trump. You feel me? Like, see, and the common folk, we the common folk. We the common folk. You know, we the common folk. But when these motherfuckers with these businesses, with these big businesses, start waking up and realizing, oh well, shit, man, we need this outsourcing because again, like I stated, bro, we ain't surviving without outsourcing. I don't give a hell if you can make 85. I ain't gonna even say 85. If we can make 70% of the shit that we get imported here, who we finna pay to do it? See, that's the thing. Because with all that bringing factories and shit back and bringing jobs back, because if you do that, and if you are able to create these jobs in these factories over here, people gonna want money now. Then you gave us this fake shit about cutting costs and trying to save some money to cut down on the deficit. When the whole time, in actuality, but I ain't gonna say behind our back, some of these motherfuckers got low severance packages. You know what I'm saying? Well, and again, some of them got, and then a lot of them, you know what I'm saying? Y'all was still paying them, so you really didn't cut them because now the Department of Justice saying you got to hire a certain amount back. Like, what did you fucking cut? You didn't cut nothing. You didn't do shit. And then you get Elon stepping down, and then when Elon stepped down, he goes to say, well, I don't think Trump should have did this, that, and the third. I don't think Trump should impose these tariffs, especially not with our allies. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. And then, listen, y'all, all you fucking did with Trump, Elon, you just came in there, man, and stole some goddamn Social Security money, and you got your ass up out of there. You cut a little shit and stole some Social Security money and got your ass up out of there, went back to your companies, man, and took that little Social Security money, you know what I'm saying, and you're going to put that shit back into the companies because you lost some money in them companies, man, while your ass was over here trying to play politician. You know what I'm saying? You thought you was gonna gain some shit trying to pay politicians or trying to back Trump. You thought you was gaining. Don't get me wrong, you probably got a little bit more popularity, got your face out here a little bit more than what you usually probably would. But at what cost? That's why he got the fuck on about it. See, and that's what I'm saying. See, now that he ain't up under Trump, and I don't know, this still could be a plot or a ploy. We not sure. We got to keep watching and stay in tune. But again, like I say, when a lot of these businesses can't get the things that they need, and they can't get this shit imported to them here, it's gonna hit the fan. Gonna hit the fan, bro. And all them so-called the powers that be or these rich motherfuckers. Listen, this shit is affecting all listen, man. That's why I say it's 4 years, man. Just have a plan. A lot of this shit the Department of Justice ain't gonna let him do, and a lot of this shit, a lot of people that were supporting him and make real money ain't gonna let him do. They ain't gonna let him do. These rich motherfuckers don't want to have to pay us to do this shit that they could pay a motherfucker $4 to do. Excuse my French. I mean English, y'all. I ain't mean to go off like that. You know what I'm saying? He just not. I wouldn't. Hey, how you run no motherfucking business in no establishment? Now, I'm not saying don't create no jobs for our people here. You know what I'm saying? But again, you ain't surviving as a government. You ain't surviving as an entity, as a country without doing some type of bartering or trade system. I do believe that. I do believe that. I ain't saying you can't in-house everything or have everything here, but because that's why. And listen, because you know what? Even if you ain't getting monetary about it, or bartering or the trading systems, but that's why we with those we build connections. So now we can put our military bases on their land. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta fake act like we bartering and fake act like we trading and fake act like we fuck with these people because you know what I'm saying? We still got a prominent military and we might want to see what these motherfuckers doing. They might look sneaky. You know what I'm saying? They might be beady eyed or whatever. However people think about this process when they doing the thing that they doing out here in the world of politics. You know what I'm saying? So man, Trump, you gotta get it together, man. What's going on tonight, brother Fox? How you feel, brother? I was ranting a little bit. Hello?
I'm okay. How you doing?
I can't hear you, Doc. Why I can't hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Hold on. I think I got my volume down. There you go.
I got my mic off. Can you hear me?
Nah, yeah, I have my volume down. There you go.
How you doing,
Yeah.
man?
Man, I'm doing good, man. Doing good, man. Trying to get it in, man. Thought I was gonna have some ladies in the building, man. You know, I had my topic of the day: do women have low standards, or why do women have low standards today? But I couldn't get a woman to come in and discuss nothing with me. So I just moved on to some more toxic activity. As far as these damn 104% tariffs that Trump want to put on China. And again, it's just not China. They just saying China because China is the motherfucker that I'm sorry, excuse me. China is one of the people that we deal with when we doing this trading thing. But again, man, it's other places, man, like even England. You know what I'm saying? I read an article past last week, man, when England is like shit, they not looking forward to what Trump got going on. How you taxing your allies, brother? How you taxing the people if it's time to go to war? These people say we're gonna jump in front and die with you. Yeah, America. How are you taxing these motherfuckers? How did you put tariffs on them? Come on, man. Come on. And what the hell do we get from England besides tea and shit? Do we really get this shit from over there? So why are you really taxing them? That's probably one of the places that we do the least amount of businesses with your ally and you taxing them. You putting the tariff on them. And then I'm so tired of this damn fentanyl shit, bro. Like, come on, man. Stop it with the Mexico and Canada and the
Yeah, I think
fentanyl.
everybody's fentanyl about now, though, right?
Yeah, but bro, the motherfuckers is making that shit here. That's what I'm saying. He's saying he imposing tariffs because they not doing a better job of stopping the fentanyl from coming through. Come on, man. You take that up with your military. You take that up with your border patrol. You take that up with your in-house administration who put certain laws and things in place. You know what I'm saying? Who letting this shit come past. You take this up with the Americans, you know what I'm saying, who think they can make a few bucks by letting some of that shit fly through the city. And you take that up with some of these politicians that you sit in this room with who getting millions and millions and millions of dollars by messing with the cartels who sending this shit across the border if you really don't want such a fentanyl problem here. It's big money, man. That's big business. They come on, man. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's a good thing. That's just like with these pharmaceutical companies, man. We try to go to back or go to war for these pharmaceutical companies, but then you get brothers come on and tell y'all to eat right, live right, do this, do that, and the third, and maybe you won't need that shit. You still don't do it. You know what I'm saying? And you still run to the pharmaceutical company, and they still give you and put inside you and you take because you think you need and all this other, and we don't take the time out to realize, okay, it's gonna clear this one thing, but why they talking so goddamn fast? Slow down. What you say? Vomiting, headache, blindness, erectile dysfunction, bad back. My knee, I gotta get my knees cut off. Damn, just to cure my high blood pressure. Like what the fuck? But you know, hey man, it's amazing what people with money, man, the games they play and the shit that they do. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Well, I hope Trump figure this shit out. And then also, even attached to that, bro, TikTok. Uh TikTok is about shit. And he extended it for a little bit now again, but shit, they ain't really decided on what to do with TikTok. So that's gonna be up out of here in a minute. You know what I'm saying? That's finna be up out of here in a minute. Joker in the building. He say not to mention civil rights reversal is big business and lawsuit. Circle ones could possibly say. Yeah, so the department, the civil rights department of justice, man, he stopped that shit. He stopped a lot of things. I've been hearing a lot of these Indians, man, because I'll be on their channels too, listening to them. I don't be on their panels, but I'll be listening to them. A lot of these so-called black folks that think they Indians, they in support of the brother redoing the curriculum inside of the African American History Museum that's in Washington D.C. and all these other museums. You know what I'm saying? That's got something to do with so-called DEI. But the Smithsonian's and them type of museums that they trying to put back on top, you know what I'm saying, that might give I don't want to say the wrong information or this, because man, listen, when when you create a narrative, man, you got to keep it going. But when you get some people that's finding some shit that could be different or opposition of a story that you was told, and all we want you to do is go do some research, go pick up a book, go learn some comprehension. You know what I'm saying? Go learn how to read, go learn how to do some research, some due diligence, and don't just stop at one book. Go get a second book, a third or fourth or fifth book, and don't just stick to the transatlantic slave trade. Go do some geology work, go do some archaeological work. You know what I'm saying? Go get some books and some findings on people who wrote things and excerpts on a lot of these things. Like read medical journals. It's a lot of things that people can do that you don't have to formally go to school for to educate yourself on. You know what I'm saying? And we just don't do that. But yeah, Joker, it's a lot of other things too as well, like you said with the civil rights, man, that they didn't stop. But that ain't really. But that's about personal uh value. You know what I'm saying? That's about personal physical value. And I don't like the civil rights. I hate civil rights. I never really was into a civil rights. I'm not a civil rights person. Um, because why the fuck are we fighting for civil rights? I think that was a joke. I think that was a hoax. I think that was some shit that should have never been created. You know what I'm saying? And why did we have to fall up under that genre and follow suit and follow that just like we attach ourselves to this DEI movement? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, man, and listen, I'm not saying that it don't affect us, you know what I'm saying, especially my colored people, you know what I'm saying, that it don't affect us, but it don't affect us in a major way. And we really need to wake up and understand. And if we really gave a fuck, guess what, bro? I was talking to a good friend of mine. If we really gave a fuck, we ain't doing nothing political, ain't putting nobody in office, don't know nothing about nobody, ain't gave no money up towards a cause to put something to nobody. We can't even vote for our local damn alderman in the neighborhood to get right. And then when you do vote for him, he a crook, she a crook. Like what the fuck? It's all fucked up. It's all fucked up. But these the people we put in office, man. He say anti-trans and all that. Hey, Joker, man. Yeah, hey, we got to talk about that too, the anti-trans thing. He said he took down the Department of Education. Once with that, there's too much, too fast. We finna crash in this motherfucker. So he didn't take down the Department of Education. So what he's doing with the Department of Education, he hired Linda McMahon to manage. And you know, a lot of people will say, well, why did he hire Linda McMahon to manage the Department of Education? Well, you know, some people will say because she managed a lot of money, so it's all about management. It's not that she has to know anything about education; it's about managing of the department, and that's a department that's in this cabinet that needs management. And so since she managed money, she can manage that. Also, I attributed to I got on one panel when I said, well, look, you know what I'm saying? WWE, Linda McMahon, she's famous. WWE is all about the kids. Somebody, why would you say that? And wanted to be ignorant and stupid without opening up their minds, because you got to understand, when you think Vince McMahon, when you think Linda McMahon, if you're a wrestling fan, you think children. You don't think adults. And I know a lot of adults will tend to wrestling events. Don't get me wrong, I ain't crazy. I'm an adult and I still like wrestling, but it's catered towards the children. So Linda McMahon, WWE, children, Department of Education, who is primarily in fucking under the Department of Education, children, fucking kindergarten, preschools through high school. These are what we call children. You know what I'm saying? Those are the primary focus of the Department of Education with the curriculums that they put out and things that they want to teach society. Those things right there before we even get to college. For college, we're talking about pre-kindergarten, pre-K or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Middle school, which is probably potentially 5th and 6th grade, then the upper levels to the 8th grade, and high school, 9th through 12th. So like she's known for shit entertaining kids and managing a lot of money for a company that has something to do with entertaining kids. So why not hire her to be the head of the educational department? I mean, if that's how he was thinking about it, I'm not saying that's how he was thinking about it, but shit, why not? You know what I'm saying? So with the Department of Education, I think he has a plan. I think he's going to try to structure the way, but I just don't know how. But again, we talked about this on a previous episode about how we think it's going to be privatized, where schools are going to be privatized. We got an educator on the panel right now, and he gave his scholastic opinion, and he believes that's the move and that's where it's going to go. And then I've been hearing a lot of people saying they want to homeschool, and I have to inform our people, homeschooling is expensive. You just can't homeschool your kids and don't think that it's for free. But then I heard they're giving a $10,000 stipend or grant each year that you homeschool your child. Don't quote me on that. I'm not exactly sure. You'd have to look into those things. But homeschooling is expensive, and picking a curriculum, and you have to pay for that each semester as well. So again, privatization of schooling, it's what they're looking towards to do. Also, I spoke about the privatizations of these churches. Again, right now, church is open to the public. I'm telling y'all, if you ain't making 300 to 500,000 a year or more, they are going to stop the public from going into these churches. They're going to look at you like you fucking crazy. They're going to lock the doors. They're going to turn you around. They're going to call you a heathen. They're going to say blasphemy. And we trying to go up in these churches as regular people. I'm telling you, man, we got to get this shit together. But it never happened. And you know what? And we never get together. What never happens, or it's never an epiphany of unity until shit starts smacking us for real in the face, and we start getting hit upside the back of the head with bricks and shit. He on a personal vendetta for the white man legacy. He said, "Fuck is almost criminal." Oh man. Oh man. Oh shit! He say, "Tad, we ought to stop." Big ups to Joker, man. He say, "Our own political party for fuck's sake." I've been screaming that too, but again, it's about the commonality of a goal, man. I try to reach out to the people and tell them, let's find something that we got in common. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's hard. He said democracy has been tainted by the unholy dollar, which is designed to ultimately enslave and stupefy. You know what? That's true. Government as a whole, I think that's what it do. But you know what? Don't get me wrong, because there's sometimes where it's good spaces in the government, and I'm not saying that I'm against a government system or a certain system of politics that's in play, that we should have, and rules and regulations and things like that we should have to live by. I agree with some of the things that a government tries to provide, you know, but but again, I don't necessarily think that a government is going to always equally provide these things to everyone. And I don't think that's the purpose of a government, if that makes any sense. Because you got to think about this now. What if I was running a government? Do you think I would just really hand out money to everyone? No, I probably wouldn't. You know, I mean, I know it's not supposed to be personal or anything like that or emotional attachments to this shit, but it is. You know what I'm saying? They help their own. Yeah. But Joker, speaking of that trans thing, man, anti-trans and all that. So, we gonna have to have a discussion about that on the Toxic Tuesday, one of these days, Joker. We gonna really have to dibble and dabble into the trans thing and the gender thing. I love to have that discussion with you on the Toxic Tuesday, man, to turn up one time for the one time because it's good to have representatives and people out there defending you know what I'm saying, that they thing. But also with a little challenge and a little pushback, you know what I'm saying? Don't think you ain't gonna get no little challenge and no little pushback. We gonna give you a little challenge and pushback. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully though. And again, it's all about understanding and it's all a discourse about, you know what I'm saying, understanding each other, because listen, hey, I can't preach this enough. Love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. So, you know what I'm saying? We all about those 5 key components of life. So who, no matter what, or color, weight size, fucking eyeball on the top of your head, on the bottom of your toe, or whatever you are. You know what I'm saying? We all for you here. You know what I'm saying? If you come over here, you family, and we do everything to support. But again, ain't nothing wrong with a little pushback. Family get into it too. We have talks. Family have talks. So Joker, yeah, we want to get over here and test them waters, Joker. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he say government governs and sets standards, but somehow we confuse it to instead take care of us. See, and that's the thing. And that's the thing. He say, I'm down for a panel, just say when. Okay, all right, Joker. He say, facts, it look like I'm the one to be the face moving forward, huh? Hey, well, if you got some friends and you want to bring them over next Tuesday, man, we can do it next Tuesday on the Toxic Tuesday, man. If you got some homies, man, that you know that's willing to come up and talk and you know what I'm saying, get into it and be willing to answer some questions without taking things too personal to just get understanding, man. Shit, we can get it. Most definitely we can get it. But so and that's what I was speaking to earlier about when you made this comment, government governs and sets standards, but somehow we confuse it to take care of us. So now the way Trump has got the government set up, I think it's going to be a state to state thing. You know what I'm saying? So each state is going to operate how it's going to operate. So if it goes to that, if that happens, now then what are we going to do? Because even within the side of that, if we're going to remove the federal government and they're going to give it to the state, we have nothing. And when I say we have nothing together. You know what I'm saying? These movements like the LGBTQ plus QUIA or whatever the hell, how you say it, LGBTQ UIA plus. You know what I'm saying? That community, they got it. And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there's no dysfunction with inside of that, but they got that shit going. These Jewish communities, these Polish communities. You know what I'm saying? These Chinatowns that come into every city. And I ain't knocking them, and I ain't mad at them. Yeah, the alphabet people. I usually call them the community, man, because I always get confused when I try to do that, and I don't want to be disrespectful by missing a letter or misquote. You know what I'm saying? It's just that I don't usually frequently say that, so that's it. You know what I'm saying? So I try to not be disrespectful. So I usually say the community, but yeah, the alphabet people, man. You was crazy, man. You was crazy. But yeah, but by us not having nothing to being able to do nothing to take care of ourselves, we're gonna rely on the state. So when they cut back these food stamps, because they already cutting back how much they're giving people already. So when they cut these things back and they cut out state funded things like unemployment and things of that nature, what the fuck are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? And then again, with all these job cuts that they get, they doing all these job cuts. So you mean to tell me you finna send a whole group of unemployed motherfuckers back into the society? You know what I'm saying? Now the economy really ain't finna thrive. And I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. And then we going to look for these jobs, but ain't no jobs that, like you say, you was bringing these factories and these development places back over here in America. You ain't brought them here yet, but you putting all these people out of work. Hmm. Jay say, "Oh, my state is autonomy is what you mean." You putting all these people out of work, and you expect us to thrive as an economy, and you ain't got shit over here for these people to go to work or to do or nothing like that. That's crazy, man. You gotta be kidding me. Gotta be kidding me. What it say? Supreme Court allows Trump to terminate 16,000 probationary federal workers. Okay, so the Supreme Court. And then I've been hearing a lot about this too, man. Trump got a lot of homies in the Supreme Court. So since he got a lot of homies in over there at the Supreme Court, a lot of people been saying, well, the DOJ they overturning some things, but a lot of shit that they ain't messing with. Just like they put a pause, because they said old girl wasn't supposed to. She ain't had no business on telling Trump that he was supposed to bring old boy back by April 7th to midnight when they was telling her, well, look, shit, we can't get him back for over there. Like shit, yeah, of course you can't. You send him to El Salvador prison and want to go get him back. Y'all gonna have to go to war. They not letting us just walk in there and tell us to give us this guy back. Gotta go to war. But yeah, but Trump steady gonna put this country into a crisis, man. This what he doing now. I ain't gonna say it's a revenge for the white man legacy. But it's a revenge for him. Honestly, just looking at the shit that how it's playing out or what's going on, I can honestly say, without any resolution that if I had to say or state something, I could say it looks like a revenge tour for him. I wouldn't necessarily put it to a color or put it because he's a white guy, and you know what I'm saying, or because he's a rich white guy. You know what I'm saying? Which we do know have a little something to do with it. But it's a revenge tour against him because, no one like us, we didn't put him in there. We can't really, our votes really don't fucking matter. Because we don't have nothing behind it to back it. So when we vote, it's just a vote, like for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly. Yeah, I'm not telling people don't vote, but we have to have some backing our vote. Got to have some type of unity and power behind us in order for our vote to matter, and in order for us to sway the scales. You know what I'm saying? And it's all and what's crazy is I don't know if you melanated brothers and sisters know. They depend and rely on our votes. Why you think it's such a pushback on trying to get the black vote? You don't hear nothing about the Mexican vote, the Polish vote, the Jewish vote, the Chinese vote, the Asian vote, the Indian vote. No. What push determines and sways these elections, and that also could be some type of fucking media push propaganda. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that sways these elections is the black vote. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say is put things over the top. But a fucking joke, yeah. So Supreme Court on Tuesday said that the Trump administration can move forward with the termination of 16,000 probationary federal workers across 6 agencies and departments, rescinding the lower court order that they be reinstated as litigation challenges. Challenging the layoff continues. Get the fuck out. This got to be great. He said, if you got room one, yeah, man, you can come up here, Joker. You can come up here, Joker. You can come up here, man. You ain't gotta be in there. You can come up here, man. You can come up here. You know what I'm saying? If you got room for my love to talk like this, if you got my link, email. Okay. Oh, yeah. I got you. I'm almost definitely gonna write that email down. So yeah. So in a brief unassigned order, the court said that 9 labor unions and nonprofit groups that had challenged the firings lacked standing in the matter. The group's allegations of harm are presently insufficient to support the organization's standings, the order read. Justice Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson indicated that they would have denied Trump's request. A federal judge last month ordered the administration to reinstate the affected employees at the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Department of Agriculture, Department of Defense, and the Department of Energy, the Department of Interior, and the Department of Treasury. The Trump administration appealed to these Supreme Courts for an emergency stay of the judge's order, arguing that the plaintiffs lacked standings and had hijacked the employment relationship between the federal government and its workforce. The unions had asked the Supreme Court to preserve the district court judge order that those workers be reinstated because of the imminent harm that will come from termination. Again, you put all these motherfuckers back into society without no jobs, and you say you trying to bring jobs back here, and you ain't got nothing. Like so, so what we gonna do with these displaced 16,000 people? So, because probationary employees include not only those new to the government, but also those recently promoted, agencies lost experienced individuals and directors of programs and were left with arbitrary and unexpected gaps in critical functions. They wrote in their brief. The reverberation throughout the agencies and impacts on services were dramatic and immediate. On Tuesday, the coalition of unions called the Supreme Court order deeply disappointing, but vowed to continue fighting the terminations. Despite this setback, our coalition remains unwavering in the fight for these workers who were wronged by the administration and protecting the freedoms of the American people. This battle is far from over, the coalition said in a statement. Again, I believe they're giving these people severance packages, and I heard they still paying these people. So I don't know how true this is, but I heard these people are still getting checks. And I talked to someone today who said, they personally know some government workers, and what's going on with them is they giving them the small BS severance packages, and paying them out, which is gonna be gone in about 6 months with the number that I heard that they giving the amount of money that they giving out, if it lasts that long. You know what I'm saying? So again, Brother Fox, so they were going to stop this probationary thing, but now it looks like the DOJ ain't doing nothing about it. So how do you think the economy is going to fare, man, when they put these 16,000 unemployed people back into society? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. We talked about this in a previous podcast. You remember or no?
Yeah. But it's still coming back up because they were supposed to stop it, and then they were supposed to let them come back. Now they saying they can't stop it, and it has to go through. So, I mean, do you think this effect is going to be dangerous to society, or as far as economic wise?
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, we talked about it already. I said already the jobs that you thought you can win with your mouthpiece, no more. Computers run those. Use Chat GPT like me. Your mouthpiece don't work, right? Now it's
Yeah, but I don't think this is a case about jobs, because see, these is federal jobs. So,
artificial intelligence, brother.
uh,
Yeah, your mouthpiece don't work. You can't finesse it no more. You better show.
yeah.
Students get the same issue. They can't give me Dewey Decimal system type answers. They can talk real good. I blame their parents. Your mouthpiece don't work no more, huh? I warned you 10 years ago. Your mouthpiece not gonna work. You can't finesse it no more.
I guess. So Elon Musk's brother Kimball Musk says the Trump tariffs are a permanent tax on the American consumer, and this is the last one. So Kimber Musk, Elon Elon Musk's brother said the President Donald Trump's tariffs are tax on the consumer. Trump is the most high taxed American president in generations. Kimball wrote on X. Both Musk brothers are critical of the Trump administration tariff policies. Again, y'all, Elon, like an article I read yesterday, he's against a lot of these tariffs. So Kimber Musk has echoed, in his high-profile brother Elon Musk is criticizing President Donald Trump slate of reciprocal tariffs. Who would have thought that Trump was actually the most high-taxed American president in generation? Kimball Musk, I'm sorry, says an investor and food industry entrepreneur wrote in a post on X Monday. He said through his tariff strategy, Trump has implemented a structural permanent tax on Americans' consumer. Kimball Musk added, even if he successfully is bringing jobs on the shore through the tariff tax, like I said, if he could bring these jobs here, which he still ain't did yet. But even if he's successful in bringing these jobs on the shore, the tariff tax price will remain high, and the tax on consumption will remain the form of higher price because we are simply not as good as making all things. He added, and that's true. Again, that's why I say, along with the putting our military on certain places, it's certain things that we have to trade and barter, man. Like certain things we just don't do, and we just don't I don't think we can survive without outsourcing. Honestly, no one can. So on Wednesday, well, I'm not. Well, unless you want to be primitive and don't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to say primitive unless we want to live like the days of old and don't have nothing. I'll put it like that because a lot of primitive civilizations, the civilizations that we call primitive, they don't catch diseases, they don't want for nothing, they ain't hungry. You know what I'm saying? They don't need the TV to survive. They don't have phones. They communicate. They interact with each other. You know what I'm saying? They don't need the daily things and technologies that we need to survive on a day-to-day basis. They still hunt for their food. They still climb trees and pick their fruit and their berries and things like that. And they still use the nature and things around them to heal each other, to heal themselves. You know what I'm saying? Versus what we need to do, like we talked about earlier with pharmaceutical companies or with whatever. You know what I'm saying? So on Wednesday, Trump announced tariffs on 185 countries. What the fuck? So on Wednesday, Trump announced tariffs on 185 countries. The tariffs, which starts a baseline rate of 10%, will affect both the U.S., allies, and rivals, which, of course, I've been talking about all day. The European Union was hit with a 20% tariff, while China was slapped with a 34% tariff. And that's on top of the 20% tariff Trump imposed on China last month, which was 54%. But now again, okay, let me just finish reading. On China last month, meaning China is now facing a 54% tariff. Trump's tariffs, which are set to take effect on April the 9th, that's tomorrow, guys. Ain't that tomorrow? Yeah, that's tomorrow. Have spooked investors. The SP 500, is down nearly 14%.
Real fast,
14% year to date, and the Nasdaq Composite is down 19% year to date. I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to you have to take medicine to fix something. Trump said on his tariffs on Sunday. This ain't medicine. You ain't got to take because again, you have to again, you have to have solutions to a lot of these, especially with these tariffs. Because these tariffs
he's in power right now. He's been calling for that since last presidency.
You say he been calling who?
He's been calling this order since his last presidency.
Yeah, but it didn't take effect on the last presidency.
Yeah, now he's
yeah.
fresh for in. So
yeah. So, but again, that don't mean this shit is working. So I don't think it's working. So we just got. So again, like you say, he fresh for in. So he already these tariffs are supposed to take effect tomorrow. So we're gonna see how this shit work. You know what I'm saying? Especially with eggs being $13, like people say, and the gas prices are steady rising and groceries are steady rising. It's gonna come to a point where people, and then it ain't like it's jobs in the economy because you ain't brought that shit back yet, and then you raising tariffs and taxes. It's gonna be a struggle, man. It's gonna be a struggle for a little minute, man. We just gotta weather the storm, man, and figure out a way. Let me finish reading this article, brother. So I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. Trump said on his tariffs on Sunday. Trump's tariffs have drawn criticism from many top markets and economic commentors. Um, Never before has an hour of presidential rhetoric cost so many people so much. Larry Summers, a former Treasury Secretary, wrote on X. The best estimate of loss from tariff policy is now closer to 30 trillion, and that's on top of the deficit that we already got. So we got a deficit, and we finna add to this deficit by these taxing on these because ain't nobody gonna import or export. Now ain't nobody gonna do no business with us in a minute. So all these only thing that these tariffs are going to impose is that people are not going to do anything. They're not gonna want to give. They're not gonna want to nothing, because then you got to think about it. Because if he taxing them 54%, guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna tax us 54%, and then it's gonna come to a point where you're gonna be like, as the leader of the free world, which Donald Trump is, but we not paying your woo up the bam. And China just gonna say, well, okay, well, guess what? We not paying your woo up the bam, and all these other countries, they gonna go back and forth trading and doing what we should be doing, and gaining all the information and money and all, and we gonna be shitting now. What we gonna be doing? We gonna be just like Russia and Ukraine. Now the United States, we gonna want to go to war. You know what I'm saying? And I can see that's happening. That's what's gonna happen. These tariffs might impose a war. That's what might happen. These tariffs might impose a war, because these other countries, and they're not gonna want to pay these tariffs, so they just gonna stop doing business with you completely. You know what I'm saying? Including our allies.
But bro, I should not cut you off, but I told you it's a great reset.
Brother, every president do a great reset, brother. You keep saying that everybody does a great reset, brother. So
I keep
this
saying it because I want us to remember you don't like them, but
the shit, but motherfuckers voted for him, shit, and that's with anybody. But again, and again, like I say,
right.
yeah, but I ain't knocking him, because guess what? It could have been anybody that's in there. We not gonna like, and I ain't knocking him for doing what he doing, because he doing what he doing, I guess, for whatever reason. But again, it could have been anybody in there doing some shit, and that's it. It didn't necessarily have to be imposing tariffs or anything like that. It could be any type of thing that a person would do with the government. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I know what you're saying, but this is a hell of a time.
ain't it though? I said, ain't it though?
I mean, you like, yeah, life is life, and but 4 years it is, yeah.
Yeah. So if you had any hopes that Trump would step back from the brink of this announcement between the very high tariff rates and the complete falsehoods about what other countries should do, should kill them, wrote the Nobel Memorial Prize winning economics Paul Krugman. So even top economic people ain't even agreeing. And I ain't talking about Kimball Musk. I'm talking about the other people's who statements that I read. But yeah, so Trump, man, I don't know. Again, I'm pretty sure he got a plan. I'm pretty sure he got something that he's focusing on, that he gonna bring to the people, man. I hope, because and then and I don't think they think about this. I think they think because they have this money and they might not be privy, or they might not be around us. Let me tell you, man, the people are resourceful. So for Trump and all these motherfuckers out here that got money, that's thinking y'all finna be in these underground bunkers, or thinking y'all finna be so far away from the people, and the people can't touch you and put their hands on you. Hey, if this shit flip and it go wrong and it go left, the people will find you. And when this motherfucker go into an uproar, it's gonna go up. You know what I'm saying? And then to the point where it ain't gonna be no government. You know, and you motherfuckers that got this money, y'all hiding, and y'all ain't coming out, because if y'all come out, y'all know they gonna get you. The people gonna get you. So we gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. But anyway, man, we didn't reach our time, man. We didn't have a great discussion of the night. I wanted the ladies to come in and talk about this low standard thing, but they seem to not want to come in tonight, man. But anyway, great discussion, man. Powerful bill. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Hey, don't forget to tune in every Monday through Thursday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central, man. We will be on tomorrow, man, for Wild Ass Wednesday, so make sure y'all tuning in. Of course, we have the Bearded Studios every Friday, 9 p.m. Central to 12, and every Saturday, 11 p.m. to 5 in the morning, man, where we play good music. So make sure y'all tuning in for that. Make sure y'all liking, commenting, subscribing, and making sure y'all hitting that like button. Y'all do me a favor real quick.
Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Like he said, man, before we get up out of here, man, we got we got Brother Fox on the panel, man. Brother Fox, go ahead and close us out, man, so we can get up out of here.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. We can hear you, bro.
Okay, I had to check because I'm doing. Bro, keep doing what you're doing. I got your letter almost done. I'm gonna send you a copy of it, and keep doing what you're doing, man. I like what you're doing. I'm about charity. I'm a Freemason, and you are too. You want to? I mean, Yeah, right. Okay, I see you on the camera. I mean, keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm gonna support you no matter what until you come to my beer service. Take care. Then
Thank you, brother. Y'all, I don't know what a Freemason is, y'all. So that brother said he's a Freemason, but I do know I have heard of those brothers, and those brothers are some good brothers, and I appreciate those brothers for the things that they do in the community. Some of those brothers are great brothers. You know what I'm saying? The brother on the panel is also a great brother, but I don't know what that is, y'all. I listen, listen. I don't want you to listen. I'm like Arnold. What you talking about, Willis? Hey man, but man, big ups to Master Teacher for hitting the panel tonight, man. Joker, we finna get ready to get on up out of here, man. But I hopefully you tune in tomorrow, man. Hey, brother DC say, wow, yeah, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about a free. Oh, we got Joker. He did that. Joker didn't hit the panel as I was getting up out of here. But you know what? We gonna bring brother Joker on, man. Go ahead, man. Talk. Peace.
Yo, you was just getting ready to bounce off. My bad.
Yeah, yeah, but you didn't popped on that, man. But talk your piece, man. What was that you was talking in the chat about the government? Fight,
I don't know.
fight,
You were
fight.
listen. You were opposing all kinds of shit. Like I didn't even know you had talks like this. To be honest, man. I'm just like getting onto your stuff just recently. So like, pardon me. But
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, so
it's all
you
good.
know why? Because you came in on the music side. So
Yeah.
yeah, so every Friday, again for the people that's new and don't know, every Friday that's where I try to find an independent artist. Brother, I'm sorry, Madam Joker, and
You're good.
yeah, 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 yeah. You know, I try to find independent artists and highlight them and promote their music. And on Saturdays, you know, we usually play everybody that I done interviewed. I generally try to play their music and I try to encourage and invite others to come on and get their music played. But every Monday through Thursday, bro. I mean, ma'am, every Monday
Yeah,
through
you're good.
Thursday,
Hey,
man.
listen. Don't worry about calling me, bro. We bro down. It's all good. It's legit. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
man. It's
fine.
just, you know, yeah,
I
yeah,
get you,
yeah.
man. Look, you
Yeah.
smoke a little fucking pot once in your life, and now everybody's man and bro and shit. I'm telling you, that's just how it is. What do you
Oh,
say?
see, but
Let's go into overtime, man. I can sit in this hot seat. And we can talk this shit for about like, you know what I mean? Depends on what you
yeah,
want to do.
yeah, we can do that, man. Let's kick it into overtime, man. Joker that came up on the channel, man. Let's go,
Best
let's get
believe
it.
it.
But yeah, man. But yeah, we do have these discussions, man. So every Monday through Thursday, bro. Like I was saying, man. You know, these are some of
Mm-hmm.
the things we talk about: politics, religion, whatever the case may be. So man, like I try to get in tune in depth and give a real perspective or introspective or my factual opinions about you know what I'm
Facts.
saying the things that go on. You know what I'm saying, and I encourage ones to come up and I also go over and talk about it. So big ups to you for joining the panel tonight. I appreciate you for
Thank you.
joining the panel tonight. Because again, like you was putting some things in there, like the civil rights thing, and then the trans
Right.
thing and things like that. But the trans thing, I want to save that for a separate um
Oh, that's a
actual
whole.
show.
That's a whole fucking discussion. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like,
yeah. I want to
I'm with
say
that.
that for a separate, but with the Trump thing. So, you being part of the community yourself, or are you
Mhm.
accepted in the community, or do you have an issue with the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, I don't really necessarily subscribe to that whole ordeal. I mean, hell, I can have a whole special myself on just why. But to summarize it, I would say uh, I don't consider myself to be a labeled individual. As in, I'm an individual of the United States of America, protected under my Constitution. You know what I mean? I have my own characteristics and qualities. I don't like being labeled as if it were like I'm a part of a race, because no, I have a race, just like as I have a gender identity, but my gender identity does not necessarily mean that I should be a part of some community just because by default. You know what I'm saying? So like because of that, I have a certain set of ideals and morals that may different differentiate. Sorry, is the word I'm looking for. Differentiate from like their views as a common community. I don't subscribe to
So,
the community, but I support it.
question then: how difficult is life for you?
It's fucking impossible. Let me tell you. Like,
because
it's hard. It's
because
hard.
yeah, I mean it has to be because if you don't subscribe to a community that's supposedly that's asphyxiated upon the things that you guys want to what I'm saying bring forth to the forefront as far as what I'm saying support for you guys and things of that
Right.
nature and more rights. But then again, like you say, well, I don't want to be put in that damn box. But then you have the people over here that don't necessarily subscribe to those things
Facts.
that the community subscribe to, and it's like, well, we not going to accept you neither, because goddamn it, we don't do that neither. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Furthermore,
like,
let me pose this. So like, okay, I don't want to be in a box, but it's with this box I must now put any substantial fight that I have in my lifetime. It has to be mustered through their platform. So like, how can I go about not using that? I can't, because unfortunately that's just not how the world works. Society puts you in a box, whether you like it or not. I prefer to be the grenade that blows up the fucking box sometimes, and I do it often. But like, still, like being independent in general as a person, as an individual in this country, for that matter, anywhere in the world, is hard enough as it is. But to stand up and like be a voice too, that takes some doing. You know what I mean? And I'm not alone in this pursuit. There's a lot of us. You, for example, you know what I mean? You're an individual. You talk of everybody that is your kin and everything, and you want your community. You have, okay, but these are things that I honestly believe that we don't necessarily have to subscribe to them. You know what I'm saying? We support. That's good old fashioned support. That's all that is. You know what I'm saying? So with that in mind, is how I carry myself throughout the day, and doing what I do.
yeah, support. That's the most important part of this. Again, I tell people this all the time, man. Do I subscribe, or do I encourage certain behavior or certain characteristics inside of individuals? No, I don't. But will I still support and show love and have peace and respect and try to inspire and motivate that person? Yes, I will,
Facts.
because that's part of my life. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always push those 5 key components. And I say on every show: love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And it starts with
Facts.
you. And if you can do those things and resonate those things, and once people come inside of your circle, they gonna feel that. And again, like you say, you want to be the grenade to blow up that box. It shouldn't matter whether you in the box, outside the box, because again, ultimately, guess what? You're still a piece. You know what I'm saying? You're still a gear. You're still a nut, a boat, or whatever the hell you want to call yourself. You're
A
still a
cog in the
piece.
wheel. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That helps
Yep.
keep everything going, no matter what the situation is, no matter what your gender is, or no matter what you self-identify
Facts.
with. You're still a
Facts.
piece. Now, um, due to societal constructs. But then I'm not going to even say societal constructs, but due to biological fallacies, they
Yeah.
won't want to be this or that. And do I agree?
We
I can
to a
say I agree
degree,
with that.
things need to be identified. I won't oppose that. We need to be able to structurally organize things. Otherwise, we'll have chaos. And for that matter, by all means, I get it. I get it. You know what I mean? But like, there's a line that we can draw that defines what defines us. You know what I'm saying? Is it other people or is it ourselves? And that's usually where the line is at.
Well, the reality of it is both those things. You define you because, of course, you ultimately because you're the presentation. You decide what's presented to people, and then people have to either accept that or don't accept it. But again, still, in certain facets of life, regardless of whether they accept it or not, it still has to be accepted. Like on a job,
Right.
because you can't be discriminatory or discriminate against a person because they this color, or because they this sex, or because they do this or they do that. And I get that.
Right.
But now my thing comes when it becomes imposing. And that's not necessarily always the case in situations where it's imposed on you. But but for people who don't live that lifestyle, or who don't subscribe to that lifestyle, but understands how to support, it still seems like it's imposing, because it's like, well, we have to accept that. You know what I'm saying? You have no choice in
Right.
the matter but to accept that.
It's like, no matter what we do, because we are in a society uh, that has to be able to identify you, because ultimately what it boils down to is threat non-threat kind of thinking, right? So with that in mind, that prehistoric lizard brain thought process that we unfortunately still struggle with because we are called human. We have to do this way, at least socially anyway, and it makes sense. So like, that's why I don't like overthink certain things. But like, uh you know as far as like getting back to the politics, with that in mind, I think that, like, what if I ever to say this, all the layoffs and all the stuff that he's doing right now, Trump, uh,
Hmm.
what if there was like a bigger picture at play, other than what could be beneficial now for us? What is going to be the long game? Like he's got to have something in play. Like they talk about a third term. Roosevelt was the last one to do that. Do you think he's going to get away with it?
Well, no, because they're constitutional amendments. That's
Right.
against that. You know, the only
Yeah,
way that
but
he could probably
also,
potentially.
doesn't it say that in wartime, presidents can pull that move? And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure
Well, see, but
we've
in
been in war
wartime,
for like the past 20 years.
yeah, but in wartime, but we still have been, but it's still been different presidents too. You see what I'm saying? It ain't been. Now we go to war, like, so now if he starts a war during his fourth term, if he starts a war, I mean during his fourth term, if he
Second,
starts a
yeah,
war,
you're good.
if he starts a war doing in his fourth year, then yes, he could potentially carry this out, depending upon how long the war carries over for. If the war carries over towards the next electoral term, or presidential term, yes, he can stay the president if the war lasts that long. I don't think that's ever been done, or that it's ever happened in history. So I don't know how or what type of response would happen. But again, I don't think he's gonna get that third term. And they say he's joking about it, but I think he's serious. But again,
I
their
don't know, man.
amendments.
I mean, he's been talking. Hold on, let me fix my fucking myself over here. He's like, what's the he's talking about adding Canada as the 50th state. That's obviously a joke. And that's all just for like he's real heavy onto social media stuff and these gimmicks that he does. So I'm pretty sure it's one of those that's pretty
Well,
much
with
going
the
on.
adding to Canada,
But
I think that was a power move. I don't think
annexing,
that would
what
have been a
was
power
was
move.
it was it Finland that he wants to
Mm,
annex or something like that?
yeah, Greenland, man, he wants to go.
Greenland.
I don't know why he's over there.
What's up with
He wants
that?
he wants to put boats and ships in the water around Greenland, and he wants to take it over because he thinks that's going to protect the country.
Do you think that because of what's going on over there, like with Russia, and that it's basically a territory grab, right?
Yeah.
And secretly, China has been doing the same thing down in South Africa, um, and these big major players in the world are quietly grabbing territories. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I hate to be like one that would pose like a crazy situation and have you stew on it, but I mean, what would you just say? Like, he's playing into that. Like, he's making it okay. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But like,
Mm.
seriously, there's a big thing at play, and I'm not one for conspiracies or to start them, but I am one to pose questions like that, just simply because I want to know what your thoughts are. What do you
Well,
think?
for me, again, I just think it's a play on power, and it's like you say, it's a territory grab. It's about who can
Facts.
grab the most territory, who can control the most land. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's an island or whether it's offshore, inland, whatever. It's about that control, because if you control those, and also that's a trade route, I believe. Over there, by Greenland, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's a
Silk
trade route.
Road.
So if we can control that, you know what I'm saying? And then again, like you were speaking about Canada, he was thinking about making Trudeau the governor of Canada, if they was to latch on to that idea about being the next
Hmm.
state of the United States. So again, and guess what? If that was to happen, it wouldn't be no tariffs imposed, because Canada would be a state of the United States of
Yeah,
America. Again, that's control. You see what I'm saying? It ain't
that's
that's what it's about. It's about control. But
now.
but
What
he
about
only
the
got
okay?
4 years of that control. But he only got 4 years.
Yeah, but see, the third term, like in existential circumstances, presidents can enact. There's I can't remember to cite specifically, but I'll paraphrase. Uh, they can enact a third term or fourth term. Roosevelt was going into 4 terms before he died. You know that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
He actually
yeah,
started it. He was already four
yeah,
terms. That's
yeah.
12
They
years as a
started it.
president.
Yeah, and that
Well,
was after. And that was after it had been wrote in that you couldn't do.
exactly. Yes, yes. So by any means, this man could definitely do everything he says he can do and is doing it. If anybody hasn't figured that out yet, everything he said he was going to do, he's now doing it. That first term was a farce, and he had to go through all this litigation. By all means, if this guy wasn't so fucked up about what his approach is, I want to sit here and say, I want to support this guy, but this guy has it's a very fine line to say that, well, we're hurting and helping, and I don't think he cares for either side. I think there's a lot of personal stuff that's involved here, but also at the same time, to save face, the man's doing exactly what his constituents are asking him to do. Or that would, if he get in office, make this happen, and that's what he's doing. But a lot of this stuff is personal, like
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And I think
Yeah.
his make America great kind of thought process is basically let's regress to when we were because we're nostalgic and not think about what's going to happen years down the road. Kind of thought. I mean, it's kind of stupid and bloody,
Or
and it
or,
or
or
is
do
it
you
part of
think?
the master plan? You know what I
But that's what I'm
mean?
saying. So, but again, self sustainability. Because
Autonomy.
it was self
That's what he's
autonomy.
introducing.
That's what he's
States.
trying to do.
Mhm.
But I don't know if that's going to work because again,
That's
throughout history, I don't see no one surviving without trading and bartering with other countries. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I just
Right.
can't see a government.
Isolationism is what you mean.
Yeah, I just
That
can't.
was yeah.
I can't. I just can't see it. And then
Um.
even with inside of that, he still hasn't brought any of these factories or any of these
Right.
outsources
Right.
that he ain't brought them inland yet. You know what I'm saying? For us,
Right.
and again, like I said, if he does that, we're gonna want these jobs. And then when we want these jobs, we're gonna want the pay.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah. So, um, capitalism and democracy. This is the problem because eventually democracy is going to want to sit here and say, well, okay, well, we need to overhaul something, and capitalism is not going to allow it because capitalism thrives on cheap labor and sourcing of goods to maximizing profits, and it's that scale that's so imbalanced that is also going to unfortunately reflect on the the success of democracy. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
with that in mind, being a businessman in office and having that businessman mentality will get us a lot of gains in the short run, but in the long run, because that balance, tipping of the scales, if you will, for both democracy and capitalism is going to sit here and say, well, okay, when you're out of office, what now? Because the next guy's not going to be able to do this. So then, therefore, setting yourself up for a permanent seat, damn near, until the next person is qualified. So now we have essentially capitalized our democracy in just that motion. Elon Musk, for instance,
Because you say ain't nobody gonna want to come in and try to fix this
who the
fuck up, and
fuck
don't
wants
nobody
that
want to
job?
come.
Fuck that. You know
So
what I mean?
and
Or yeah. So now
hmm.
now it's no longer political. So this man has literally in one motion completely axed
So
our whole thing that we call
So do you
democracy.
think? Do you think with this happening? Do you think that we wouldn't have um two parties or a couple of parties that want to be president that want to come in behind this and try to fix this, or do you think like
Do you
fuck it?
think it's
You know what? If
would
don't
you
nobody run, he just stay there.
what do you would it be so far fetched to sit here and say that you know by his fourth term he's going to have a table about the size of most office rooms with 12 seats, and now it's a CEO, and it's going
Yeah,
to be incorporated. Oh damn
yeah.
near. If it
Well, it's
already
already incorporated. Shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're basic. The structure's already there. The man's just doing exactly what that structure was built or built like akin to
Mm.
a similar structure, ironically. So why wouldn't you take a businessman and put him right in there to be CEO of it all? It's a no-brainer.
Mm.
All
Yeah,
he's
no
doing is
brainer.
he's doing exactly what that system is set up
Set up
to
to do. Yeah,
unfortunately
we're doing
handle.
exactly what the system is set up to do.
Isn't that
So,
crazy?
yeah, Professor Remo said there must be a blend of business and personal ethics that can balance the scales. Um,
Could.
I don't think so. Not in Trump's case. I get the blend a bit,
Okay.
but the personal ethics is his fucking revenge tour. So we don't want we don't
It
want his
is.
personal
It is
exit.
definitely
That
no. I mean,
yeah.
listen, he's already pardoned a
Mm,
bunch of his cronies, and you know what? With what he's doing as far as this overhaul, this money that they're trying to find, really they're trying to drain the swamp, but also get dirt on my enemies, and he's
mm,
doing it by tenfold.
mm,
He's got teams of
mm,
people doing it for him.
mm.
The world's smartest man is your consultant. Like, come on.
But the world, no,
Yeah,
no, no, not the world's smartest man, the
what
world's richest man.
So, well, I think if
Mm.
you're the richest man right now in this world, you definitely are probably one of the smartest. Besides Bezos, that man's a fucking genius. I don't know, but the, I honestly believe it. On a side uh, thought is that Elon Musk is like priming himself because he'd be the next CEO, if you will, if Trump were to step down, and I think that's
And
his.
I said that. I
And
said that. I said that
I think that's
yesterday.
from the start, from the jump. As soon as they had that handshake agreement, hey, I'll get you in office, you set it up, and then I'll take over, buddy. And that's what's going on
I
right
said that yesterday, bro. I said when listen. So yesterday when I when I read the article about him stepping down, Elon went into just like I read an article today about his brother, talking about the tariffs. Yesterday, I read an article about Elon saying that he wouldn't impose these tariffs and that he don't think that these tariffs is a good idea. And I'm like,
right.
well, damn, this man coming up with some strong talk about. I said, y'all,
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like Elon on his way to try to run, make his way to president. I said that. I said this the exact same thing yesterday.
Now,
You know,
do you think that they also have these situations? Listen, these people, they live, breathe, and eat whole nother level. Okay, the commoner idea would just think of the simplistic, straight up results right away, right? And these people play chess on a scale that you and I are so unfamiliar with. Like, let's go on a limb here, okay, and say that Elon and him, like any kind of like discord between them, or any kind of other than unplanned things, which you can't, people can't. I'm going deep here. You can't plan for other people, but coming back, if they had planned moves ahead to have disagreements and stuff just to carry favor publicly, just to build up character, so that Elon looks like a stellar individual by the time Trump is out of that bitch, and then boom, that's a secured presidency. Wouldn't you say that'd be like kind of possibility here?
it's probably already taking place. I think that's how
So,
all I think that's how all politics go.
on
I
a
think that's
basic
how
level,
all
yeah,
politicians
absolutely, yeah.
operate. Yeah,
So, like, if
yeah.
you
I
can
think
only
they all are
control
bred
them,
like this. You know what I'm saying? And they all get their chance to do whatever they need to do if they doing and staying in alignment with the
right,
program. As long as you stay in line with the program, and if you're supposed to be next up, like I say, as long as you stand in alignment with the things that we need you to be doing, whether they're right or wrong, you're going to be the one that's next up. So again, they already doing that, and it wouldn't be too far fetched if Elon was that person that they put into play to be the next
guaranteed.
person, because again, it's a
You know what's
corporation. This is a
happening. You
business.
know what's happening.
This is a business. You know what I'm saying? So again, and why him out of all people that you pick to be, you know what I'm saying, basically, on the right hand side of you. And then only for 130 days. This job was only for 130 days, and then he was supposed to
Right,
get about it. Get the fuck out of here,
right.
man. I ain't never heard of
He got vice presidency without even being on the ballot. How about that?
Yeah. Come on, cause JD Vance you ain't heard him doing a damn
Who?
thing.
Who's the vice president? I don't even
Yeah.
know.
Now,
They got some nobody for a reason.
now to speak back to Trump, they say JD Vance can run for president and pick Trump
Good.
as a vice president and pick Trump
Yeah.
as a vice president and
Alternatively,
step down and hand it back over to Trump.
that's
But
also
then
very
there's
possible.
another amendment that says you can't do that. So it's hard. Like, listen, but it's a lot of loopholes
I
in the
think
way
the
that this.
Supreme Court is really what it all. It comes down to a vote from the Supreme Court if they
Mm-hmm.
decide to even vote against it. And if
Mm-hmm.
Trump's got that secured, that they're in his pocket, that
Well,
motherfucker can
not
turn on
everybody,
anybody.
not
Right.
all of them, but a lot of them is in
Maybe
his pocket.
not. A lot of them,
Yeah,
but
a lot of them.
enough to carry votes
Yeah, don't
is
have to care
what's
about.
needed.
And to speak to his cronies, do you think with the pardon, do you think they served a sufficient amount of time in jail? Those people who
No,
stormed the Capitol.
it all depends. Well, plus I mean, there's
So it's been a lot of hoopla and talk because they say they
I have an
didn't.
integral debate going on about that actually myself because I know that some people, some of those were cited um, from opposing people who oppose Trump, like literally paying people, and also that may also be true, but it also could be very damn false. But in the mix of all of that, there were some people that were just there for protest and ended up getting bad mixes into all that. What about those people that are probably still serving time for that? You know what I mean? The people that were just there because you made it happen. You hyped up the nation. I'm not saying he's guilty for everything they said, but I said at least inciting that. someone's gonna take responsibility, and motherfucker, it's you. What about those people? That's my my question.
Well,
Uh, where's
if
those?
you were down
Why
there, but
why
see,
not
but then,
everybody?
well, if you was
Huh?
down there when it happened, and that shit started to get excited like that, you should have got your ass on about your business and went your
Facts.
ass home.
Facts.
If that's the case. So
That's
if
true.
any murder or any shootings or any trampling of any person
Hmm.
happen, and then because a lot of people say, well, they didn't do anything, why should they? And I'm talking about black, white, yellow,
No,
orange, brown, blue people.
there's some
Like,
motherfuckers that deserve to be where they're at from that.
yeah,
Yeah,
but a
you're
lot of
right.
people are talking about they shouldn't be there. But again, what if something did happen? What if they did get a hold to one of those people that was inside of that building? You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
This ain't about
Yes.
because
Yes.
it didn't happen. This is about
It
that
did.
they went there to do some shit, and they just wasn't able to do it. But what if these things would have happened?
Okay. Well,
We wouldn't be having this conversation. So regardless of the fact, because they didn't lock everybody up that was down there,
right.
you know what
Right.
I'm saying? But I understand what you're saying. A lot of people that was just down there really for peaceful protest. But
For real.
but then you got to tell yourself, man, when things get too out of hand, it's time for me to get the fuck on because because I already know where this gonna go.
I mean, there was so much going on and so many people, and that was all happening. Like at least the famous footage of them storming the building,
Hmm.
that's forever burned into my brain. But like, people got in trouble for the craziest general roundup reasons that policing does, and those if people were innocent of anything. I mean, if anything, they were falsely accused. A lot of them, a gang of them. You know what I mean? So like, those people, if anything, need to be helped, but they don't get anything because they've
Well,
done
hell,
nothing
they don't get
to favor.
listen. Well, for me,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't feel bad because we get falsely accused every
All
goddamn
the time.
day.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not about feeling bad. It's about what's fair. You know what I mean? And that never
Well,
happens, and
shit,
it
that
never
is
will.
fair. I think that's karma.
Okay.
I think that's the universe's karma.
Okay.
How about that one? How about that one?
In what
As
way do you
much
think
in
though? Just
as
curious.
much as me and you have been treated unfair, it's
Hmm.
about time that the universe reciprocate that shit to other people
So
who
what
don't
was
have to suffer.
okay? So the whole purpose of them doing what that protest, what was the protest all about in your idea, from what you've
The
gathered?
Donald Trump
What?
loyalists,
Okay.
I just period Donald Trump loyalists, people just supporting his cause. You know what I'm saying? People who thought he got cheated or thought that he should be in office or thought that they did Donald Trump wrong. You know what I'm
What
saying?
if I were
His
to spin
loyalists.
it this way? Because this is exactly probably what happened, and I've got some research. It's not too extensive, but it's extensive
Hmm.
enough to know that some amount of brainwashing, to an extent, brainwashing is just a simple term I'm applying here, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. Um,
Hmm.
what if I were to say that we're protesting, our amendment rights, not necessarily specific to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump had kind of kicked it off and incited it a bit. Now that's where he's responsible. But these people were there not for Trump, but for their personal ideal of what America is about and our basic constitution rights. And then it just got out of hand and violent because of whatever reasons that may have carried. Because shit happens in those kinds of situations, especially on that scale. How it happened and what happened specifically is an unfortunate result of
I'm
angst in this
still
country.
saying lock their ass up.
Okay, okay, but like if I'm there and I feel like my whole world is falling apart because I'm to believe that I'm here for a right and just reason, what do? Some people just can't help but follow what the other monkey did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely crabs in the barrel.
And
Hey, Professor Remo
unfortunately,
says if it was truly karma, then Trump would be under the jail by now.
facts.
No, man. No, see, no.
I mean,
Listen,
why?
he
Why?
he got the he got the connection for the complexion or the
You think
complexion
he got
for
karma
the
by the
connection.
balls?
Yeah, man, he might have it by the balls. Then y'all got to think about it. He about to Donald Trump. He might not even make it through his 4 years. He's just as old as Biden. Y'all forgot. Y'all
I
forgot.
mean, there's a minimum age, So I mean, but
And we should fight against that. I think that should be lowered. God damn it.
I think 40 years is a little much now these days.
Yeah.
Considering how fast the times move and how there's after a certain age, we're like, what's TikTok? You know what I mean? We can't help
Mm,
ourselves. We
mm,
fall back.
yeah.
We
But
need to
again, man,
go
you're
ahead.
right. But again, I say lock them cronies up, man. Lock all they ass should be in jail. The average person that got caught
Right.
up in that, man, they only
From
did
one
like two and a
all the
half
way. It's
years in
either
jail.
all of them or none of them. Like
Yeah.
you can't be
So,
selective, and I think
but
that's pretty fucked up.
I don't think they had enough manpower to get everybody that was out there. You see what I'm saying? So whoever they got,
Hold on
they
one second.
got.
I gotta answer this phone call. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So I don't think they had enough manpower to get everybody out of there like brother Joker is suggesting. So I believe they got who they got. But to speak to that, y'all, the average person that invaded the Capitol out there, I believe the average time sentence was like 2.5, and I believe the person who they claim excited to riot because they didn't blame it on of course we know it was Trump's fault, but it was a
What if I were to
person
say this? What if I were to say
that
this?
actually
Okay,
spreaded
so
the propaganda.
those
He got
people
like
that got
17
caught
years.
up, those people that got caught up, they were there for what they thought was a just protest and peaceful
Mhm.
one. And then the people who incited the violence, do you think? Sorry, you caught me in a bad. I was like I just woke up and shit, but I'm like I gotta be like, what's up? So, the people that incited the violence, do you believe that it's possible that they could have been paid, just simply because of look at what we're doing now. You know what I mean? Look at what's happened since.
I don't think they was paid.
You don't think so?
I don't think they were paid. Um, I believe patriotism can be fanatical
Yes. I mean, that's
and
how this
radical.
country started. That's how this
You know,
country started.
so I do believe that capital thing had a lot to do with and I'm gonna say it, white nationalism.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
White
Go ahead.
patriotism. Because and like you said, so I'm not disagreeing with the premise of you saying that those people went down there to fight for
Some of
what,
them. Some.
yeah,
Some.
some of them went down there to fight for, really what they think this country should stand for, what they believe in. But again, just like you tell your child, man, when something go wrong, or when you got a bad, or you could tell your grown ass man, when something go wrong and it's a bad feeling, you need to start getting the hell away from that. So even though everybody didn't go down there to do those things, I didn't see too many people shying or moving away from the crowd. I seen a lot
That's
of
true.
people rushing the Capitol or rushing the building. You know what I'm saying? So for the ones that saying, well, they shouldn't have did this much time because they
Well,
really
let the
didn't cause
dog out.
harm or do nothing. Yeah, but again, if you're there and you're rushing towards the building, I mean you're participating in these activities. So since you want to participate in these activities, lock they ass up. Whether they came down there with a good conscience or not. That's how I feel. Because if
That's
it was inside of our community and we were the ones doing this peaceful protest, we wouldn't be as lucky. They would
that's
have
facts. That's
unalived
facts.
most of our ass.
So, on a grand scheme
Period.
of things, with how they handled the situation, do you think it could have been handled as far as uh, justice is concerned? Do you think we could have handled it better, and how so?
Do we think we could have handled that situation better? Um, hmm. As much as
Don't
the
mind me I'm
technology that
interviewing you right now.
yeah, so as much as technology as we have, I knew the government probably knew that shit was going to happen or go on, but they didn't really believe it. So as far as handling it better, I do think they could have deployed a few more tactical individuals forces out there to control the crowd. I do think they could have shot some gas out there to control the crowd. It's things you could come on, man. We go to war. You mean to tell
Right.
me? Now I get it. We're not going to war against our own country, so we don't want to impose certain vices on our own people versus like how we do when we at war. But I do think there are certain tactical devices and things of that nature that we could have used to probably
Non-lethal.
calm that
That's
crowd
what
down.
they call that
Yeah,
non-lethal.
non-lethal. Yeah, non-lethal. Yeah, to calm that situation down. Now, as far as the judicial side of it, I still want to stick to my guns and say, lock their ass up. You know what I'm saying? That 2 to 3 years. No, I'd have gave their ass 6 years. I'd have gave everybody 6, 7 years, and then the person that they said excited to riot, they gave him 17 years because he actually
Yes.
put it
Don't forget
together.
the bear spray. That guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and the guy with the bear spray,
That's
which
fucked.
which is fucking illegal,
Fucked. That
which is
shouldn't even
illegal
exist.
because
But
that's
yeah, but
dangerous and it can kill.
hell yeah, yeah, and it did. It maimed
You know,
and killed.
yeah. So that bear spray can fucking kill.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
and it's not for you to actually have. I think matter of fact, I think it is illegal. So
it
how
is
do you
illegal.
even? So like,
In certain parts of the country, I don't think it is under certain like if you're hiking and stuff and it's on you, they ain't gonna. But like if you're carrying that shit around like downtown New York, I mean, obviously you don't need that shit, you know.
yeah, you
So
don't need
yeah,
that, right? Hmm.
I think it
Professor
all
Remo
kind of
says.
varies.
Professor Remo says they acted like abysmal sore losers. You don't try to murder NFL officials because your team lost, right? Again,
Tell that to the soccer teams over in Europe.
so yes, but again, this is in Europe, so that's why I think you use the NFL reference because this is America. Again, like we stated, you use non-lethal forces because this is America because they are patriots and
Right,
they are
right,
taxpaying
right.
citizens and they
Until you
are
don't.
you know,
Until you don't.
until you
And
don't. Right. So over there in soccer, yeah, they'll shake the room over there. The whole crowd, the stands will come down. You know
much
what
of
I'm
everything
saying?
that we do now that I've noticed, correct me if I'm wrong, but there seems to be a set of trends that be tried over in Europe or European countries or smaller countries for that matter. And if they latch on and they seem to be working models, whether we choose to actively pursue these working models and apply them ourselves, someone's going to, and a majority of people that aren't even necessarily legally representative or represented will do, like more or less in the shadows. Not saying shadow government or nothing, but like people that have the ability to
You
apply
say it's a
power to
shadow
them.
government out here. Where they at?
Ah, I didn't say
Mhm.
that. But you know what I'm saying. So like, whether we like it or not, trends get set in those countries first, and we copy them. So who's to say that their mentality isn't as rebellious or patriotic as ours is? Just because we're called United States of America doesn't mean that people aren't trying to do things like we would do, and then ultimately because they're trying to copy us or be inspired by what we do as a nation, they do these crazy things, and we see that shit happening subconsciously or consciously, whether or not we apply it ourselves.
And I think that happens a lot. Honestly, I think you're absolutely right. That happens a lot. But even throughout history, like European countries are more personal than we are. Like when they get their leaders, they was chopping their heads and shit off.
Facts.
Like
Facts.
we don't get we don't get that over here. Like we don't get that over here. Like you
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
we're a little different now.
Yeah,
I'd
we're a
say.
little different now.
But we weren't. But I mean, what the hell is the difference between that and a firing squad? We used to have that. We also did dueling. That shit's legal. Like 10 paces and let's kill each other. That shit. I mean, and we're
Mhm.
not. But like 50
See, but that
years,
was in the
60
old
years
west.
from
But that
that.
was the old west. That
Old
was
West
some
my
old west.
ass. That's human nature. We just want to kill motherfuckers. I'm like, or
Mm,
punish motherfuckers. And I mean,
yeah.
equivalence of justice is in our mind, and how we go about that is what society has given us a soft, cushy pillow to lay our head on. But in between that cushiony pillow and
Mm.
us is that floor of devastation that we are capable of to one another. Terrible
Yeah, and
metaphor,
that's
but I think
and
it
that's the
works.
sad part. No, because that's the sad part. Because again, like you say, that destructiveness,
Right.
that imposing will to not like or to have a disdain for the person that's across from you because he's not the same color or the same
That's
doesn't
the
have the
same
same
will.
sexual orientation
That's the same
or
will that he is
mm,
applying
mm,
his
mm,
power on. Just to come full
mm,
circle, now that we
mm,
dug that,
mm.
dig this. It's that same mode of thinking, the same thing that caused the riots was like an experiment. It worked, great. Guess what? We're running again, and I'm going to use the same tactics that I used to get the whole entire nation riled up to hurt people, kill people, and protest. I'm going to use that same kind of thinking and that same kind of strategy to apply my will on this government and this nation, and may I say, walk a very fine line of dictator.
Well, I want to know how these patriots is thinking God damn it, when they bills and shit start raising, because
What bills?
this,
The ones that he cares about and the ones that matter? They ain't paying no bills. We pay for them. Like
well, no,
these
I'm talking
people
about
are
them over.
above money. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
Above
yeah,
money.
because
If you're above
they,
money, you're untouchable. So, essentially, this man is in a position to literally make the United States of America a commercialized dictatorship with some weird ass title and call it democracy.
yeah. Hey, so Professor he says, Professor Remo says, think about it, Joker. America is relatively young in comparison to other countries. The
Facts.
America, he said, the America we know didn't have a culture back then. It bears to
Right.
reason that we will borrow and adopt doctrines,
Okay.
in
Yeah.
which we do,
Precisely.
we do, we do, and that's why I think that patriotism shit comes from. I don't think Americans really had, uh, uh,
Did you
I don't
what
think we really were patriots.
what's patriotism to you? Because I know patriotism started for me when I was like 13 years old, and doing the Pledge of Allegiance. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
I
from
just think
there,
patriotism is the love of your country, and the fact that you're willing to do anything to
right?
keep the love of your country and sustain the way of living in the place of your country. So for me, I'm not a patriot because even though I do believe this is my country, and I do believe think my people fought and bled and did a lot of things that helped this country grow and thrive, but I don't think those things are reciprocated back to the people that look like me. So I'm not
Mm.
necessarily a patriot, but I will say I'm for my country. I'm still for living here. I'm still
You're a
for I'm
supporter, not a
still for being
subscriber.
yeah, I'm still for being afforded some of the resources and opportunities that's provided here versus going to other places as far as in Europe and overseas. I would still rather be here in America, even though I'm not a full fledged as a person would say a patriot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And that is our right in this country to be like this. But at one point, we had to fight for that, and then sometimes we have to defend it. Do you think, in this instance, I know for damn sure it is that this is a time where we must defend this, and where and how do we go about doing that?
So that's one of my primary focuses um that I try to talk to the people about. So hold on, before I answer that, because
Go
I
ahead.
do want to answer that. I want to I want to let the people know the exact god damn it, the
You're good.
actual yeah, the actual and the exact definition of the word patriotism.
Okay.
Patriotism. Patriotism is a feeling of love, devotion, and a sense of attachment to one's country, often encompassing a pride and a willingness to defend it.
Yes. One hundred
You know what I'm
percent.
saying? So basically, you know what I'm saying, the same shit that we said without. So um
By
so
definition, we are
yeah,
patriots. I would say that. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
But
to a degree and understanding, yes, I would say, but I'm not full fledged because again, like I say, a lot of the things that you know how
so
it
what would
is.
be the what would be just under patriot patriotic supporter? I mean, how would you
Uh,
put that?
a supporter of your country, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, because I wouldn't say necessarily a patriot because I'm not trying to defend it, but you know,
Well, isn't
I
it
do.
actually? I think I read somewhere that it's actually within to have and maintain citizenship of our country. I'm gonna have to. Don't cite me. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure I read that there's actual like terms of our citizenship. Especially if you're an immigrant becoming a citizen, you have to meet certain terms of that in order to become a
Hmm.
citizen. And
Yeah,
one of
certain
them,
levels. Hmm.
yeah, and one of them is like well, it's the draft, for example. Let's just go with there. So you're willing to be drafted, or you are required. So if there's a draft, that they can draft you. Like one of the many terms that a lot of people don't even really are privy to, that are requirements for you to be a citizen, and one of them is undying patriotism, if I'm not mistaken, or at least to have it, or say you have it.
Well, they need to deport me and send my ass back to Africa because
Yeah. But
'cause,
you see what I'm saying? I'm gonna look into this, and I'll get back to you with that, and you can do whatever you want with that info. But I'm gonna look. I've been diving in with this AI bullshit and I've been using it for good. Trust me. So, and I've been deep diving lately and finding all kinds of shit. So you popped on right at the right time. So you caught me mid crazy, no makeup, fucking AI deep dive on, on my computer.
Yeah.
So,
So
but I couldn't help it.
Professor Remo says you can be a patriot of a land. He said you can't be a patriot of a land that was never yours to begin with.
Facts, facts.
So if that's
You know
the
what?
case,
I second that. That's actually pretty deep, and yes,
well,
very, very
well,
accurate.
Professor Remo always states make deep statements here, but you don't get the chime for that one. So you can't be a patriot of a land that was never yours to begin with. Well, you tell that to a lot of these patriotic white folks because they are patriots. Because, and again, who's going to stop them? Because the so-called
Right.
indigenous Indian, I don't even want to call them Indians, the indigenous Americans who were originally here, who spoke a different tongue or a native tongue, and I hate. Oh my God, these
Here's the deal.
English, English.
Not to go
Our
far with
language is
this,
English.
okay? Are you privy to the flood thing going on? What's that? There's a whole Netflix series with a reporter who's actually made a big stink about this, and he's been I can't cite his name right now. I'm having a brain fart, but essentially that there was a ancient civilization prior to us, and then they all got wiped out by a cataclysm.
Oh, so you talking
Into the
about
Great Flood.
Atlantis?
Not necessarily
Atlantis?
Atlantis, but a whole world. At one point, we actually had a civilization. It was prehistoric. At least that's facts. Now we've got that all. This is a whole discussion for another time. But to summarize it, what if I were to say that where what was left of what was left, the remnants, and most of them was at I don't know, Eastern Europe, right around the time of their discovery, and these people just so happen to have an advantage. What if the tables had turned and it had been like, I don't know, in Africa, and now, like, see, it's not necessarily about race or abundance of a certain thing, although that has now become a distinct role of purpose, so that drives people to do what they do. But essentially, basically, they were the lucky ones that got the advancements of and know how just to a certain degree to capitalize and then apply it on other people who don't or not aware of anything of origin, for that matter. And then it's just a land grab and it's a power thing, and you go from there. You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
like
the land grab and the
that's a
power
good
grab.
theory.
Yeah, the land grab and the power grab, I can most definitely agree. But nowadays, with the advancement of technology and information,
Well, that's all self-made now.
yeah. Now I don't think, but at the inception of the start, I can see that. I most definitely. Shit, and we
Yeah,
talk
at the
about that
most
all the
basic
time. Yeah,
conception. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
So like
yeah. We talk about that all the time. So yeah, I most definitely can see that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
it's
opposed or
crazy.
against that at all. Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. He said that's false pride, not patriotism. Um, so yeah, and but see, Barimo, again, like I say, who will stop him? We ain't got no more indigenous people of this land or that's
Nope.
from here that's gonna stop anybody from coming over here taking control. With
Right.
them, Louis, like when Cito boy on here, and he be talking about the Louisiana
Hmm.
purchases, and how they came and got this land and the Civil
That was
War.
taken.
And
I mean, everything was
my
taken.
point
Everything gets
exactly.
taken.
My
No
point
matter what
exactly.
we
So
do, no matter how you paint it up and put it in to make it look pretty, you know, lipstick and a dress and everything, we taking that shit. That's just the species in general. What
yeah,
unfortunately has been the monarchy is the skin color has been at play for the past 1,000 years more back then. Okay, the white man. All right, look, I'm Caucasian myself, but like, I'm talking like I don't give a fuck. I'm talking like just giving you facts. They had the advantage from the start, and it's been a fucking shitstorm of a snowball. You know what I'm saying?
well,
And that's
I
just how
don't.
it
But
goes.
see, but Joker, I don't necessarily think they had the advantage from the start. I would say this. I don't think they necessarily had an advantage. I would say they just knew how to capitalize or self
On
survival
basic
to them.
levels, because there are countries that are so condensed and so closely together, they took
Mhm,
tribal warfare and the technological advancements to
mhm,
defeating an opponent, human, for example, that gave them the advantage to take over other territories
mm.
like none other. And on that level, because of the physical violence and the technological
Right,
advances to do
right,
so to one another,
right,
that's what gave them the advantage up
right,
front. And then
right.
gave them enough cushion to get intellectually adept. You know what I mean?
See, well, no, the intellectually adept part, even with the cat,
That
see, because
if you don't got to
again,
worry about killing motherfuckers, you're gonna learn how to control them.
but see, but when we travel. to other places and other lands. We didn't necessarily go there
There was
to
no need
kill
for it. There was no need for it.
and to take over. See, but now when you get these other people that want to travel, when they get to these other lands, if they don't understand it or if it don't look like what they used to, guess what? They raping, they pillaging, they burning the information. See, and that's what got me. They didn't even go to learn from these people. They took from these
They
individuals.
took
You
from
know what
them
I'm saying?
to make sure
And
that you can control them. You take away their
control them.
education and their pride, their
Yeah,
culture. Now
yeah.
they have nothing but to servitude.
Yeah, and then burn all of their information. So guess what? All the writings and language and things that they have, because if you displace a people, and if you don't have any griot, well, I don't want to use the term
Who's to
griot, but
say
if you
that's not
don't have
happening
any
now?
vocal translators or any,
Just because it's not giant book burning
yeah,
like the Nazis did,
yeah, yeah,
doesn't mean it's not happening. Look, if you were to go to type in anything on Google, for instance, people don't know any other search engines, or they have other search engine options. So if you're on your computer, you go in to type in anything. From the moment you start typing and you hit that search button, that is being filtered, and you're only getting information presented to you that is okay and approved by those search engines alone. Google being the biggest one of them all, and a fucking monopoly on everything. So you can't necessarily even get the facts without them being filtered as fiction first. There nothing on the internet that you get through those search engines alone can actually be factual information. It could be bent at anybody's will at the top or bottom who knows a little bit of code. Isn't that crazy? So with that being said, we're already in a modern fucking book burning age. And to that, I'm gonna fucking roll up. I'm gonna fucking smoke some fucking weed.
So, but we been in that. We been in that. Who told?
Ben,
My boy, L Boogie was telling me about how Florida. We got Florida. Even Cito, we got Florida. We got Texas. They already then did away with a lot of what I'm saying, the teachings, and then also they attach African American studies to the DEI thing. So a lot of
yeah,
people who were supporting that, that got that out of the way. Now, don't get me wrong, because I said earlier, we like to attach ourselves to certain things, but when we usher in certain ways and we want certain things to happen, they sneak certain things under the radar and they attach them,
facts.
and which makes us have to attach ourselves to these things. But
Listen,
if you don't know your history,
yesterday,
man, yeah, and if
it
you
was
don't know, yeah,
Roe v. Wade. And,
yeah,
today,
yeah,
it could
yeah.
indentured servitude is not too far off. And then what's after that?
See, what's after that?
Huh?
Evolution.
I mean, regression is very possible and is definitely happening right now as we speak.
Ev-
Or not
It's,
necessarily
it's,
civil
it's,
rights, but in an entirety of a society right now. Or it's taking a
yeah,
step
it's
after
evolution after that. Evolution might be after that.
de-evolution.
Yeah. Yeah. So Professor Remo said Moors gave other lands gifts of agriculture, math, society, language, and hygiene. Yes, that's true. That's true. But I wouldn't say see why we gotta call them Moors though, man. Them motherfucking people came from Africa. They was Africans or whatever the fuck y'all. What I don't want you to curse,
Moors.
but they were African.
Enlighten me. I'm unfamiliar with the term.
You saying Moors like they were just some different type of people. You know what I'm saying? They were modern day Africans, Remo. Say that.
Okay.
Because when you say Moors, because the term Moor, man.
Yeah. What's the I'm actually unfamiliar with the term. That's new to me. So forgive me for that. Or
so a Moor in the
something else.
dictionary, attractive. No. Let's see. Now we gonna they gonna give me the correct.
There it is.
Ooh,
There's that filtering process. How about that?
okay, here we go. Because you guys to search. So Moor, a member of Northwestern Africa,
Okay.
Muslim people of mixed Berber and
Okay.
Arab descent.
All right.
See now, so Remo, this debunks. Well, I don't want to say debunk, but this
Well,
those some
opposes.
this opposes some of the things that you said, because now they're trying to say that Moors are Berbers and of Arab descent. So if they're of Arab descent and Arab is
Now,
the
who's
Middle
saying
East,
this though? What is the site on that source?
so this is from what dictionary is this? This is the Oxford Dictionary.
Oh, the white man's dictionary.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
so again, a member of Northwestern African Muslim people, of mixed Berber and Arab descent in the 8th century that they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, and they were finally driven out of their last stronghold in Grenada at the end of the 15th century. Now, this doesn't even speak to the Moors who invaded Spain. You know what I'm saying? Because they in history you talk about the Moors who invaded Spain and they ruled Spain for up to 700 years. Why ain't they got that in there? You know what I'm saying? Again, so the Moors were what they were nothing but Africans, man. They came from Upper Egypt into Lower Egypt, and then when the war of the dynasty started happening, meaning when the all the wars about how Egypt and Africa was getting took over, just like now, like you say, Chinese own territories over there, the France own territories over there, Spain, Germany, Britain, everybody had fucking territories over in Africa. You know what I'm saying? So hey,
Right now, it is essentially Chinese.
Frank,
It's almost Chinese.
What's going on, buddy?
what's going on, Big Frank? What's going on? How you feel, Frank?
Doing well. How about you guys? I saw this new friend, this colorful individual on here. Thought I had to stop in and say hello.
Appreciate that.
The Joker, Big Frank, the Joker.
They say Big Frank because I used to.
Here you go.
I went by on like video games. I had a name Aretha Franklin for a long time.
Nice.
So, I've since kind of shortened that to Franklin. People,
I just call him Big Frank. I refuse to say Aretha Frank.
I love it.
But this our residential philosopher, brother Philosopher. You know what I'm saying? My bad, Philosopher, please. You know what I'm saying?
So,
Yeah.
okay, charm us. What's going on?
And he hate bureaucrats.
I don't know. Nothing's going on. I got the place to myself for 2 weeks. My partner's on a cruise, so lucky him.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. Slow down. Let's get fuck the politics and all this shit. Now let's get toxic.
No, come on. This is
hell yeah. So you tell me.
Story.
So he left you at home while he on the cruise, or he cheating on you, Frank? He cheating on you, Frank. He cheating on you, Frank. Fuck it. Let's get he cheat.
I don't think it's fair that if I had a childhood friend that retired and wanted to take me on a free trip, I shouldn't have to take that friend's +1 if I don't know the +1, right? I mean, it's his.
See, that's the story they told you, Frank.
It's his.
Ain't no say less, Joker. No, this Toxic Tuesday, Joker. That's the story they told him.
I'm not one to incite conjecture, about
it's Toxic Tuesday, man. We supposed to be toxic, man.
Yeah, I was a little salty about it at first, but hey, if anyone deserves a vacation, it's that guy. He works so hard.
That's good. Well, if you went on the cruise, you would be salty either way because ocean.
So Brother Remo says I use the Moors as a loose application to the natives of Morocco. See, but that's not true neither. See, that's what I'm saying. So Moroccans are not Moors. So that term Moor, like if you do some research and read a few more books, Remo, because I know you like to read, the Moors came from Upper Egypt. And Upper Egypt, and I know it's backwards. So Upper Egypt, when you think Upper Egypt, it's not the top of Egypt, it's the bottom of Egypt. And Lower Egypt would be the top of Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
Where did everybody come from originally from there, though? Like, I mean, I know there are people that settled there, and then that's what this is describing, is that culture and everything that basically, in essence, was like a lesser-known Roman Empire at one point, damn near, for their known territories and what they were trying to do. So, what are we trying to gather here, though, by citing this culture? Do you think? Do you think that that mentality is just it's just going to be ingrained in us forever? Like, are we always going to be this way? Are we doomed?
Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah,
I think we do. But having these type of discussions and critical thinking conversations, man, I think we can touch bases on. I don't necessarily know if we can come to some type of solution, but I think we can touch bases on the actual problems itself before we try to find solutions. I think that's important as well, because we're so quick to so because we're so quick to try to find solutions to things. Even with the Trump president, we're so quick to try to find solutions, Let's talk.
Right.
Let's talk about these things. Let's see how. Let's learn how these things can affect us, and then let's see what things can we do as a people to try to not let these things affect us to the point where we can come up with solutions to try to overcome these things. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? What you think, Frank?
Um, yeah, I was actually just about to ask how you got onto the topic of Moors, because I'll give you my spiel of the only context I know about Moors and the Moorish people, that whole movement. The only context I have for that is a little bit. Killer Mike did a little bit of a story on them in a documentary series he made, and then also because I like to watch fails of sovereign citizens, people that think that they're allowed to drive without a license, think that they're allowed to drive without registering a car. And I don't make tweets often, but if I'm gonna
Hey,
make
so
tweets,
hey, no people out here.
it's for come at me. I mean,
Unmolested, I think is the term they throw.
If you think you're allowed to drive without a license, without registering your car, that's just not how it works. And if people want to own up to it and say, I'm an
Hey, you
anarchist,
guys keep the
I'm for that.
conversation going. I have to use the
Yeah.
washroom. Yeah, Frank.
good.
I'm all for that. I'm all for that. If someone just says I'm an anarchist and I don't recognize your government, but it's the people, and I'm not saying Moors, I'm maybe adjacent conversation.
Sure.
Sovereign citizens that say they think that they've found their way into some loophole.
Okay.
That by they cherry pick like little pieces of case law and say that
Right.
it says I have the right to travel, but no, the 10th Amendment grants states the rights to impose laws, and those laws very much include in your driver's license.
Definitely are.
register your
I know
car.
that for a fact. As long as you are a tax-paying citizen of the United States, some of those taxes go to roads that you drive on, and therefore are owned federally or statewide. And in order to drive on them, you must be at least adequate or registered to drive.
It's privilege.
Exactly. It literally is exact just that. You know what I mean? Everybody can drive without a license, but you can't do it legally because, well, the legal requirements are privileged. You know,
So I
I
just
love
saw
that.
the other day. The main sovereign citizen kind of watch channel on YouTube, and it did have a woman that was they have binders full of paper like I'm registered with the board for this and that. We've got our own Department of Justice. This vehicle's private, not for hire, not for commerce. All these things. It's like, I'm sorry, but you're driving in the state of whatever it is. This is true for all 50. You're in our jurisdiction. That's just the way it is.
Yep.
And they get tickets, and they end up backing up the courts, and they engage in what's called paper terrorism, which is
I'm glad
false
you brought that
lawsuits
up.
and liens.
So you said earlier on your program tonight about at least the element of government and government control. So at one point, and I'm going to pose this question because I'm naturally curious to what you guys think. We have an echo on a mic. I don't know if you have your headphones too close to your microphone, Bubba. Yep. All right. So government has been in place exactly just to do what regulate, meaning you can't do above a certain thing or below a certain thing. It's supposed to govern it. The true definition of governing is just basically setting the bar for anything. You know what I mean? So government does that for us. Now, at one point or another, we went from having it help us regulate things that we are supposed to do naturally and culturally as a whole to depending and leaning on this structure that we place so much faith in, and then expect results that we want that are personally desired. You know what I mean? How do you think that mindset has gotten into us, and what can we do to do anything, or let alone get away with it, or get away from it? Sorry, that's a two-part question. So whoever wants to answer that shit.
Go ahead, Frank.
I don't know. I don't know where to go from that other than are you approaching this from like a libertarian perspective? You want to erase like safety nets?
Not necessarily erase it, but what can we do to proactively get this mentality that we are to expect certain things from our government and get them back other than what we put into. You know what I'm saying? Like, I should, like, okay, for instance, the abusing of like our welfare programs or social security programs. People that can abuse that and get away with that because that's what it's there to help. But people ultimately not necessarily everybody abuses it, or if those that do are doing it knowingly, but the abuse of these programs puts tax on us. If we were to go about and learn that there's better ways of leaning on your government when you need it and then when you want it, there's a difference there. To be able to know the difference and to be able to utilize the program appropriately and adequately as a whole, do you think we'd have problems that we have now as far as like those programs are concerned? You know what I'm saying? So to get that mindset of what it's just this thing that we use instead of this thing that we should respect, how do we fix that? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I don't share the same, I guess,
It is a thing.
level of
You know?
issue with abusive abusive social safety nets. I think the ones we have are very important. For example, if they required you to pay in advance for healthcare, like in advance, I wouldn't be here right now. Stuff like that. Or if not for like Medicaid, I would probably be in debt to the rest of my life.
Right. Yeah, but I'm not saying accusationally. I'm saying as a whole because there are individuals that do, and that's this Doge investigation setup that they got going on. That's an exact example of going after individuals that take advantage of
I
these
think
programs.
I think that Doge. No, see, I think that Doge shit was an example of going after ghost money that he put in his pocket.
Of course, but as a symptom of it, or one that they can show publicly, they're catching these people that have been abusing this, like identity thieves. Okay, this is what I'm talking about abuse, by the way. Not necessarily the individuals that are actually needing these programs, like you and I, on the common level. We are required for us to live to have to use these programs because we need them. I'm talking about the people that take advantage of that. Like these people that got like 500,000 counts of Social Security fraud against them from different accounts that they've hacked and shit like that. That's the kind of thinking, you know what I mean? Because we can.
I haven't come across any data to really hard data to back up the claims that there are.
I just seen a headline on my browser.
It's a lot. There's a lot of huff and puff about fraud and waste, and I haven't seen the data to really flesh it out. Just 150 people getting money, like saying it's going to a dead person account, and they're trying to slash $7,000 from Social Security, and that's just. Can you turn your? Yeah, I'm getting that. Yeah, I'm getting that go, dude. I'm all for the amount. That's a big broad statement. Not a government, but my issues with government right now would be.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, man. You got an echo or some shit.
It's on his end. We're hearing his speakers, I think.
No, my speaker ain't on, brother. I ain't got no speakers on, and I'm on mute while you talking.
Oh. I mean, I'm on headphones. I can hear myself.
You sound better now, and the static that you had went away.
All right. Well, at any rate, my issues with government are a lot less with potential fraud of programs and more needing to tax the rich more and reel back defense spending and other things of that nature. So what you're talking about is real low on my radar list of issues I have.
So Professor Remo says Brett Favre comes to mind as someone who took advantage of those systems. So what about Brett Favre, for a professional NFL player who scammed all that money? And for me, I think it's the system, it's the government that we have. Because even if the people turn around and do the right thing, now the people that we put in play to run these institutions or to govern out or to be the fail-safe for us, we got to understand these people are greedy. These people are survivalists. These people have their own needs, and guess what? So we still have to bend to their will. So even if the people were to change our mindsets and do what we had to do, and we would have to be more together as a people, and we really would have to start taking care of ourselves. And I don't think we in for that right now. I understand where you're going with it, Joker. I don't know why Frank don't. Frank always do this. Frank, you know
Sorry.
damn
Well, no,
well.
no, you're right, right. So it's basically, okay. So you understand what I'm basically posing here is that
Yeah.
our need to have to rely on our government now more so than ever is a problem because when this all started, the government was there if we needed it, more or
When you say
less.
this,
Okay,
what do you mean
so
by
we
this?
have gravitated completely to this and are now suckling the teat, if you will, for lack of better terms, and require the government. Like I know for a fact that I'm on Medicaid. Okay. And whenever I'm in between jobs, I got to rely on welfare. I've done this many times in my life. I have to now. I have to do that because it's made that way. But if there's a better option to productively influence to get us away from the need to have to be independent, again, God fearing, we would fucking get independent. Okay, be more independent and more self-sufficient individuals. Like this is a whole social paradigm shift that needs to happen, and how do we go about doing that? You know what I'm saying?
If the workers could seize the means of production somehow.
Ah, like communists?
No, I mean that was the joke. But
No, I mean
uh,
that's
yeah,
you know.
people. I mean, it's a defendable position. I don't claim to be a full-on socialist. Purely from the logistics standpoint of, I don't think I'd see it in my lifetime. I would be. I get them mixed up. There's a democratic socialist or a social democrat.
There's too many
So
titles. It doesn't matter. To be
yeah,
honest
so
with
I,
you,
I'm
there's
I'm as far left as Bernie. I'd like to
sure.
Wait a
see.
minute. I know. Wait a minute. I know you two ain't talking about titles.
I'm not. He's we're still going far left, and I don't care. It doesn't matter because ultimately we all have our own individual goals. We just get together and think, okay, well, if I help you with your goal, you get mine. Scratch my back, your back, type deal. And then political parties happened, and then there you go. Okay, Bob's your uncle. Fuck that shit.
Yeah,
Let's throw that out for a minute, and then talk as people. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Unfortunately,
nepotism goes a long way.
Yeah.
I think in order for people to be able to build themselves up more, they need more opportunity. And if it's like a check to check lifestyle where the wealth gap is such that people are afraid to have children, that doesn't, Western society is not going to do so hot if the birth rates don't come up. That's something I've been realizing more recently.
Yeah.
At first, a couple of years ago, I thought, we don't need more people.
Who
Who
wants a
needs more people?
child? Who could bring in children into this world right now where we could barely take care of ourselves?
So you think if the birth rate don't come up, we won't?
It's definitely a problem.
I mean, in the long term, economically,
Yes.
yeah.
It's
That's
crazy.
interesting.
You know? Yeah, it is.
I'm
No,
gonna have to
it's a
look into
very
it.
very fine point. Yeah, no, that's something that I'm definitely been
And,
in tune
and
to.
I mean, a great way to go about that would be to, unfortunately, the very power structure exists to defend itself. So the people with the money and the power don't want to
Right.
see changes to, say, the tax code that prevent all the chicanery that rich people get away with. Like
Right.
when people start to get ahead, they keep getting ahead, and they keep further leveraging and taking advantage of the system. And then you've got passive income, and then you got
Let me
all
ask you
the
this,
people at the bottom producing. And
if I may.
go.
When this all started,
What do you mean? Sorry,
constitutionalized.
stop you there.
I'm talking about now going back
What do you mean
to
by this?
this government of ours, this nation of ours. When this at the beginning, inception, how much of those people do you think were elected individuals that were actually elected? Like held an election to even like structure this stuff together.
I bet probably half of them. About half.
Okay. So that when the Constitution was drafted, half of those people. There's a hell of an echo right now. Half of these people were not elected. They were just rich and had influence. This was half of the people that wrote the goddamn Constitution or signed it. You know what I mean? John Hancock had the biggest whatever. Doesn't matter. Half of those people weren't even fucking. They weren't elected. So the commercial aspect of money runs the fucking world was already there from the fucking moment of inception. You know what I'm saying? This nation was built on capitalism and was supposed to thrive, but these people put into place our very own constitution that we base our individual rights from as a part of control from the get-go. Is that too deep? Come on.
Capitalism is a flawed system to begin with. You mean?
Didn't take very long for us to get a central bank.
No, I don't think it's terribly flawed. You look at the quote unquote golden era of this country post World War II, when the top marginal tax rate on the richest people was 90%. We experienced economic growth and widespread prosperity likes the world has never seen.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What are we doing now with it?
not collecting it. From
Name me
people, I
one
guess.
technological advancement besides the fucking iPhone that our country's good for.
Nothing.
Society. For fucking
Nothing.
society. All we do
Nothing.
is lean on things. They're like, what the? Look down. Those
So-
are feet.
So Frank, that flawed system. That again, like he said, man, that damn Constitution was a capitalistic doctrine that
From
was
the
used to
jump.
indoctrinate. That was used to indoctrinate and excite and start a nation. That's period.
Isn't that
Them founding
right?
forefathers didn't give a shit about nothing else
Fuck no.
but resources and how they
still
can
own
build
slaves
and
when
become
they did that
dominant.
shit.
Period. Come on, how you don't see that, Frank?
Oh no, you're not gonna catch me like defending capitalism as a right and just and correct system. I just while we're tearing it down.
That's all right, Frank. You still got to be
We're
white. I
breaking
get
it
it.
down. I want to say,
I'm fucking with
break
you,
it. We're
Frank.
not tearing
That was a
nothing
joke,
down.
Frank.
It is
yeah,
an experiment that worked.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I come at it with, I mean, I would love to be a full-throated communist if I could, vision a way that
Now we're going with labels again.
kind of see it implemented properly.
Can't do that
because it's never really been people that are critics of Marxism that certain governments we label communist aren't a true implementation of that ideology. But at the same time, as I am critical of capitalism, I also have to remain mindful of what goes in its place and how do you put that up and how do you keep it up, and you need an entirely different system to replace.
I say state autonomy is a good approach, and that's one thing I don't disagree with, is that if you touched on it earlier, that he's trying to give states more rights. I think that's not too far from the fucking the answer here, because that instills upon, not necessarily automates the states to run things how they are, which is how this nation's supposed to. You don't like how you're fucking being treated and living? Move. There's places for that. There's a shit ton of them. There's 50 of them. Pick one. Because they all got different things and different lifestyles. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, there's a line that you draw as to what's okay and what's not okay as far as, okay, and that's where government was supposed to come in to help us figure that out. Then it ultimately became, okay, they're telling us how to fucking do it. And I think we need to get away from that. So, like, if you guys have certain beliefs, like, we had Mormons, they got away from a religious persecution when this all started. A lot of them did. Puritans and whatnot have you, okay? Getting persecuted in their home country. Came here, started a settlement, and then all of a sudden now we're all like a Confederate, okay? Well, that Confederacy at one point didn't agree with itself, and then we had a civil war. If we get back to just what really works, like individualism, not isolationism, like with the tariffs and shit that's going on, okay? I think that's pretty bold and very stupid, but it's going to force things that of another play down the road he's going to lean on. I guarantee it. This is all big fucking idea. He's got it. All right? Cool. Not everything I'm going to agree with, but it is what it is. Going back to what I was saying, I forgot. Going back to what I'm saying is that when this all started, okay, it was geared for control. If we got away from what others had started for us and tried to be more individual with our thoughts and get back to a community-based kind of government, like state government instead of federally state government, okay? Federal was there to check us, right? Or initially it was meant to. We can do this shit ourselves as a community, as communities, as banded communities, okay? Not one nation under fuckboy, okay? You know what I'm saying? How hard is it to be able to knock on a neighbor's door and borrow sugar these days? Motherfuckers get shot for less. Why? Because of what? The system that has made us into fucking savages? that has been leaned on us since day one and has been what we call a government since the inception of this nation. We're a nation of individuals. We have a window of our individualism. Our rights are fucking getting ripped from us. I know mine have. So what say you? What the fuck is our problem? How do we fix that? Why can't we band together as people? Why has it got to be this, that, the third, and the label? Like,
So
what the
again,
fuck?
do you think that's really a good thing for the state? Because now, if we
I think
giving
it's
sole
I think
power,
it's the right direction. You know what
but
I
if
mean?
we giving sole power to the state, a lot of these states and their laws
They're
and their
gonna go
rules and
crazy.
what,
Oh, they're gonna fuck everybody. Okay, but there's gonna be
you know what
some
I'm
people that
saying?
fucking get it, and I know
You
that.
know?
I know out of 50, odds are good that some of these motherfuckers are gonna fucking they're gonna form the right thing. What's wrong with that? That's called experimenting. That's what this thing is about, isn't it? It was a whole experiment.
Yeah, but see, but
Democracy
now
was
when we got
by design.
borders, but now that we have borders, how are we going to
Sure.
separate these? But see, but
Well,
how are we
who
going to
says we have
separate
to be
these?
the fucking United States anymore? That's what I'm saying.
Well, if we give state autonomy, this could break up. See, you don't want to do that neither.
Oh, God forbid people have different fucking thoughts and want to live separate
No,
again.
because then if that's the
You know what I'm
case,
saying?
our 50 states gonna turn into
We don't have
50
to fight
countries.
wars over it, though. It's different now, don't you think? Or is it?
Yeah,
Talk about another civil war now?
it could be potentially. It could be
Aren't we
between the
already
states.
in one? Kind of. Like we already
Yeah, I
doing
would
shit
agree,
like
but
that.
then I really think it's going to start some inbred wars against the states if we give states too much
Okay.
autonomy. You know,
If it gets that far, but like how? I mean, state to state, still the military is also federally regulated. So thank goodness for that, because we don't have control of our state and local military. Because then we would have a civil war. But because that's now, well, we got Uncle Sam going. Okay, we're not gonna put troops there now. If riots were to break out, that's one thing, but that's not gonna happen. People ain't gonna fucking riot 24/7. That gets nowhere. We've seen that in the past. Okay, who's to say that individualism and a federally checked government that runs autonomous states, at one point we had that, and it was working. And then, because it was working so well, we had time to think, oh, well, how do we make it better? Because we're working so well, we got extra time to think things like this. Come on, on some level, autonomy is not that bad. And in fact, it might improve our chances of finding the actual answer to these problems that we have. You know what I'm saying?
You started off mentioning regarding states, if you don't like what's going on where you are,
Sure,
go somewhere else, move.
I mean, that was a general statement. That was said. Sorry, I
I was going to say,
apologize.
what percentage of people? What percentage of people right now in the country would you say are financially poised?
But what if I were to say, if we were able to at one point federally allocate any individual who is willing to relocate to a, you know what I mean? Now I'm not talking about classing us, sort of on some level that would be, but that would be by our own merit. If you don't want to be here, you can go. That's not to say if you don't like America, you can get out. I'm not saying that when I say that. Just saying. I was kind of like just summarizing, and it was a terrible.
I took it to mean between different states.
Yes, that's basically what I meant. Yeah.
yeah, but even if we had to go to different countries, though, Frank, shit, a lot of countries ain't taking us now.
What's wrong with us being 50 individual countries instead of states? I think we've got enough population per capita.
That's
now
what I was
to
telling
do something
you.
like
That's
that.
what I was telling you.
Grow,
That's what I was
grow
saying.
up.
I think if you do that, you're going to have a lot of states that are going to turn into third world.
I think we'll have a lot less war.
Pretty quick.
I
Yeah.
think we'll have a lot less war.
A lot
to be honest
of the red.
with you.
A lot of them.
No, I think we'll have
Why do you
more
think
war.
Why do you think? Let me ask this. Why do you think we are the 50 states of America? Well, if we have 50 X territories with X amount of military per territory, we can enlist X amount of troops and go fucking take over shit or whatever. Feel me? Impose our will.
Yeah, but our borders are so close. Who's to say that the next state over ain't trying to go to the same place we go?
I don't want to go to war. That's okay. We're going to sit here and actually do shit that's productive. You don't get my troops, and I'm the biggest state of your country. What are you going to do then? California, for instance.
See, but then that would be the state that probably would be controlling
What's
shit.
what's to say that we ain't so far from the medieval times? Whenever they had property owners that they called lords, and under these lords they had X amount of troops that they could provide England at a price or a bargain. That's kind of how things worked. That was the I guess stepping stones of basically what we're doing right now as a country that goes unsaid. But these are facts.
Yeah.
Our
Seems
military
like your
is.
solution is to say civil war when
I'm not
I
saying
don't.
civil war. I'm saying separation from federal government is not so bad. Is what I'm saying. Giving us individual governments a chance to bloom. Again,
That's going to be a rough couple of decades at minimum.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I don't
necessarily
think
go.
so.
I
It's
don't
already
know.
happening. It's already happening. These
Well,
governments, these state
it's
governments are
trying to
doing
take
shit
effect.
that they shouldn't do, but they're doing it
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, it's trying to take effect with Trump, but I don't think autonomy of the states would be a I'm not gonna say it's a bad idea, but I don't think it'd be such a
It's not the
good idea.
best. It's fucking awful, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. But it is a shot at
Mm.
figuring something out. One of us are gonna get it right. I hope. Otherwise, we fucking don't deserve to be here.
See, okay, so then I got a question. So how do these individual states how do they handle tariffs? How do they handle federal
That's the
tariffs?
thing. Is that those federal tariffs? They wouldn't be reflected if it was like that. This
But
federal
yes,
government
because
that
no,
makes these big ass uh,
uh,
decisions would need 50 individual votes, like how it was supposed to be and how it's supposed to work, but somehow it got corrupt. But if we were individual countries that acted almost like on a NATO sense, we could opt in and opt out. And actually, those kinds of problems would actually go into a real vote because our community would be more engaged. You know what I'm saying?
so and a lot of those smaller states will probably be the states that opt out to keep bartering and
Absolutely,
trade.
absolutely,
But guess what?
absolutely.
One of these bigger
And sending
states are
our
bigger
fucking
closer
boys to go
countries.
home or go over there and get murdered. You know what I'm saying? For
But one of these
stupid shit.
bigger states or bigger countries or will come over and knock their ass off. So now, and for the people that just tuning in, man, when we saying state, when we saying countries, we're talking about America. So we're saying, what if
United
America, 50
States.
states, chose to be
Yeah.
autonomous and turn into countries? So if y'all following discussion, when I'm saying countries and state, we talking about, you know what I'm saying, America and each state being a country and autonomous and on
Yeah.
its own.
What's wrong with
So
that?
again, like I say, the smaller states, like I agree with Franklin on this one. Like the smaller states would suffer. And then what about the people who don't have the money to even
It would
contribute to?
be it would be something of a challenge, but I don't think it's far out of reach, and I think a lot of good could come out of that. And ultimately, we could at best band together and be a whole country again as one as we are. I'm not saying complete separation, but I'm saying a moment of autonomy wouldn't be so bad.
Okay, question for both of y'all. So if you guys were the president of the United States, how would you be handling what's going on right now?
I'll allow you. Go ahead.
Franklin, if you was the president of the United States, what would you be doing right now?
Well, I would return immediately to overall policies similar to what we saw in the Obama administration, just to establish like a status quo, of getting back somewhere to a headspace where I feel like things are even remotely normal. From there, I would try to get legislation done that outlawed the operation of private healthcare insurance. So I would centralize healthcare into a single payer plan, and it would be universally a right. Healthcare is now one of the things that we socialize. We socialize the roads, the schools, the police department. Healthcare, hmm, joins that bubble. That's a very populist idea. I would do away with the electoral college. That's for sure. That's probably and overhaul the election system. I'd repeal Citizens United Supreme Court decision to reform campaign finance. Try to do something to integrate to at least get us into a three-party system. I would slash the defense budget. I would bring the marginal tax rate for the highest earners over say 500K a year. I'd put that through the roof. Did I already say slash the defense budget? So yeah, those would be a good start.
You said slash to the fish budget twice, Frank. What about you, Joker? If you was the president right now, what would you do? Joker, you on mute. You on mute. Gotta unmute yourself.
I got it. Hold on.
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
There you go. There you go.
All right, cool. Sorry about that. I have a problem with mute buttons and lives. It's fucked. What I would do is I'd make my vice president do what he just said. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, I guess. Well, first of all, I don't want to be right now. Nobody should want to be that. That role has a lot of weight on its shoulders, essentially, and to have conjecture about what goes on in that Oval Office is stupid, really. But it's what we do because we wonder. But to be inside that office, unless you've experienced it, I would imagine is a lot of stress. I would first of all walk around problems because I'm stressing for a second until I figure out critically what I can do, one at a time, and socially try to examine our culture and hear the people. I would run polls. I would actually get to know, and I would start a whole campaign of discovery for me and my people, in office, in my cabinet, I guess you would call it, and get to know the constituents instead of count them as numbers. You know what I mean? And that would be that would take some time, but I mean, if we can enlist people like the smartest, well, not the smartest, but the richest man in the world to go run our fucking social security programs, I think that would clear me up for time to do that. So I think this man that's in office now is not entirely the right model, but it's a start. And I would run with this, but also push an agenda of social autonomy state-wise. Federally governed still, if we want to, but I think the country thing isn't too far-fetched of an idea of banded countries, because at this point our states are populated enough, and we can take off the training wheels. Our government is meant to evolve, and it's meant to change, ever changing. That's the whole soul of democracy. So I would push that. I wouldn't be so. I mean, obviously, there's things that need to be proactively addressed. As a president, you need to be able to yay or nay about things that are actual problems of like. For instance, like after Hurricane Katrina, how much resources we have to go send down there and all that shit. The trivial shit. Obviously, that's going to happen. But I would push for social reform, more or less. That would be my agenda if I was in office. And I think I would achieve that because it's not too hard to do. And I think after that, a more independent nation of independence, I think, is what we need to be in order to be a great America again. And that's the agenda I would push.
I'm going to I'm going to all the trailer parks, all the ghettos and projects in America, and all the Jimmy Johns and Hank Lou's and what they call and Pookies and Ray Rays. I'm getting them on my cabinet, and we gonna fuck up the government. That's what we doing. That's matter of fact. Give me a round of applause for that. That's That's how we go fix the government. Pookie, Ray Ray, Jimmy John, and motherfucking Johnny Lou.
No, but real shit though. Everybody matters. Then let's matter.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But no, Franklin, I like both you guys' approach. I honestly, I would do a little bit of both because, of course, we know the problems. If I was the president, I would come in and I would assess. I would look at the problems I got, and like you said, I'm gonna walk around, probably, indulge and partake in some Scooby snacks before I actually hit a few of my topics, and then I'm gonna kick my feet up a little bit. I would not cut the defense budget. That's something that I wouldn't do. The only reason that what I would do was take some of the responsibility off of the Defense Department, and they wouldn't be in charge of certain departments like they are now. I wouldn't do that, but I wouldn't necessarily cut their budget because I do believe the defense of our nation and our country is very important, especially if I'm not the one that's going to be out there fighting for y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? If I got generals, I'm not cutting that. I would put more into my infrastructure, into my bit into my country. Most definitely, I would try to ensue what Trump was doing. I would try to bring manufacturing and things and jobs back here, but also I would not stop outsourcing. I would not stop our trading systems. I would have these meetings with these world leaders, and I would try to find some way where we can have an agreement where we can all benefit. You know,
Hmm.
and also I would not be shitting on my allies. That's one thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not shitting on my allies. I wouldn't be taxing my allies nothing. I do agree with Franklin. The people that make, you know what I'm saying, in the upper range of money, like, what's the problem with overtaxing them? And
I don't
I
see a
don't even
problem with that.
consider it overtaxing. I don't even consider it overtaxing. Why not make their ass pay higher taxes? You know what I'm saying? Why not? Shit, you can afford it. You know, why the fuck am I going to go out here and tax a person that's living check to check? Come on, man. Like, are you serious? Because they can't really give me nothing. They can't really help the economy grow. You know, only thing I can do is help make them poor, which is gonna in turn create disruption inside of my economy. So, and don't get me wrong, I wouldn't make it a fucking off the chain skyrocketed ass tax, but I would send a higher tax up to those. You know what I'm saying? They got it, and make it trickle down, and maybe take those taxes and put them into a fund for education, or put those taxes in a fund for certain small communities in different neighborhoods and states where, you know, they can fix their streets and do things like that. You know what I'm saying? So, if I was the president, also I would again, I would not be imposing tariffs on my allies. Now, Canada and Mexico and China, China, I wouldn't, because China helped us out with our debts. You got to be smart about shit. You know what I'm saying? And again, before, like you said, Joker, before I really attack all these things, I'm gonna walk around. I'm gonna figure it out. You know what I'm saying? And I was joking about the Pookie, but not about all of them, because, you know,
No,
some
no,
Jimmy Johns and a few Pookie and Ray Rays know what's going on.
yeah,
And I would put those people inside of my administration, because guess what? I know it's going to be genuine. I know they know what pain and suffering and
hmm,
poverty feel like, so they can probably help readjust or get me to understand, if I'm not in that predicament, to understand the value of that person. Like you said, get to know your constituents, and not just make them a
exactly,
number. You know, so get to
exactly.
know, you know, the people who voted for you, not necessarily voting for you, but the people who are against you as well. You need to know these things. You know what I'm saying?
On
So,
some levels,
yeah,
I
vote.
think local
Mm,
government is still our hope. But I think localizing our local government instead of federalizing it is basically what we've been doing. If we were to go the opposite and have our local government be our more federalized government, uh, essentially we could live how we wanted because we're more involved. And unfortunately, people aren't as involved, like voting and stuff. And then me, I'm an ex-felon. It's a whole process for me to get my ability to vote back. You know what I mean? Some people they never get it. So I can't even, if I wanted to try and make a difference with the structure we have now, I couldn't even partake in that. You know what I mean? Unless I do a bunch of fucking hoops and shit. There's ways to get it back. You know? But like stuff
yeah,
like that, like these variables that make our system for voting kind of it, it's very selective for a certain type of people. Not all voices are getting heard, you know, and there are people who get commit, you know what I mean, they don't actually commit crimes for real, that get falsely accused and charged. And what about, you know what I mean, those are very very small numbers, but still everybody's voice matters. And as long as I'm putting into society, that's how they register these votes now, which isn't wrong. You know what I mean? If you get what you put in, right? If everybody
yeah,
put a little bit more in, you know what I mean, if they can, but there needs to be some kind of incentive, right? So to
yeah.
localize, to band us together locally and get us more community, I think is the answer as far as getting things that need to be addressed appropriately and more fairly, instead of having one motherfucker go fuck transgenders. You know what I mean? Just to
Oh,
say,
shit.
I had
Yeah.
to put it in
So,
there.
Professor Professor Remo says, as president, I will institute basic living wages for all citizens. I would build housing and make higher education cheaper.
Sure.
Mm.
If I
In
jump
this
in real
current
quick about
structure, sure.
uh, tariffs, I just know what you guys thought. I think I heard someone say earlier a long-term plan, but just from everything I've been learning, well, I've been learning about tariffs for a year, but everything recently in the fallout, other than being a supremely bad idea, it's important for people to appreciate the difference between debt and deficit. And the fact that we have a trade deficit means simply that we're able to buy more than is going out, and to adjust numbers based on deficits when country A doesn't buy Ford 150 pickup trucks and country B doesn't buy
Mm-hmm.
stealth bombers. I mean, what do we make other than bombs and cars and
Not much.
tech, which we don't even make the hardware. I mean, we do software. We do huge monopolies on software companies, but I don't see a long-term bounce
War.
backing
That's our
benefit to
business.
any of this stuff with the trade deficit, with the tariffs. It just seems, because now we have retaliatory tariffs. Basically, all the economists and experts that I've heard talk about tariffs is that sometimes the only time they might be good is if you have a particular nascent fledgling industry that you're trying to protect from outside competition, or if you have a particular industry that, say, steel, that you want to try to keep in your borders for a little bit longer. But even in those instances, sometimes it's a long term, it's a wash. So I appreciate that Dr. D is down for globalism when it comes to trade, at least.
Yeah, and we don't even produce steel here anymore, and I don't think, and I think we beyond the fledgling point. So
I think our steel production actually. Well, I'm in Western PA, and I used to live in a town called Butler. There's a steel. Used to be called AK Steel, I believe. I think is what it was called. Now it's Armco. I'm sorry, but I know that the steel that we do make here is actually bought and sold and refined under Chinese companies. Isn't that crazy?
no, it ain't.
Steel. We make steel, just not for us.
Not for us. That's
It ain't
crazy.
ours. Isn't that crazy?
So
Yeah.
Professor Remo says I will also ban corporate and special interest group contributions to government officials to give the government back to the people.
That is a good. See, that's one of the. That is a top tier idea that would be addressed with social reform. That is the kind of thinking that needs to happen. Like ideas like that, and to be able to carry weight with these ideas and stretch it out so that it may not just go from our tabletop discussion
But
to
these
a whole room.
but these corporate and special interest groups are the groups that's outsourcing and still got money coming in,
Right.
and that can fund these so-called countries or 50 states if we make our states autonomous and we want to be countries. See, these same corporate and special interest groups who give contributions to our governments could be giving you contributions as well.
They
So
could.
I
They
mean,
very well could. So
it's
again,
all it's all.
it's that's democracy from the jump. Like again, from the very beginning of it. Okay, now that we are very aware of this, and this is definitely the result of this is exactly what will happen. Okay, as long as money and social status and all that shit is at play, which is always going to be forever, as long as we keep the structure that we have currently, with the financial institutions that we use currently, wages and whatnot. If we were to find a way to ultimately get away from that, that'd be great. But to start, at least to head in that direction, is to stop leaning on our fucking federal government. And then we can figure out a way to address that, the money thing, the fucking slavery modern day thing.
See, but does the federal government want us to stop leaning
Honestly,
on it?
we don't need a fucking government. We don't need
But-
cash. Barter
Yeah,
system
but
and community is all we need
do.
for real. But
We do to
Nah.
certain ends.
Yeah.
I think the best.
to certain extent, we don't necessarily need somebody telling us what to do. We need something that has a standard of what to do. That's what government should be. Enforcing things like laws that hurt other people and have fucked up reasons, that's what government handles. That's what it's supposed to do. We're leaning on the system entirely to take care of us and tell us how to live. No, that's not what we don't. And state separation of state from government is supposed to enact that and keep that from happening. But it hasn't because we just let it all happen. We sit back, and the people who do vote or can vote won't vote. Don't make a difference, and it doesn't matter who we put in because it's all corrupt. Because the fucking dollar.
I think the best function, or the ideal that the federal government strives to, the role it aspires to provide, is to restrict capitalism where capitalism needs to be restricted.
It needs to be, yes.
Free trade, completely free trade, would be a complete chaos, and the erosion of certain regulatory systems is kind of giving rise to a lot of the problems that are being discussed here. And for example, providing some basic services, there is no corporate like profit motive to do some of the things that the government does, like the national parks or I don't know.
What if I were to tell you
Space
that
program.
everybody who goes in at a certain sorry, you have an echo. I'm just gonna cut you off because I need to say this. What if I were to tell you that our government, okay, basically goes into work every day saying, okay, what the fuck can I get away with and what can I sell it as getting something? You know what I mean? How much bullshit can I actually pull and save face and sell it as something else to the people? That's the government that we have that goes into office every day. That's the mode of thought. How fucked is that? How much personal gain can I get in my people? You know what I mean? And appear like I'm a fucking warrior for the fucking people. Like that's not how it should be, and that's because of the marketalism and capitalism. You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better term.
Well, Frank, he got you there.
Yes, shit do be bad.
Yeah.
It is chaotic. Humans are greedy, violent, self-centered creatures at a lot of times.
I give everything I have away. I don't know. That's not humans in general. That's just assholes.
I think,
We have a government of assholes, man.
yeah, well, there are a lot of assholes in humanity, unfortunately. I don't know. I would like to see, obviously, a much more restricted form of capitalism. To kind of rein in its excesses. But I think
So, what would be a more restrictive form of capitalism? What do you mean by a more restrictive form?
Um, I guess getting back to the kind of banking regulation that just eliminates things that gave rise to the subprime mortgage crisis, predatory lending. I'm trying to think of specifics, but just your products have to be safe, and they have to be good to the environment, and I don't know, just the basics, safety net stuff.
Yeah, Frank, Frank, the more you talk, you sound like a bureaucrat. Hey, so Professor, it's Professor Rima, hold on. Professor says, or at least he said, or at least limit contributions to under 1,000. Anything more would be subject to publication.
Like that should not be something that carries weight. Like if I okay, not to be fucking gross, all right, but to mansplain this shit because this is called the bearded, right? All right, if motherfuckers were to line up and toss their dicks out on the table and measure, okay, it's not about how big your dick is, okay, or how fat your wallet is. It's about how just your ideals are, and that's how it should be governed. But instead, it's how much this guy paid me and what do they want.
And I would agree, but again, that's still so. But we kept talking about individualism. So with individualism, you're going to get that. So with self survivalism, with people who have
under capitalism, you'll get that. It's how much,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
But guess what? See, but then, even on the common level, even on our level, when you think about people who just thinking about surviving or self survival or survival of the fittest, you know what I'm saying? Or me, or the me movement, me first.
Right.
You can get that, and that can be disruptive within itself because now it's like, well, fuck my neighbor. Instead of going to knock on the door borrowing sugar, I'm finna go knock on the door and tell them I'm taking this sugar. You see what I'm saying? Right. I ain't gonna even knock. I'm gonna kick it in.
Right. But like, if I were to tell you this, if we can somehow find benefits of one another, strengthen our weaknesses, if you will, as a community as a whole, and with that mindset, apply that to our government locally, and regulate ourselves as community as a whole, be more proactive. It's not hard. We can check our fucking Twitter account, Facebook, all this shit in a matter of minutes. Who the fuck do we think we are if we can't just sit here and talk to our neighbors for 5 seconds? Or get to know what the fuck's going on. Get a fucking pulse of this goddamn dying heartbeat of ours. You know what I mean? That's what other countries still do. We don't. We have been and become a country of isolationists.
Yeah, because I mean, do you think that's because of
we
the
don't want to
money?
hear what's going on, and it's because
What do you
because of
think? Do you think it's
that
because of the
protection.
money? Do you think it's because of the money?
I think it's oversaturated with misdirection. We are individually thought, but mushered or ushered, if you will. Sorry, ushered and mushed is what I'm trying to say. Ushered and mushed people's sheeple, if you want to say, on not to be offensive, but in a certain mindset, we have become this uh, uh, autonomous individual instead of individuals under autonomy. You know what I'm saying? We fell asleep at the wheel,
Okay.
essentially.
Okay. Autonomous individual. Okay. Say that one more time. We
Uh,
became what?
we became an autonomous individuals instead of individuals under autonomy. Yeah,
Autonomous.
you heard it here. I got
You
that
heard
shit
it
for
here
days.
first.
Facts. But like, I will
What you
pose these questions and these scenarios for you to just stew on because like these are facts, motherfucker.
what you think about that, Franklin? Do you think we autonomous people, man? We became autonomous individuals?
I think it's hard to paint we as a monolith. That there are plenty of people that are extremely community engaged, that
Sure.
are doing wonderful things locally with their community, that are friendly. How you doing, Joe, on his porch?
Name me one.
I'll,
See what I'm saying? Doesn't fucking matter. What are you saying? Not to be offensive. These people that are so wonderful, yes, they happen. They happen.
The pause was not that I couldn't name one, is I was trying to
Got you.
put a number
Alright.
of millions.
Sure.
10,
One that I would
30
know?
million, 40 million people. Is that
I would know? Can you name me one that I might know? Not to
don't know where
undercut
you,
or
no,
throw you
I
off.
don't know who you know, so no, I don't.
See what I'm
I can't
saying?
name a single person you know, good or bad.
But if you know what I mean, if we were talking about communities and stuff, sure. I mean, that's great. You got some in your
So
community. Where are you from?
anyway, there are people doing all that, and the people that want to do that are doing that, and the people that aren't doing that and that are being, uh, hyper fixated on whatever they are, that are just trying to get, win the rat race or whatever. They're doing that. It's just, it takes all kinds. That's that's human nature. What you're seeing is the way shit is, and I like to think of terms in incremental change rather than,
Okay.
kind of like the starry-eyed
Right.
like hippiedom that I kind of thought of.
Incremental change
Maybe I'm
as
just
in
getting,
like
maybe
the
I'm
past
getting
300
old and jaded
consecutive.
because
So why do you think? So why do you think the people that are? So why do you think the people that are versus the people that aren't? Why do you think those people that are doing, excuse me, that are doing those things? Why do you think they're not flourishing like the people that are not doing those things?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? See, that's the issue here. So
That is
we
the
know
issue.
there are people that are waking up every day saying hello and all this shit
Yeah.
and that's building the community. But why do you think the majority of the people don't align or attach themselves with those morals and values to help build that up? To help
Right.
build those, to help it. See, that's not what we're getting. We know that's the reality, and we know it's people that's out there like that, and we know the problems that we have. But it seems like we say fuck these problems. It's like we want these problems,
Right.
and we love these problems.
Almost kind of masochistic.
That's what I'm saying. It's like we doing
You
it to
know?
ourselves.
Right. What? Like, I mean, on a basic level, essentially, all the way back to the beginning. That's what I'm asking: is how do we change that, or at least start adjusting it for our children and our children's children?
Hey man,
I'm
hey,
worried.
we're gonna have to have another great flood like Noah, man. We're going to have hey, we're gonna have to have a Noah flood. Hey, I'm telling you,
Real shit.
it's either gonna have to be another flood like Noah or another fucking
But
Sodom
I
and
don't think
Gomorrah,
I
man.
think I think we can handle it. We just these things like what we're doing right now. These need to happen more often, once and twice. They need to happen individually and without a directive. Stop getting your control told to you. Take control. That's what
Yeah.
I did.
See, but again, we go into these situations and these
It's a
narratives
personal thing.
due to propaganda and
Is
due
it?
to media. See, we go into these things with a still again. We still go into these things with an individualistic type of
Sure.
we want
Masked.
something. We go into it with a we go into it with with a game for ourselves versus a game for the whole. Even if
Right.
we do this on the individual level, it's about
There is such thing as collective individualism.
Yeah, like
Yes,
Brother Fox said earlier,
I
we
just made
talking
that
slick
up.
at the tongue. Yeah, we go into this shit with talking slick at the tongue versus, going in there with an open mind to help each other. I'm going in here, yeah, I'm gonna talk to you as an individual. Yeah, we can have these conversations. Well, let me see if I can
Can't.
out slick or out talk or what can I get about this
Right.
situation versus,
And that is
helping.
politics. And that is
Yeah.
politics. That is
And that's
politics.
life. Life is
Yeah,
politics.
that is our social purview, more or less. But like, it can be adjusted because it wasn't always that way. It's just because of the structures we put in place and have taken as an everyday thing and thought nothing of it because of that view of the world that we have as individuals that has been acquired over the years. Hasn't always been that way, and it doesn't need to be this way. It really does start with the people. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying fucking a flat out rebellion, but I'm saying, God damn it, we can do something about it. What the fuck is going on? Let's do.
Hey,
And there's, you know what I mean?
if they can go march on if they can go start their
If they
records
can
on the
march on the
Capitol,
motherfucker, that's what I'm
we
saying.
should be able to
Like,
start
what the
this records
fuck?
in our communities and get up. Yeah. Yeah. Professor Remo says if you're following the social contract, it should benefit us in some form or fashion. It should, but again,
Yes.
but
You get to
see
say that.
again,
You get to live. You get to breathe. You get to eat. You don't have to worry
see,
about. You
but
know what I
this
mean?
social,
There's
but
there's all
yeah,
these things that add up called
but
benefits. You know what I
here
mean?
goes the key point: who's drawing up this social contract?
What
Who's
contract?
the
You
one?
mean
But that's what I'm
amazing one?
saying. But if you are following, like you said, but if you are
Mm-hmm.
following the social contract, you should be able to benefit in some shape, in some way, shape, form, or fashion. But again,
Okay.
we're not
Why do we
benefiting
have
because
contracts?
we're not drawing up the contracts.
Why do we
You
have
know what I'm saying?
contracts? Do you think?
Because again, we have a need to tend to lead
Or unfulfilling
to lend on. I mean, to
Yeah.
lean on people. We have that need to lean on. Like you say, the government. Why are we leaning on the government? We have a
Why
tend
do
to
we have
lead.
contracts though?
Well, contract be for control, man. If I can
No,
put
no,
you in a
no,
box,
no. Why
if
do
I
we
could
have contracts? What does a contract do essentially?
put you into a agreement.
It protects people, is what it does.
Well,
It
yeah.
protects
Well,
me from
contracts
something that
protect.
you're
Yeah,
saying that you
yeah,
will do, or if,
yeah.
whatever. For
But it
example, a
still
contract
puts
is
you.
made for trade. All right, it protects me if you don't say what you did, or if you don't come to the terms of the contract, if you don't fulfill
Oh,
your obligation. I'm
yeah,
protected via this contract to sue you, or less, more or less,
yeah, yeah,
according to
yeah,
our
yeah,
social
yeah, yeah.
structure.
But
It
it also
protects us
puts you
from
into an
fucking each
agreement.
other. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an
Yeah.
agreement so that I don't screw you over or you don't screw me over, and we've agreed to this, right?
But
Because
again, like I
because
said, it depends on who makes these contracts because a lot of these social
okay,
contracts,
well,
in the
with
end,
that
it
said,
fucks us.
with the contract, on the most basic level, that idea that I need to make sure that this guy's not going to screw me over. That idea, that ideal, that way of thinking, I'm going to screw you over, or if I can get anything I can without them noticing, that same idea is what inspired what the hell you call a contract. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm. Yeah.
Again,
Yeah. Most definitely.
so contracts shouldn't even really be a thing if we as individual people cared a little bit more, okay, and weren't
Yeah.
so goddamn lazy sometimes when it comes to the world around us. Because, like I said, we've become autonomous and just told, you know what I mean? Snap out of
See,
it.
but that
We
comes
gotta take
from,
control.
them founding fathers, like you said, be from their dealings and they workings and how they move. You
They
have
already
to
had
have
the
contract.
blueprint for the lazy boy when they signed that bitch. You know what I'm saying?
See, and you got to think about it. And I don't, you know what? And I wonder if people know that the Constitution is the contract. I wonder if people know that
It
that's a
is.
contract, and that was a
It's
contract that was set up amongst them. It had nothing to do with the people because ain't now one of our signatures on that motherfucker.
amendments to the
Ain't,
Constitution are a perfect example of us finally like going, oh wait, that wasn't about us, or wait, this should be this. That's some successful alterations, but again, at the highest level, those alterations got voted on, but half of the fucking votes are already they're individual private people, not
mm-hmm.
elected individuals. And do you think those seats got just given up? No. If anything, they bought more. So now, since the inception of our government and our constitution, it's been corrupt because like it was made by corrupt people. If we were to reconstitutionalize, follow me here. If we reconstitutionalized as a whole, I think we'd have a different form of government, wouldn't you say? Who's up for reconstitutioning? Is that even a thing?
Mm,
Can we?
mm,
We most certainly fucking can. Who's
mm.
to fucking tell us we can't?
Yeah, that's right, man. Hey,
Like the video man, thumb up the video man. Like the video man, thumb up the video
hey, man,
man.
we got people in the building, man. If y'all want to come in and get on this panel and get into this discussion, man, hey, let's change the world, man. We changing the world right here tonight on Bearded Conversation. At
One
least we
brick at a
trying.
time, we build this motherfucker. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
one
it.
brick at a time, man. Let's lay the cornerstone, y'all. Let's lay the cornerstone, man. Hey, anybody is privy and welcome to join the panel, man, to get into this discussion. The link is in the chat if y'all want to come up on the panel, man, and rock out with Joker, your boy, and Big Frank, man. You're more than welcome to hit the panel, man. This is a great discussion, man, and I love when we have these
I'm
type
glad
of
to be
discussions.
here. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm fucking candid as fuck. This is as raw as you gonna get, the Joker.
Yeah. I like these type of discussions, man, because it's good to hear different ideologies and philosophies and
Facts.
ideas about how to fix problems or how to go at it and attack certain problems. And it's also good to realize how people think. You could be standing next to me and the whole time, hell, I don't know what's going on with you. You know what I'm saying? So I like these conversations and discussions.
I like this because it gives me an opportunity to meet individuals. What was your name again, friend? What do you prefer? Franklin? It gives me an opportunity to meet Franklin, get the opposing idea, not necessarily opposing, but an opposition as far as ideals are concerned. And also, we've met on a lot of levels tonight too. So as of yet, so this is the beauty of being a community, is being able to branch out, get these things going. Like, this is an exact example of what can be done and should be done locally from the individual level as an answer to a part of the solution. You know what I'm saying? On any level as there is, just start fucking talking about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And this is how and this is how we start political parties. This is how we start parties of like-minded individuals, even though we're from different forms of life and things of that nature. Us
Not
Pap,
to
man,
push his agenda or cut you off. Sorry. Not to
yeah,
push, but he touched on libertarian. Have you read
libertarian,
up
yeah.
into that? Do you know what's all encompassed in that?
Well,
Because I
I
actually did
haven't.
some reading on that recently, and I seem to maybe align myself with those ideals. If I were to pick up a party, I probably would be a libertarian, but I don't, because I don't vote. So, but like, he did touch on that, and I thought that was interesting that he did, because if you look into what their stuff, again, not to push any kind of agenda of whatsoever, I found it rather interesting because they are almost, on some level, the very, very bottom line of what our government was originally, or told and taught to us originally, how to function. You know what I mean? Governed by the people, for the people. You know what I mean?
Basically,
And I thought it was interesting.
libertarianism is a party of, in its purest form, hands off. Government should be as small as possible.
Right.
Now, as far as social issues, I'm libertarian as fuck. Live and let live. As long as you're not hurting anyone else, do with your
I like
life and your
that.
body what you will.
Yeah.
Economically, I'm not libertarian.
There's
Economically,
pros and cons on every party. I thought that
economically, economically, libertarians trust that the free market will govern itself and encourages the results of that. And I wouldn't trust the free market for a goddamn second to
What if
govern
I were
itself.
to say free market with libertarian point of view in mind, and if the free market weren't necessarily governed by the dollar, but by the barter system? There is a system in place, and there's things like this too. It's called I think it's called Green Apple or Red Apple, where companies actually trade services instead of for money. They have like points or whatever. There's a point system where if you do X amount of dollars worth of help for another company, say like if I'm a plumbing company, I go help a Wendy's, I put it on Green Apple. Wendy's therefore owes me X amount of services should I ask. It's a bartering system. With that in place, do you think would it be a little bit more economical with the libertarian
That
point of view?
sounds like capitalism with different steps.
Does it though? Instead of the dollar, okay, but you get rid of the point system. Is what I'm saying.
It's easy to romanticize these
Just
things
straight
as
up.
if they work at scale, and I don't think they
Yeah.
work. Just like the 50 states
Okay.
thing, it gets super problematic when you think about trade and the cities with ports. They got all goods coming from outside. Well, they become their own port countries, and then agriculture. You got certain areas that are not suited for that. You know,
Who's to say
you
it's not
get
like that right now, though?
breakdowns in transportation, breakdowns in currencies used, immigration, language.
I know right now
mean,
my ass can't get to the local Dollar General without a fucking truck, and there ain't nobody buying or selling trucks for about 5 miles. Who's to say it's not like that right now? I just don't have access. There's no public transportation where I'm at.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
I'm into
So, like,
that.
okay,
Lack
it's already
of
like
public
that.
transportation in this
Yeah.
country is criminal. Yeah,
It's fucked.
So
But, like,
the technical definition, hold on, the technical
that's
definition for
logistic, really.
libertarian. For libertarian is an advocate or supporter of a political philosophy that advocates only minimal state intervention in free market and private lives of citizens.
And when I say autonomy, I mean as a community. And you know what? Communities do talk to other communities, so the trade thing wouldn't be an issue, I don't think. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. There ain't no problem with trade. Trade ain't going to be an issue. It's already privatized as much as it is. So what the fuck interrupts that? State lines? No.
I don't know. You
No, we
would
don't.
have all kinds of price gouging and
Sure.
Yeah.
wars. I mean,
You
even
could.
something that's
You
simple. I
could.
mean, we're
You
already going to
could.
have. We're already having huge issues over things like water rights.
Right. Okay. So then, what if I were to say that we have an according adjustment tariff per country, as in tariffs towards one another and not for outsourced. And anything outsourced would be brought inwardly or be taxed heavily, and that would be distributed federally. That's where the federal kicks in. Federal would come in to just distribute, wealth as a nation as a whole. So everything would just be kicked down and actually governed by us, not the fucking assholes that are in suits, one guy at a time. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard, and it's not very. It's not a very big jump either. You know what I'm saying? That's a simple breakdown of
Simple breakdown.
difference.
Yeah. Professor Remo says he would be a progressive. Brother Philosophy, you saying you would be the same. You know the Progressive Party doesn't even exist no more, right? Y'all do know that, right?
Yeah.
Although I'm
Yeah,
sure
you know.
Honestly,
plenty of smaller parties.
I haven't heard that
would
name in
fall
a
under that
while.
banner.
Yeah, you know, it was started by
Who's to say
Teddy.
it can't
Good old
be
Teddy.
rekindled? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I think the party system is fucked as it is. You know what I mean? To even sit here and say that there should be a parties in general, but like that because of the structure we're in now, it's required. But ultimately, it's not. Like people just don't understand that. Like as a collective, we can change this shit. What do you propose? What would be other than democracy? What is your difference? Not.
Progressive is not a party so much as it is like a political kind of ideal. You know, there are progressives within the Democratic Party, for example.
Yeah. You could be a progressive libertarian as well. Yeah.
Right. Again, another label.
Yeah, there are smaller parties that we don't know of that aren't on the map because we have this dumb two-party system that fall under that umbrella of progressive. I don't know, man. I think the 50 states thing would be utter chaos. And
we were there once before. We did it before, no problem. With less technological advance and less communication skills.
What do you mean by we did it once? I mean, yeah,
as a nation. As a nation. No. We were a nation of autonomous states at one point, for a very long time, actually.
So
we weren't colonized after we were fighting in Mexico at the Alamo. Just we were a nation of states, autonomous states for that matter.
Okay. When did the federal government kind of strengthen it?
That's what I'm saying. When did it happen? And how did we let it happen? How do we unhappen it?
I don't.
We let it just take control. What? I don't.
I think the federal government. I think the federal government slowly but surely worked its way in and made it.
It just happened. And you know what I mean? We just let it happen. And people with money ended up being the ones that just pushed the agendas of what they wanted by paying people to fucking do whatever the fuck they need, called elected individuals that we were told was our options, but never really actually fucking gave a fuck to even look for. They were just, this is our choices? Okay. What the fuck?
It is called the United States of America.
Told you. Just like it was the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, now it's not.
So, all right, now let's just say the Gulf of Mexico.
I don't think.
I'm not trying to come off as offensive or nothing, but I'm posing the hard things because people gotta say shit like I'm saying right now.
Offensive.
Someone's gotta say this.
Maybe, but offensive.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's
It's
not. So
unrealistic because that's what you're used to. The
yeah,
the
so
fact of reality is what you make it with your
right, right,
this and that.
facts, facts. So Joe, you kept talking about the right to vote earlier. Do
Right.
you think so for both of you guys, do you think felons should still maintain their right to vote regardless of criminal history and background?
I'll take this one first, and I'll be quick. Yes, and there should be some kind of screening process. Obviously, if you're psychotic and a felon, you mean there's limits to that shit.
Well, hell, there's
But
people that's psychotic that ain't felons.
well, I mean, there should be some kind of filtration, obviously, put into place. With the structure we have now, that's what I would suggest as the solution right now.
Hmm.
Ultimately, yes, everybody should be able to, if they care, if it's affecting me and I've got an opinion, I want to be heard. I should have that right, regardless of whether or not I made a mistake in the past. I'm not asking to expunge my charges, but I'm saying at least give me the chance to be heard, let alone counted.
Hmm. What about you,
Yeah,
Frank?
it's interesting. It's not something I've ever really put thought into, other than it being ridiculous that certain felonies that shouldn't have ever been crimes to begin with, like someone had the wrong amount of pot in the wrong state. You know,
Right.
obviously shouldn't be. You know, non-violent drug crime. Get out of here with that. You know, as far as do I think like going up to the serious stuff, you know, violent crime, would that be disqualifying?
That should,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Seems like that'd be one of the filtering process.
Probably, but it seems like a weird. I can now. It seems interesting. I mean, maybe it's easy to just It might have been easier to just say if you're a felon, no, because the task of picking through and finding that demarcation line of what constitutes you lost your right to vote, but you know, you killed you killed 2 dogs and not 3, so you're good. You know, where's that line? You know, that nonsense would be kind of hard to police. So I don't know, but
Well, I mean, they have F1, F2, F3, M1, M2. I mean, they already policed it in the judiciary system. Why
True.
can't we apply
True.
that kind of model? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I suppose. My answer then, is it depends on the felony. I would
Right.
kind of hold out for the most severe, you know, crimes that could be seen as being against really detrimental to society as a whole, rather than
Right.
yeah.
Like,
So, and what's
I don't.
crazy is the
Go ahead.
Constitution doesn't say any. The actual Constitution itself doesn't say anything
It
about
doesn't.
felons
No.
not
Because
being able to
felonies didn't
vote.
exist then.
See, but again, that's
But it's an
part of that
amendment.
autonomy. But that's part of that state autonomy that you're talking
Hmm.
about. So
Right.
these
And
are
that's
state
fine.
rules.
And that's fine. But like, if
Mhm.
I want to voted, and I'm an adult, but that's capable of doing so. If I wanted to vote and actually carry sway in my community, I would want to go seek out a community that would take my sway, and that would be
Mm,
the other individual state of 50 of which I have to
mm.
select. Feel me?
Well, hey, well, you need to get on that right now, man. You need to
See what
start
I'm saying?
you need to
uh,
start separating these states and see how
Not
we
about
gonna group these
separation.
motherfuckers.
That's not what I'm about, though. See, there's a
What do you
difference.
mean? Why not?
That would be no. I can see how that would be confused, but it's not. It wouldn't be separation. It wouldn't be, as it is a collective of individuals versus a group. You
Mm,
see what I'm saying?
okay.
Instead
Okay.
of one group
Group. Yeah,
being
yeah, yeah.
swayed and bought as far as
Right, yeah,
votes
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
controlled
It'll be
from
a
one man at
collective
the
of
top, it
everybody.
would be a
Yeah.
collective as a
Yeah.
community.
Oh,
And more personal touch, if you will, because that's where we're at. That's where we got to be. Because there's too many of us now for one motherfucker to handle. That's obvious. Back then,
yeah.
sure. Before they had telephones,
Mm,
feel
yeah.
me? That's archaic. We are
Yeah.
now, not then. What's wrong with us?
Yeah.
Figure it
Yeah.
out. Pull your finger
Yeah.
out of your
See,
ass.
I can see how like if you would take the executive branch and kind of expand it a little bit to include representatives from each state, and as long as the weight of that representation scaled with the population of those states, similar to the House model, I could see that being an
So
interesting
how would
thing.
you do that? So what would you call it? So you mean so how would you put that inside of an administration? What do you mean? So like you would take representatives from each state and put them inside of your administration to
You
be
mean
a
like an electoral
representative of their
college
state?
or
Yeah.
House of Representatives?
I'm I don't know. I'm kind of working off of Joker's idea here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, y'all need to come with a plan.
Understand it, or are you trying to initiate something out of it?
Well, I asked the question to initiate something, but he was speaking from trying to understand what you were saying.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Well yeah, or just kind of spitballing on on that idea of trying to wrap my head around, the difference between a collective of individual states versus a state belonging to a collective, however.
Well, a collective certainly wouldn't have an executive order run our ideals.
Mm.
Well, we would vote on that said executive order. Like, you know what I'm saying? One man should not be able to tell you what the fuck law is and enforce it federally, because state government and federal government, whether we like it or not, all answer to federal government. And who runs the federal government? This guy, apparently. Fuck a goddamn court system and checks and balances. The reason why we have 3 fucking legs of government. I'm running the whole thing myself.
Yeah. I mean,
see what I'm saying? That wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, if we're bringing the discussion back into like what's happening right now.
That's what you asked. Yeah. That's what I said. I answered it. I mean, that's the difference. You know what I mean? We would all have an individual, localized, elected government out of the people of our community that we fucking elected and want to elect, not what was told to us to elect.
Yeah,
it's too much for so little.
I was kind of coming at it from 2 different perspectives for a moment there. When I said, I was
sorry if I'm excited. I don't mean to be. I'm not.
Get out, man. Get out. Just get out.
Just to rewind, when you were talking about states' rights and all, I was just trying to riff on that and say, well, what if we were to bring more state power into the executive branch? Now, pivoting from that, with what we're seeing with the Trump administration, the consolidation of executive power, that is very anti-democratic.
Yeah.
That is
very much that you just said a couple times now. Power. That's what it's all about.
Of course, and that it's the consolidation of power within the executive branch. That is about the most anti-democratic, unconstitutional thing there is.
Isn't it?
It is. That's not how things are supposed to work. Up until recently, that's not how things worked. If you guys remember, what was it? It was a couple. It was like a month ago.
No, take your time.
They called it Black Saturday.
Right.
It was the day that the Trump administration just straight up ignored a decision from a federal court and did what? What did they do?
And did exactly what he wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, it does so much shit. It's like I'm trying to remember what specific thing.
If you think about it, let me help you out real quick for a second. If you think about it, our judiciary system is a group of individuals that have personal opinions, and some of them have correct as far as our social views of things are. It all depends on the individual, one or the other, doesn't matter. But each of these elected individuals are supposed to be representatives in a court of law that either say yay or nay on a bill that gets passed that says that this will be law and this is what we need to do, otherwise X will happen to individual. These things, on the most basic level, have now just been corrupt to autonomously move whatever comes through for whatever reason for X amount of dollars to serve a purpose that we don't give a fuck about until it affects us, and it won't, because we are above the commoner most of the times and don't feel connected to these people, so we have distanced us over the course of I don't know 200 years. That's how long. You know what I mean? For the country and after the country, we've distanced ourselves and just say it's just going to run by itself. Because of that reason, these people sneak in, divide themselves from us. And any law that gets passed is only for personal gain from them and their party, more or less. And because of that, we have the government system that operates the way that it is now. And we have absolutely no control over the direction it goes, because at the very top of the fucking pyramid is the president right now, but behind him, or not even mentioned at all, is other individuals up above them. You know what I'm saying? Because we've allowed this as a people. Slavery never ended. Just the color of the skin did, and the actual action in our country. But we've all been slaves since the jump. Every single one of us, unless you were the one that signed that bill or was related to him and down the fucking lineage. Fuck you. That's how this country's been ran. Fuck that. And a separate state-ran country like we were at one point is a step in the right direction of individual thinking, not individual autonomy. Is all I'm trying to say is my point. You know what I'm saying? Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I
If I
agree.
say it that way?
I agree. I agree. So Saturday, March 15, 2025, that was Black Saturday. Black Saturday. That was for the first time in modern American history, a sitting president openly defied a direct federal court order and nothing happened. No intervention, no enforcement,
Nothing.
no consequences. A legal ruling
What can they do?
was issued and the White House simply ignored it.
If the president of the United States runs the military, who's to who's to tell him he can't just do what he wants because he's gonna fucking point a gun at you? Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck this 12 old ass motherfuckers with a robe on gonna do to me? Is what he's thinking.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
he
That's
can
true.
do that.
Hey
You know
man,
what
we
the
got
military's
25
like? You
people
know
in
what
the
the
building.
military's like? It. Yo, look, the
Hit that
military's like
like
this.
button, y'all, man. We got a lot of people in the building, y'all. Tell them, Joke.
Welcome
Hey,
aboard.
Joker, Gary, tell them hit that like button, man. Tell them hit that
They
Like
like
the
already
button.
video
know. They
man,
know.
thumb
They
up the
know.
video man. Like the video
Listen.
man, thumb up the
tell 'em,
video man.
Tell
If
'em,
I got a
Gary,
whole
whoever that
fucking
is.
military behind me, I ain't gonna fucking
Uh,
listen to a
my
goddamn word
bad,
these
Frank.
motherfuckers is telling me. Real shit. And that's what he's doing.
I think one common thread here that really demands appreciation is that for all the bullshit that goes along with a capitalistic system, the word democracy is really the equalizer and like the saving grace part of it. With democracy to restrain that capitalism, things can be pretty okay. It's when money just corrupts, and when money runs roughshod over everything and starts to let people votes get bought and people's rights get sold out. At least Wisconsin, man. You got to give us like one W in the building where Elon Musk's however 25 million he spent trying to get a judge elected. It blew up in their face. That's one strategy that the very flaccid Democrats could try to harness is lean on the hey, we're the party that doesn't cozy up to billionaires, maybe, even though a lot of them do, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
I mean, you got to listen. Hold on. Just look. You got an echo. What is going on? It's fucking me up, dog.
Me, I got the echo.
No. Frank. It's whenever he's talking, he's getting an echo. Is there somebody in the room that's got a device that's loud enough for me to hear too on your microphone or some shit?
And I just heard
Like,
the
if I'm
echo
gonna
too.
talk on some levels that you want to talk on, I need to be able to understand the fucking word you're saying, and I can't. Just saying, not to be an asshole.
Yeah, I don't.
See, I can hear you without an echo there. I don't know if you got to back your headphones away from your microphone. That might help, or turn them down or whatnot. Yeah, so I don't know, but I kind of on what you were saying on some level, I can understand. Like, let me say this: fear of change is something that governs our actions more so than not, because people, we are a traumatized race of fucking individuals as a species in general. And it's trauma that teaches us, but sometimes the trauma can be confusing and also not as traumatizing. So therefore, instead of completely changing something, we're more akin to just build up these traumatic experiences, and then they will dictate change of our thought further down on a psychological basis. Okay, with that in mind, that has what made us go into a shell as an individual, into these people that just like want to put our heads in the sand, more or less, for lack of better words. And I think it's time that we wake up. Coming from an individual right now who honestly, again, we'll address this on a separate special like you want to, but to touch base on the whole thing about the transgender thing, okay? Just to touch lightly on that, I'm afraid of my future and what it means to be me as a person in this country. And that is a problem. This country was supposed to be about embracing people of individual nature, of individual problems, individual uh, s- things in general, you know? And like now we have to what set an image and become that image because that image is portrayed by one individual and one individual's ideals and a cabinet underneath him to uh, oh, to just keep carrying it on that way and in the wrong way. What happened? And that should not have been possible. But again, because of that thought process, as us as a whole, our heads in the sand has made it so. So again, tonight it's me. Tomorrow it's you. What are you gonna do? You know? I rest my case.
Yep, people hate what they don't. Well, people fear what they don't understand, and then a lot of time that fear goes into hate, and it really sucks. I I feel like I remember, before I was out with my parents, at being at like the dinner table, and like gay marriage was like the hot button. That was the wedge issue at the time. I'm talking maybe like 2003, 2005, and everyone's talking about this, that, transgender people weren't on the radar. The
Right.
hate hadn't fallen on them yet, because I think gay people won the cultural war when it came to gay marriage. So the right, and hate it as it may be, the religious right, as it often is, they needed a new axe to grind. So
I mean,
that's
9/11, they had what for almost a decade. Everybody hated people of brown colored skin. Didn't
not
matter who
everybody,
you
but a
were.
lot. Yeah.
Middle Eastern, we hated you. Now, as a collective of people in general in this country, patriotism turned into prejudice like overnight. We became a prejudiced motherfucking country, and it's sickening how quickly that happened, and how quickly we just forgot about that shit. May I point out, this is not something new. We've done it to the Chinese, blacks. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has gone through this, one point or another, at one social status or another. There's always a focal point of our culture that we isolate a certain group of individuals, uh, and then put them on a fucking pedestal to be beheaded. And it's been a cycle. It's perpetual, and it's never ending. Some of us have suffered longer than others, but nonetheless, we all ultimately will, under this current model, suffer individually like that at times.
So,
And it's
but
fucking
now I got a question. So, why do you think people are against um those type of lifestyles or those type of way of living? I heard brother Frank say, that people fear things that they don't understand. But
right.
I mean, it's got to be something deeper than that, or it's got to be something more or less cliche than that. Why do you think people shy away?
It's not 100% prejudice right now, because there is some logic, but the logic that logic is based on is misinformed and misguided. It is not learned logic. It is told logic. It is logic of the individual that is ignorant and not wanting to know. The best thing that I could ever tell you about me being me out in public, and this again, we could touch base right now, but I'm gonna tell you right now, is correct and move on. I mean, and
Mhm,
that's it. We don't
mhm.
linger, and if you
Right,
want to know, you get to know. You don't get
right.
told what to know and then expect. People are just accepting things as facts as they aren't. So without, you know what I mean, ruining that special discussion we got planned, because this will be a whole breakdown. I'm just gonna touch on that and go. The transgender thing is just an example of a greater thing that's been going on longer than I've been alive, and all of us together. The cycle of which hatred is passed around in this country is disgusting, and it's only driven by politics. People don't think the way they think without being told that's acceptable, and that
Hmm.
course of thinking is only allowed collectively as it is pushed individually. People know better, but people don't care because they can get away with it, and they get away with it, and they place their anger towards bigger problems that they can't control into individual actions such as like hate crimes, because they can't and
I was just
have
going to ask you that. I
access
was just going to ask you
housing,
that. Not to compare
have.
racism or hate crimes with your
Saying,
plight.
but
But do you think
that
it's
is
the
a
same
symptom.
thing? Yeah.
It's a symptom. It's a symptom of a bigger thing that we all can individually address as a whole if we would just talk, communicate. We have never been so divided, yet have the most ability to connect with one another. It's so wild, you know.
Uh,
And with that, I gotta to get use I use a bathroom break, so I'll be
Yeah.
right back. All right.
Go ahead, Frank. What do you think about that, Frank?
well, you asked the question, what is it, that kind of causes this, and other than what's on top of everything that's been mentioned, I think it is that what they were saying, the classical othering of people. That there's the us group, and then there's the out group.
Mhm.
It's us Americans or us, white people, and those people. Us regular people and those kind of people. So it's just that very. I'm getting that echo, man. I really can hear myself now. Testing, test 1, 2. Okay, it's gone now. Did you change something? No, now it's creeping back. Weird. Why? Would I be able to hear myself?
Because I got because my mic was on mute.
Right.
Well, go ahead.
Do you have the YouTube on in a separate tab with the volume on, maybe?
No,
Like you're watching it or something?
it's muted. Their YouTube is on, but it's muted.
Do you have a system audio being shared instead? I don't know. That's the only. I mean, this sounds like a system audio problem, but
Yeah.
I was kind of hearing what you were saying. Would you mind repeating? I don't know. This echo is really fucked. Maybe we'll refresh.
See, y'all can't even hear me. I'm back here screaming. See, my mic on mute, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Testing.
See, it's only sometimes it's weird.
Yeah,
But I can kind of hear my echo.
How do you? I hate it when something.
Is your headphones too close to your microphone? I hate asking that question because it makes people just like, well, I'm not stupid, but like maybe the volume's a
Well,
little
y'all
louder.
know it be technology too. Y'all know sometimes technology just do what it do.
Are they wired in or are they Bluetooth?
I'm running everything through a Scarlett Focusrite audio interface.
Okay.
So, yeah, my headphones are a foot away from the mic, so maybe that's it. Maybe the headphones are too loud.
It could be. All right. Or just turn the audio down just a bit on the headphones, maybe, and it might not catch the frequency that's the microphone's catching.
Yeah, could be.
Perfect.
I don't know.
Yeah, no echo. Go ahead.
How about back here? Can you hear me okay?
That's perfect. Awesome.
You can hear me? You can actually hear me volume-wise?
Yeah. And there's no echo either. I think that's what the issue was. Is those two devices are too close.
I don't know. Maybe it's like this is the only time I've ever used StreamYard is on this channel, really. And
no, you're good, man. There's adjustment with we all have our own different things.
There have been times I've come in here and I've changed nothing on this end, and they're like, "We can't hear you, and I keep like cranking up. Anyway, but just to answer the question of what is it that causes that kind of level of hate or revulsion or whatever, building on what we've already mentioned, the classic kind of shitty human instinct to other, out groups, where you've got this is my group and then that's an outsider, so that's bad sort of thing. And then the last bit that I didn't quite touch on would be the sort of almost like a blood libel sort of anti-sentimentic vibe where it's they're coming for your children. They're going to try to convert your children, or they're
that bloodlust that's like primal, more or less.
Blood libel, yeah. Which is, interestingly enough, if you study conspiracy theories, it's a very old and repeated trope that it's so wild how a lot of conspiracy theories, when you talk to conspiracy theorists, you end up all roads lead to anti-Semitism somehow, within that that mental space.
Or hate of an individual race for more of that. You know what I mean? Because there's even conspiracies that say that it's a conspiracy that points it to those conspiracies. You know what I'm saying?
So that it's like the Jews are gonna like
Facts.
kidnap and and drink your baby's blood.
Facts.
The gays are going to sexually abuse your kids. Type lies. Obviously,
It's a lot of propaganda, is what it is, and it's all about power. And as long as money,
I hope y'all ain't drinking
power
nobody
play.
blood. I hope y'all ain't drinking nobody blood.
I am a little bit. I am a little
It's
bit low on
there's some
adrenochrome
wild shit. You know
supply.
what I mean?
need
Like
to
the whole,
top off.
you're speaking on the topic of adrenochrome or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that whole thing. Yeah, no, it's
God.
not far fetched that people think that
It's-
and do that.
I followed followed in terms of observer, not a participant. That whole Q nonsense. I've listened to
What if I were
a
to
lot of
pose this to
podcasts
you?
that go and kind of thoroughly debunk that stuff.
How far fetched is it really though? Because like if you're richer than God, what else is there to do but play games with whatever pieces you can find that are the best and most challenging?
Specifically in terms of how far fetched is it, just when you talk about adrenochrome specifically, it is a naturally occurring compound. that can be
Unfortunate
made
circumstances
synthetically.
have to produce that, though.
Sorry.
Unfortunate circumstances must produce that because the only time our body really produces it whenever it's at the height of being tortured.
I'm not sure.
That's
Regardless of the veracity of that part, what I can tell you is that it can be produced synthetically for very cheap, and even in its synthetic form, it doesn't have any mind.
Yeah, but what fun is that? That's how they're. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's a fucked up. That's how people are thinking because they can. They're in it. They're in our own little bubble. These people, you understand? So like, our lives don't really matter as long as the social structure that we have existing under right now exists. Because people like that, they don't have to worry about whether or not their electric's going to get shut off tomorrow. They're worried about damn, there's a freckle on my pinky toe, and I don't like that. Take that off because they're telling somebody to do something because they've got whatever the fuck they want because they can.
So how do we get money then? So how do we change that?
That's the problem. Is the money? The money thing is the problem. What? How do we? We're too busy and wrapped up on the thought of what do we do without this money? How do we? Why do we even got to think that way? Why can't it just be out of the goodness of our heart, Joker? No, not saying that either. I'm saying not necessarily social Darwinism, but like bring to the table what you've got good, and I will help you make yours better. Is the thinking that should be, not what we don't got. To put it in layman's.
Okay. Interesting. I'm still going for the money though. I'm still going for the money.
The money thing just makes me better than you, and then we got like this whole comparison and contrast thing that breeds negativity and hate, and it's wrong, and it doesn't have to be that way. And it's not hard to sit here and say, okay, if I hurt a little today to help you hurt less, what's wrong with that? Take a little self-sacrifice to have a better gained pride as a whole with individual sacrifice. You understand? And it has nothing to do with what things are worth. It is what is helping now, what I can help later, and what is helping me so I can help them.
But again, how does that fit into self-survival? How does that fit into? I'm saying, how does that fit?
We wouldn't need self-survival.
But that's what I'm saying.
It'd be like a regulated thing. Eventually, it would. Unfortunately, now the population and the scarcity of actual collected analytics and applied analytics. What I mean is like if we were to actually sit down and break it down numbers wise, okay, for goods and services and how much as far as our currency is worth, inflation wise, more or less. Inflation's a terrible thing that exists for no reason too. If we were to just break it down simply to what we have, what we got, what we need, and what we don't, those four basic structures, and we can break it down and completely get rid of the dollar. what we then can do is apply what we know as far as people who can and are willing to help and provide with these, and as far as the people who are like disabled and stuff that can't do shit, you know what I mean, that require others to exist, that is also applied in there too. So you can't have this thing called Social Security weighing it down because we don't have enough of this fucking shit that we invented. Feel me?
I understand. No, trust me, I understand.
And
but
it's
again,
not like, okay, communism
that's not
or whatever.
But that's not the motive of most people, though.
No, it's not.
That's why I
Why
say
not?
that.
Why not? What? I'm not saying
Because
change people. I'm just saying change how we teach our people. We're taught these things. We are taught these things. Nothing changes without a thought, and we're taught to think.
Agree. Racism, ideologies, religion, all this shit it's a taught. I agree. I most definitely agree.
You're
Because when you
taught
spit out
to care more about money.
Yeah,
You were
when you
taught
spit
that.
out the cootie cat, you're taught to care about the money and the monetary value that it holds. When you spit out the cootie cat, you don't know none of these things. So I agree that you're taught.
Right.
But now, if we do instill these things where we teaching people to have a different idea or a different mindset, to be more up together, to sit down and let's really work out our problems. How do you think that's going to fare against the self-survivalists? How do you think this philosophy that we're trying to impose now?
We need to eliminate as much self-survival thinking as we can, and eventually, gradually.
So with elimination,
there's
so
no
with this,
immediate answer. There never.
So
will
do you think violence has to be part of this elimination?
Absolutely not. Oh, eliminating violence, you mean, or to
No.
impose violence to eliminate it?
To impose violence to eliminate some of these things.
No, absolutely not. Violence is only necessary for people who are, well, they're not seen eye to eye with the law, number one, and there are plenty of innocent violators, number two, and violence just gets applied on us, number three. You mean, like, how often does a black man get assaulted in America?
Every fucking day.
See what I'm saying? That is applied violence for no reason. Violence in general doesn't necessarily have to happen as long as we are an intellectual and fair-thinking individuals, not survivalist thoughts, but collective survivalist thoughts. The bigger image is not a hard image to fucking see. You just gotta open your eye. Feel me?
Okay, but just like how you just stated that question about the melanated man being accosted and having violence towards him, and you didn't speak about black on black violence. You spoke about the violence that's against.
Okay.
So the violence that's against a particular group of individuals. How do you teach, or how do you get those individuals to digress from
black on black violence only happens, first of all, because blacks in this country have been basically structured and put away almost as if they were on Indian reservations called projects. Okay, so we have a massive amount of individuals who, first of all, don't have a fucking God's chance prayer of succession since, like, I don't know, 50 years ago, it was almost impossible to even get a job if you were black, you know what I mean? Unless you know what I mean? So, like, we've gradually moved away from that, but still, they have kids. So what happened? We have a population of a broke people that have been going through injustice since the dawn of this country, and then expect them to just fix themselves? No. That problem exists only entirely, one, because of drugs is a big part of that, and two, because of any kind of money. It's we've now
Poverty breeds violence.
So poverty breeds well, we're gonna take care of things our own way because y'all ain't fucking gonna do it. So they're kind of almost autonomous themselves in action, but unfortunately, violence is a big answer to the solutions of every problem they have, because they have to be that way, because it's we need money now. So I'm gonna kill this motherfucker before my family starves. That's the mode of thought that is bred because of what we've done as a country. That being
yes,
said,
that's why I was asking the question.
that's
So
black
how?
on black.
Yeah, so that's why I was
the only
asking the
racial
question.
thing there. Yeah.
So how do you turn that person from not wanting to be a self-survivalist or a person that's all about
More
survival?
programs. Stop cutting the fucking programs. Add more fucking programs. Like make available healthcare more of fucking available. Stop making a private motherfucker have to pay for these things. Like, for instance, I get my medication privately. Thank goodness, because Donald Trump just cut all the research and funding from signing his pen to thousands of people that require, hormonal therapy and shit like that that would be government funded, because that program unfortunately chose to be addressed with a grant. God forbid they needed a little help. Therefore, now a lot of those people are without
So, but
that
now let me talk. Now let me
aspect.
throw this. Also, though, let me
That's
throw
an
this at.
example.
But let me throw this at you.
Sorry.
So now you say a hormonal program. Now,
Right.
what if Trump
As of
feels?
now.
Yeah, but see, but what if he feels that, like he said, a man is a man, woman is woman. So you shouldn't be.
I
See, that's
agree.
what I'm saying. So you shouldn't be
I
going to get
agree. I'm
hormonal
trans
things
though.
anyway. Yeah.
What the fuck's that
See.
got to do with my gender is my gender, and my sex is my sex? I guess
Yeah.
that's what he
But
wants to address. I get
yeah.
that. I get
Yeah.
that. But it doesn't make it right.
What? No. No.
What is
I'm not.
what
I'm
is
not saying. That, yeah. Yeah.
a popular and accepted ideal, which
Yeah.
was in place, that was voted on through the democratic
Mhm.
structure that we have, and that was actually a success. One man comes in and fucking wrecks it. That's also the con. You feel me? This whole thing ain't working.
Yeah.
Hey Gary, you could. I mean, why I keep? Where is Gary at? Frank.
Good question.
Where? Where is Gary Bear? Where is Gary Bear, man? I need
Kind of,
him in the back. He must be talking about me because I keep saying his name.
or you just associate me with him and vice versa. I don't know. Has he popped in here at all recently? I guess not.
You
No.
there? Is he there? Hello?
Hello.
Well,
Bearded.
no, I'm sorry. Last week, I'm sorry, I muted myself, John. Yeah. So last week he popped in, but he texts me periodically and let me know that situations ain't, they not the best situations, but he's still here and he's still supporting and he's still watching from afar. So everybody got situations and stuff that they got going on.
We
So
all got to
yeah, yeah. So I understand, but he must be talking about me, man, because I keep saying his name.
Yeah.
But Frank, so for you, Frank, what do you think about that type of situation, self survivalist, and what the Joker is saying about coming together and sitting down and talking and changing the narrative and and try to build upon our community in that way?
I, I think. Hmm, um, I would like to see a system that is equitable enough that it, access to just have an honest life is easy enough that it doesn't doesn't require. We
Hold
should
on, hold on. I want to hear what you're
certainly.
saying. You're echoing again, man. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
This is some good shit, and I want to hear it.
This is me talking to test to see if it's echoing. 1, 2, 3. Um, I don't know. So I mean, the whole evening I've been kind of sort of thinking it, from two worlds. Um, One where I sit here today, about to turn 40, kind of being a bit more jaded, a bit more introverted. I've had my much more extroverted time in life. And I've kind of oscillated between those two, both professionally and personally, in terms of just how connected and engaged I am with the outside world. Right now is a little bit more of a homebody phase. So if I was to be talking about any of this stuff 20, not 20 years, Christ, 10, 12 years ago, it would be a lot more kind of starry eyed, hippie, you know, communist, let's all, band together. And, it's all needs, should be kind of a lot more stuff should be communal living type things. And why can't we all just get along? Sort of idealism. And I still have that in there somewhere. But, right now, it's, I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a little jaded. So I would just kind of speak more in terms of I'd like to see a system that is equitable enough that it supports people that just want to put in an honest day's work, and you know we don't know the reason why someone here gets into gardening and someone else there gets into drag racing, because they're gonna do what they want to do. And I just want to maximize the amount people can just do that to a healthy degree. And I think the way to get back there is to make it illegal to be a billionaire. That shouldn't exist.
I mean, set a cap. I'm
Something
glad
like
you
that.
said that. I'm so happy.
I don't agree with the set a cap on the money I can make. Now that I don't agree with.
Listen.
That sounds like
No,
some
no, 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 no.
foolery.
Not the amount of money you can make, but the amount of money you can accrue over time.
That sounds like blasphemy.
A
That sounds like
governor of
fucking
money.
blasphemy.
Oh, what? What do you mean? You mean
That's-
we can have money govern government, but government can't govern money? What?
Man,
Are you
that
kidding
sound
me?
like that
Are you
shit
kidding
sound
me?
like blasphemy. That shit
Bullshit.
sounds like blasphemy.
So
well,
if I can't live comfortably without fucking owning the world, that's a fucking come on, man. Greed should have a limiter.
That shit's blasphemy.
That's bullshit. If you think that's blasphemy, that's greed.
You know what?
Should have a limit. I agree.
Shit, that's
100%.
okay.
100.
Listen, let's say the world has let's say the world has 1 million people, and 50 of them are billionaires. When 51st becomes a billionaire, how many more million people just fell further into poverty?
That's not my fault because I can make and accumulate money.
That money that you have ain't going anywhere. It's there.
Billionaires don't exist.
No one's spending it. You're just sitting on it.
Billionaires don't exist without hundreds and thousands of people to make that wealth.
Okay, that ain't got shit to do with me acquiring it.
The only way you acquire it is on the backs of hundreds of thousands of people.
Okay, well, you motherfuckers should have had that idea first.
Nigga, what? Listen, it's not about that. It's not about that. That's the problem. It's me or
Listen,
you.
Man.
It's not us.
No.
That's the idea behind that. I'm gonna get as much money as fucking I can, and then
that's not me against you though.
And I'm gonna build this. No, yes it is. How's that?
How? Because I have the because I got the motivation and the goddamn it the gut to get no. If I got the motivation and the gut to get up to make this money, you mean to tell me
you're missing it? You're missing it, dog. Listen, how much money do you need really to be comfortable? How much do you think you need?
Okay, I agree. You don't need much to be comfortable.
Goddamn,
but
again, fucking circulation.
But again, Joker, if I got
excess, you want to live in excess,
and it just continues to compound and build. Is that my fault?
Nah.
Is that my fault?
No, cap the excess. Cap the excess.
In a way,
so it's my fault that money comes to me.
No, it's not your fault. No, listen. If you have X amount of money, first of all, if you went and earned it, great. That's good for you. You did that shit yourself. All right, cool. How much do you need until you're happy? How much more money do you need? How much? Count. Give me a figure and tell me an exact number of money that you think you fucking need to where you don't need to make money no more. You tell me. Go ahead.
Man, if you don't get that bullshit out of here.
No.
Get out of here.
No, man. Listen to me.
How
So
much
you
money
mean to tell So I need it all, goddammit. No, so you mean to tell me, y'all, if I come up with some type of whatever, right? And let's just say shit, it makes me 100 million. And I'm happy. I'm not saying that I'm not happy. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I'm trying to tear this motherfucker but in the next 5 years, it brings me 900 more million, and now I'm a billionaire. Is that my fault? Is that my fault?
Okay.
That's not my fault. Now you said, but listen, you said.
How'd you get that? How'd you get that though?
But you said
out there that got that much money that ain't done something wrong.
But you telling me now you want to cap?
You hurt nobody. Yeah, I want to cap that because you cap how much money you can get. That then listen, if you can only achieve X amount, there's gonna be X amount of ambition. Wouldn't you say?
Chat, hey, everybody watching, man. I need somebody to come up here on the panel with me and tell these two guys that they are absolutely insane for this.
These two people, motherfucker.
I don't.
These two motherfuckers, fuck that. These two motherfuckers, somebody come up here and tell these two motherfuckers they ain't peoples no more.
That's right.
Tell these two motherfuckers that they insane if they trying to cap my money, man.
Come on,
I wouldn't cap your money.
Listen, I would. Now you cap it because you would. Listen.
Now how? I'm y'all friends, so I ain't gotta cap your money. So I'm gonna reap the benefit anyway.
Hold up. Let me look. All right. So look, if it was okay, if the world was just me and you, and I had half of the money, and you had the other half of the money, and you wanted more of my money, that means I have to give it to you, and I ain't gonna let that just shit fucking slide. You ain't take my
No,
money.
no.
I
See,
want your money, because that's what is happening. But you
that's
don't
why.
see it.
But that's
You
why
don't
I'm
see
the
it.
good person that I am, and I'm going to be your friend. So I'm going to reap the benefits anyway. You see what I'm saying? I motherfuckers don't know how to play their role. If you gonna play a role and learn what the fuck
Play
you
a
need to be
role.
doing in this life. So
There
no, I
you
don't
go.
want your
That part.
money. I'm gonna play a
That part.
role, and I'm going and we gonna be buddies. And goddamn it, I'm gonna be the best of buddies. I ain't
So
gonna be
cap
one of
that
these
goddamn
ass
money then.
buddies.
Cap that motherfucking
No,
money
we
then.
ain't capping. Cause guess what?
Why?
Cause the
No,
more
nigga.
money you got, the more money.
Yeah, but how much do you need though? How much do you need though? Feel me?
You right.
It's very. It's a lot smaller number
Feel
than
me?
how much do you want, and I would say even if you take the
Want
how much
and
do you
need are
want
two
number,
different things, hon. But look,
Frank,
I
you
want
gotta
the
get rid of
world,
you,
but I ain't gonna give it, and I ain't gonna
Frank,
take
you
it either
started
though.
this shit. Frank, you started this shit, Frank.
Yeah, so let me expound on it. Let me break it down for you. When let's say you got someone that's approaching being a billionaire, they already could stop at any point. They could already have like stopped probably many years ago to live out their days in luxury, to live out, just travel the world. I don't know, smoke cigars, do whatever the fuck they wanted to do in their rich person lifestyle. The people that keep driving at it like that, they're addicted to the game. You know,
It is
that's
exactly
fine for
that.
them. That's fine for them. They're
It's a social
they're
game
addicted
that
to
has been
a
made.
higher thing. So that it's not even from like a luxury standpoint that they want more money. And don't you can also miss me with that Reaganomics shit where like, oh, you know, if you don't let people earn more money, they're not going to keep creating jobs, because that just isn't how it works. It's just this hoarding. It's this dragon's
That's
hoarding
it.
mentality.
Idealistically, it is that. It is exactly that. It is hoarding and it is greed. And
Yeah,
it's
get the
pure
fuck off Reaganomics.
That's to
greed.
let people keep chasing that, but at the same time, like, all right, you won the game, you won capitalism. Right. After this point, we're taking 95 cents on the dollar.
Well, who says we can't tax it at least? You know what I'm saying? Let's get a shoe in the door.
Tax it at
fucking taxing the shit out of that.
Or we're gonna divert, 80 cents on the dollar to social programs. Mm-hmm. You're gonna start, whatever empire business you're in. Great, we're going to be building.
If those motherfuckers are listening right now, I propose. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. They need to have a whole entire advisory division of whatever program is going to replace the one that we have now that that governs and regulates Social Security and all that bullshit. It's happening. All right. So whatever the final version, I hope that they have agents. Like, I can imagine if I were to be, like, making a movie about this shit, have Nicolas Cage, he'd be the perfect star. But anyway, motherfuckers, gun and a badge, like damn sure, gun and a badge to enforce laws that carry out tax laws like that. And be sitting in the room with litigation between tax lawyers and billionaire companies with the IRS. You know what I mean? Like, let's put some balls on the IRS for once.
I don't know if I want to
go the right way, not to the little person.
Y'all trying to stop my money. I don't know if I want to be friends with y'all. Y'all trying to stop me. Man.
That is listen. That is there's two approaches to this. That is the violent approach, okay? The non-violent approach, in general, to even prevent all that to happen. First of all, capping wouldn't be an issue if it already existed.
Or it re-existed. You
know what I'm saying? No, what I'm saying is he wouldn't be worried about his money if he wasn't taught to be like that. If there was never a thought that I can make X amount more than I already have now. It's either I've gotten to the point of I achieved survivability and then therefore am done, and anything in excess gets deposited back into the community, almost like free parking. Feel me?
So again, now listen, I don't disagree with that. So let me make my money and then let me donate. Well, listen, but let me donate back into the community.
But make it a requirement though. After a certain point, you are required, after accruing a certain amount of wealth, after a certain point, you are required by law a percentage to give back. You must be, and it should.
But most billionaires do anyway. But most billionaires do that.
How many billionaires do you know? Because there's too many now.
And that's what you know. To cover their tax liability.
Facts. And you know what? All that donated shit, that it's all figurative donated. All that shit, it's a tax
I know.
To do it that way
Trust
anyway.
me, I know. Because I'm trying to become rich and I'm going to do the same shit. Damn. What the fuck? Hold on, man. Let me turn this
Hey,
back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
well,
Man, what the hell is wrong with that? I'm trying to
sup-
get rich, and I'm gonna do the same shit.
all right,
God damn it.
fucked, though.
I
That's
support your
fucked,
venture to
though.
become rich. I just don't want you to be obscenely unfair.
Just be my friend.
You can be rich. You can be rich all day long.
But that's fucked,
I
though, man.
You can't be. You shouldn't be able to be rich to the tune that I can have. That I have a hard time conceptualizing of it. Right.
Okay, well, first, Joker, you worry about the wrong shit. Just be a good friend. And Frank, you started this whole bullshit about capping money. Frank, I don't know about. Sometimes I wonder about you, Frank. I wonder. You talking about capping off the
Frank's
money?
all right. We like
You
Frank.
talking about
All right,
capping
listen,
off the money, man?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Listen.
I'm surprised that you're surprised at that, but okay.
I'm not against that. There should be only a certain amount. Like, you know what? There's only a certain amount of dollars in a game of Monopoly until they became the digital version, which is cheating. But even then, there's a cap on that. And then there's a, winning the game of Monopoly, which is a whole fucking diabolical game to teach children how to be to one another, but nonetheless teaches people of younger ages how life really is. And like, that's the game. Cap that shit.
But I wouldn't necessarily say cap, but I would, like you guys said, if we could do that, I wouldn't be. Listen, now I wouldn't be opposed. Hold on, I wouldn't be opposed or disagree with the fact of having the federal regulation on once you do make a certain amount of money, you would have to distribute a certain amount of money. Now, here we go. Am I, as the federal government, as a federal regulation, am I going to regulate this money out, or are you going to regulate this money out? And where are you going to regulate this money to?
How about a local government of elected individuals within the
Okay,
pool
that'll
amount
work.
of money that is achievable?
That'll work.
Once capped, anything extra that comes into that community is also dispersed evenly as a community as a whole. And once a community as a whole has, let's say, put a cap on, hey, how much wealth can we accrue before we must share it amongst our neighbors? There's nothing wrong with this system. You see where I'm going?
Yeah, so I agree. So would it be unfair if I say, well, let's start with our most impoverished communities first, and then work our way out? Would you agree with that? Okay, well, if that's genuine, and if that's something that's on your heart and mind, and like I said, if it's genuine, I would totally agree with that. I would totally agree with that.
100.
But you ain't capping my damn money. Y'all ain't capping my money. Man. Y'all ain't crazy.
Listen, I'm capping that money. I'm coming to cap.
All right, take the.
This ain't the NFL. This ain't the NBA. This ain't baseball. Yeah, this ain't baseball.
In terms of capping your money,
Actually, the only sport that really does this is hockey.
For real facts. A amount of money, like $10 million. And think you got the mansion. You don't ever have to work. You got 5 vacation houses, all that, and then let's say we'll give you another 10 million, okay? And then 7 generations, your family's not going to work. They're going to live in luxury for the rest of their lives. Any possible earthly urge, basically.
I got 10 kids, Frank.
Okay, so
I got 10 kids, Frank. My money gonna be gone.
Listen, newsflash. All of these points you're describing, it's called debt. Debt. That's what that's called. Debt in whatever form it comes.
We keep going, and you get up to 100 million. That starts to kind of be
100 million debts.
It starts to get in terms of your concept of how much money you could even hope to ever appreciate or harness or use, and then take that and multiply it by whatever 4,000, and you've got what Elon Musk has. It's like.
Did that man just throw $1,000 at me? Oh, hold up, hit him with the $10,000 cannon. It's a war of money.
Yeah.
It's sad.
$400 billion. $1,000 million in a billion.
I would love to be that man's friend right about now.
Yeah, great. And then at what expense, though?
Did you see his daughter's interview on Hassan?
No, I didn't.
I did not watch that yet. You got a link?
I didn't watch the whole thing, but Elon Musk's trans daughter was a guest on Hasanabi. Hassan Piker's podcast on
I'm
Twitch.
sorry. Who's trans daughter?
Elon Musk's.
Oh, so Elon Musk has a trans daughter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you
couldn't-
didn't know
oh, I
that?
couldn't tell.
You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See what's going on, guys? Like I said,
Listen, but
I'm not
supposedly,
worried about I'm not worried about what's going on with my peoples right now. I am concerned about the health things, but it ain't gonna last too much longer. I'm telling you, that's why.
but supposedly he didn't know he was signing these papers or something he was saying,
Right.
and he was pissed.
Right.
And actually,
Right.
didn't he
This is a
leave
dynamic
his
that's going
credit?
to come into play, and it's going to start.
See, but hold on. But supposedly he took her out the wheel, or took her out the wheel, didn't he, or something like that, Frank?
Yeah, I mean, for all definitely the relationship is estranged. And,
Sheesh.
Musk speaks in terms of his daughter that are as if his son died, is kind of like the terms he thinks of it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Man, all the money in the world couldn't fucking fix that.
Nope, but it certainly can turn someone into even a bigger Twitter asshole
Now,
than they already were.
yeah. Now listen, who's to say that this discovery, whether intentional or not, this is a pivotal moment as far as transgender rights are concerned. Mark my words. Just saying.
So what I'm saying? So what you mean? What you mean that this is
What
a
do I
pivotal
mean?
time?
What do I mean?
Yeah.
What do I mean right now? This right now is all just a power play, and I'm just like, it's like watching theater. Like, this is what I was talking about. Like, you think this just happened to be like a discovery that we just now? You mean, like, come on, this is all
Elon
calculated.
in
Shit.
2028.
This is all calculated.
Elon for president 2028.
You know what I'm
Not
saying?
following.
No, I'm saying that this is all fucking supposed to happen. What you're saying, what you're reporting, you know, what you're trying to say about the whole split between, you know, well, I didn't know that I was having, you know, Trump was gonna do this to like trans and all that. Like it's all made up, all of it. This is an act, is all I'm saying. Y'all follow? I know.
No.
We touched based on this earlier, Bearded.
I follow. What? So what?
Chess.
What part about
At
it
the
don't you
highest
get,
level.
Frank?
Chess.
What don't you get, Frank?
I'm sorry, just rewind real quick for me in bare simple
Um,
terms. What are we talking
And
about? Like,
I'll put it in
what-
layman's. Trump and Elon are going to like have a social falling out. I'm calling it, predicting it in some
It's
manner.
already happening.
Okay. Yes, exactly. So it's happening for a reason because he's basically like learning presidency without even being in president. It's like training wheels for this motherfucker. So when Trump finally steps down, if he does not succeed at a third term or fourth term or fifth term, or all right. So if he doesn't succeed at that, that's the next pick because CEO of the company must pick his what do you call that? His replacement. There's a better word for it. Successor. Thank you. When stepping down, they try to find their successor, one that they think would be good to run. It's a sense of nepotism, really, if you ask me. But that's essentially what's going on. And so anything that they do that's going to cause a rift between them, to have one party be more liked than the other, they're going to try and do it in curry of favor of Elon Musk. Calling it chess, more or less, is a better way to describe all that. Because it's essentially, that's what these motherfuckers do for a living. And that's what they're doing now. If you can't see it that way, I've just enlightened you. In my opinion, for that matter. No offense.
I don't know what political ambitions Musk might have.
Don't want to be president?
But I don't. Has he stated anything to that effect?
He's in the fucking Oval Office. I think that says a lot.
I'm not aware of him ever stating a desire to run for office.
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, it's pretty transparent in that their relationship is symbiotic. Trump likes
Why?
rich guys like himself.
Never seen an advisor in the Oval Office. Not like that. No, I've never seen an advisor in the Oval Office that basically takes about as much camera time as I do if I was a president. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Making decisions about like other things other than this Doge program that he's got. The dude's basically got like vice presidency without even being fucking elected. It's fucked.
All right, so if Musk does have ambitions for that, cozying up to Trump could be
I'm saying there's an agreement.
an auxiliary motive. You know,
There's
I
obviously
see,
an agreement.
I see his cuddling up with the administration probably primarily to continue to get favorable contracts and dealings with the U.S. government because his company SpaceX.
I see it as a merger of, let's say, holdings company, a merger of a holdings company to an acquisition company. So now, not only do we know how to hold things well, but we know how to acquire. So let's get together and do what we do good. That's exactly on the most basic level happening in the White House right now. Am I wrong? Because Trump is known to fucking acquire, obviously.
Yeah,
I would agree. I was waiting on Frank, but I agree.
Oh, I feel like it's hard to really pin down.
Bearded, what the hell? We're all back away from the microphone. Whatever you just did just now, what is that?
Nothing. I don't know. But I was when you were
No, Bearded. Hold on. I couldn't hear you. Bearded, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, what did you just do? Because the show got weird, like wonky audio wise.
I don't know. I cut nothing. I just cut my mic back on. But let me go ahead. Let y'all. Nah, I didn't touch nothing. That's why I said it just might be audio.
Weird as hell. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry.
I try not to pretend to be able to predict with any level of accuracy the exact nature of the tit for tat, or the, other than generalities. Musk wants to continue to get favorable treatment, because his companies benefit hugely from contracts with the government or subsidies from the government. And Trump just, his idea of a peer is someone that's, rich.
Do you think he sees very many people as equals, that man?
No. Oh, God, no.
How many people in the world do you think sees that he sees as equals besides Putin, which is obviously not as chum as he thought?
Probably with on the fingers kind of level list.
Yeah. So yeah. How many digits is that?
Narcissism and ego is just
right. So where his social class is, it's nowhere near any of us that actually fucking matter, which is called people. We're below that to these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So like,
yes. I mean,
go ahead.
On an Elon Musk or a Trump level, someone that has a company that's worth $1 million, that's very, very small potatoes. So
there's ambitions underlying. As far as Musk is concerned, I'm going to have some conjecture as far as what I've seen out of this individual is that the man simply does prove human decency to some extent, obviously with some faults because the current enlightened situation to the public about his trans kid, but like I said, the man is a genius, otherwise he wouldn't be where he is. And I know that these people are working in tandem for some underlying plan because they wouldn't be there in the first place if they didn't. And there are ambitions at play. There are ambitions at play that I am on good faith to hope that will eventually at the end lead to something good. One can only hope. Because at this point in my life, I know that no matter where I end up, what I do today and how I carry myself and who and what it impacts matters to me as a woke individual just because I'm fucking human. And if these motherfuckers being in a position that they're in to do things that they can do ain't thinking that, then what the fuck are they doing there? And with that, I gotta go. You feel me? Speak truth, dream alive, yo.
Hey, most definitely, man. No, matter of fact, go ahead and close us out, man. It's 2:13 in the morning. Go ahead and close us out with a few words.
It's 3:13 over here.
Yeah.
So thank you, Bearded, and let's do it again.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Appreciate you for coming in and keeping the stream going, man. We was gonna close out 3 hours ago, man. Big ups to the Joker, man. Hey, shout out your platform, shout out your channel real quick, man.
You guys can find me at on YouTube. It's Joker Trey. Jay-Z. The numbers are vowels, or the vowels are numbers. J0K3RTR3Ys, Joker Trey on everything. So like, you want to find me anywhere, specifically on BandLab, that's where I be at. Hit me up.
BandLab, man, that's where he get his music at, man. Also, he got an album that's just dropped. So if
She
y'all want
got
to
an
get it,
album,
man.
motherfucker. Goddamn, I just don't
God
support
damn it.
that.
She
Yeah,
got an
yeah.
album. That's why I just
I'm
say
out
the
here
community.
listen, repping the trans one fucking asshole at a time. I'm
Yeah.
kidding. All right, we out.
Yeah, all
See
right.
y'all
She
later.
she got an album that's dropped, man, on BandLab. Make sure y'all go check out Joker Trey, man. Go follow. Man, Big Frank, man, appreciate you for blessing the panel tonight, man. Good conversation. You know, I like that adverse opposition that you give, man. It's always a pleasure when you come on. You be killing me sometimes, Frank.
I can only be myself. So
Yeah, you be killing me, Frank. But go ahead and close us out with a few words of inspiration or some knowledge that you want to drop on the people, man, before we get up out of here.
Oh, I don't have anything fun other than I don't think Elon Musk is a genius. You got to look up. He really talks a bigger game than he actually is. Doesn't really do the hardcore engineering. He's purchased companies. He's acquired things. He's been caught in a couple big lies that exaggerate his abilities. So I wish I could to mention that with Joker, but that's the last thing I had. So yeah.
Okay, with that being said, man, you heard it here first, man. Big Frank say Elon isn't a genius. He just acquired some shit. You know what I'm saying? And he lucked up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is, man. Here,
He's smart with money, but he's not like
yeah,
you know,
yeah. Yeah, he's not like a genius. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man. But I want to say this before we get up out of here.
Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Hey, man, appreciate everybody for tuning in to the stream tonight, man. Big ups to Brother Fox for hitting my panel, man. Big ups to Joker Trey. Make sure y'all go follow Joker Trey. Hit his channel up. Big ups to Big Frank, man. Excuse me, one of the best part of the best moderated team in the business for hitting the panel tonight. I was gonna tell him to shout his channel out too, man, because he be going live on Twitch. So Big Frank, if you're watching, put your link in the chat for your Twitch channel so people can go over there and check you out over there, what you do over there, man. Hey, man, listen, I want to say, man, I appreciate everybody for tuning in to the stream tonight, man. Good conversation. It was a great discussion, man. I love it when intellectual discourse happens, you know what I'm saying, amongst different individuals. So yeah, man, my boy, man, Philosophies, that's his Twitch channel right there, twitch.tv/Philosophies, all one word. Make sure y'all go check him out over there, man. He do game streaming, political streaming. Check my boy out, man. That's one of my moderators, man. He do a great job over there on his channel. Make sure y'all go check him out as well and go join up over there. Also, man, again, man, I just want to give a big shout out, man, to everybody that came in and participated to the tonight with the stream, whether via the chat or via watching. I really do appreciate you guys. He said, "Oh, you was restreaming? Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah, man, you know, like I say, man, I just appreciate everybody for tuning in, showing the love. So, if we got any new people in the building, man, please hit that like button. And please hit that subscribe button, man. It don't cost nothing to subscribe to the channel. If you're interested in good conversation or other topic of discussions, I'm sorry. Listen, we bring them here every Monday through Thursday here on Bearded Conversation, Real Man Talk, every Monday through Thursday from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central. We went over tonight, you know what I'm saying, because the conversation was getting good. So, you know, sometimes we do tend to carry over. Make sure y'all tuning in every Friday as well. What we do is we highlight independent music artists and we give them an interview and we promote their music. And then on Saturdays, Bearded After Dark Television. We also have light conversation, but it's more of a music night where all the artists that I interviewed or any artists out there that want to get their music heard and displayed and put on the front, you know what I'm saying? We invite you guys to come in and, man, you know, be part of this support system and a part of this team. And again, like I say, Bearded Conversation, the regular proprietary joint It's every Monday through Thursday from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central. So, man, we got some new people in the building. Hit that subscription button, man. Make sure y'all come in and stay tuned in. Y'all know what it is, man. I'm going to lead y'all like how I came to you, man. Let's keep everyone in our thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. Let's keep everyone in our thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. One last time, let's keep everybody in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And also, don't forget those 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. One last time, love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration, man. That's what we live by and go by here on Bearded Conversation. Hey, and Roscoe didn't show up tonight, man. Big ups to my co-host, L Boogie, man, Roscoe P, and my co-host with the most is my little one, AJ, man. Like Roscoe always say, man, if ain't nobody told y'all they love y'all today, man, guess what? Bearded Conversation and Roscoe love you, man. With that being said, y'all, all superheroes don't wear capes, but they still need their theme music. So to all my superheroes, all my Beardonians, and all my beautiful people, man. Good night, peace and blessings, and we out.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a job. He won't even pay. Hard work and dedication. Ain't no judgment. We just have a conversation. Ain't no need for front. Give you an opinion, and then you do what you want. But we gon' listen. Tell you what you need, not what you want. It's different on the side. Cook and kick and karate. Come and get high, cause everybody here is invited to the party. Y'all niggas smoke cool, cause I know Bob Marley. Real OGs sitting on the panel while waiting in the lobby. We go together.
Hey, man, big ups to everybody, man, that tuned in and joined us tonight, man. Hey, also, big ups to my residential Dominican from the Dominican Republic, my boy, your boy, Cito boy, for this smooth groove. Big ups to Joker tonight, man. Big ups to Philosophy, please. Big ups to the master teacher for hitting the panel for the short brief time, man. Big ups to all my followers, fans, viewers, and subscribers. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. We had a good old time tonight, man. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for Wild Ass Wednesday. We will be back in the building. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. Without y'all, it wouldn't be no us here on Bearded Conversation like I tell y'all every night. Peace and blessings to the chat, man. I love y'all. Same black time, same black channel. Talk black to me, y'all.
I can get annoying and probably get on your nerves, but you're gonna be okay. We here to brighten up your day. From the first day of June to the last day of May. Said I'm a nigga bearded. Now we having conversation. Real niggas do real things, cause this is celebration.
Y'all know what it is, man. Hey, big ups to Dan Soul Food and Bakery. Hey, big ups to Urban Lux Cafe. Big ups to Cafe where grown folks play. Big ups to the House of Health and Wellness, y'all. And big ups to my boy, everybody boy. Hey, Lee in Chicago Pizza, man. Big ups to my homie Chef B Light in the building, man. Hey, let me tell y'all something, man. If y'all ain't been in none of these places that I just named, man, make sure y'all go check out these 5 black melanated businesses. One more time, that's Lee in Chicago Pizza, Dan Soul Food and Bakery, Urban Lux Cafe, Cafe where grown folks play, and the House of Health and Wellness right here in Chicago, baby. Hey, and let them know Bearded Conversation sent you. And y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know my favorite phrase, baby. Those that fuck with us, fuck with us. Those that don't, fuck with us anyway. Y'all, come on back. Come on back and let's conversate tomorrow, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. Hey, I'm your boy, man, Con, the motherfucking Don. Hey, come on back, y'all. You heard? Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. I'll leave y'all with this, man. When we come together and meet, man, may we always meet on the level. Once we in each other's presence, may we always be humble and plumb. And when we leave each other's presence, may we always part on the square. With that being said, man, peace and blessings, you know what I'm saying, to everybody that participated in the stream tonight, watching or in the chat, man. I love y'all. Good night. Until tomorrow, man, make sure y'all come on back.